Hello, my dear friends, and welcome back to Chilly Midnight. I'm Leanh, and I'm truly happy to be here with you again. Before we begin tonight's story, I want to explain why things have been a little quiet on the channel over the past 2 days. I recently had a small accident and unfortunately broke one of my toes. It has been painful and a little inconvenient, so I wasn't able to sit down and prepare new stories as usual. But please don't worry too much. I'm resting, taking care of the injury, and doing my best to return to my normal schedule. And honestly, I suppose I was still a little lucky. At least it was a toe and not one of my fingers. If I had broken a finger, I might have been unable to write for a much longer time, and the darkness at chilly midnight would have had to wait very patiently for me to return. So, although walking is a little uncomfortable right now, my hands are still working, and that means more stories are already on the way. I also want to mention something about the advertisements appearing in the middle of some of the newest videos. These stories were intended to play without mid-roll interruptions, but YouTube has not yet fully updated the advertising settings for certain newly uploaded videos. The settings have already been adjusted, but the platform sometimes needs additional time before the changes take effect. I understand that many of you listen while resting, working, or trying to fall asleep, and a sudden advertisement can completely break the atmosphere of a long horror story. If that happens and the interruption bothers you, please choose one of the earlier stories on the channel for the time being and return to the newer video later, once YouTube has finished updating everything. Thank you for being patient and understanding. Before we move on, I'd also love to know where tonight's story has found you. Which country, city, or distant part of the world are you listening from? And what time is it there right now? Perhaps it's already deep into the night and everyone around you is asleep. Maybe morning has just begun, or you're listening during a quiet afternoon while working, traveling, or relaxing at home. Please leave a comment and tell me where you are and what time it is there. It always makes me happy to see how far these stories have traveled, across cities, countries, oceans, and different time zones, before finally reaching you. Thank you for returning, for waiting during these past 2 quiet days, and for continuing to support Chilly Midnight. My toe may need a little more time to recover, but tonight's story is ready. So settle in, let the outside world grow quiet. And let's begin. Story 1. The first thing Dr. Leanh noticed about the Archenhold Annex was that its stars were still warm. The planetarium had been closed for 32 years. Its copper dome dark above a row of post-war apartment blocks in eastern Berlin. Rain polished the pavement until the building seemed to float on a black mirror. Leanh stood beneath the entrance canopy with a government keycard in one hand and an inventory list in the other, listening to water tick through a broken gutter. Inside, the air smelled of dust, cold plaster, and something metallic, like coins held too long in the mouth. A custodian named Herr Sabel met her in the lobby. He was narrow, white-haired, and dressed in a brown work coat with every button fastened. He did not shake her hand. Instead, he looked at the silver wedding ring she still wore, then quickly at the ceiling. The main projector has not been powered since reunification, he said. That is why I am here. No. You are here to count things. Leanh waited for a smile. None came. The Federal Office for Scientific Heritage had hired her to inventory the annex before demolition. The assignment was temporary, quiet, and unlikely to require the public lectures she had begun avoiding. Names had become treacherous lately, so had appointments, street corners, and familiar songs whose melodies remained after every word vanished. Her neurologist called it probable early onset neurodegeneration. Leanh called it fatigue. She had told no one at the office. Herr Sable led her through a corridor lined with astronomical plates. Most showed familiar skies. Orion over Potsdam, the summer Milky Way above the Teufelsberg listening station. Eclipses recorded by instruments no longer in service. Yet in each photograph, one small patch had been scraped to white. Chemical damage? Leanh asked. Administrative, Sable said. He unlocked the auditorium. The dome emerged gradually from darkness. A pale hemisphere above 300 seats furred with dust. The old Zeiss projector stood at the center like a black mechanical insect. Its lenses clustered along two opposing spheres. Cables entered the floor beneath it through brass plates engraved with constellation names. Some names she knew, others belonged to no catalog. Vigilia, Orphany, Cenotaphium. She crouched and touched the last engraving. The brass was warm. Residual heating? Herr Sable had stopped at the door. There is no current in this room. Something moved across the dome, not a shape, but the impression of a shadow passing behind thin fabric. When Leanh blinked, it was gone. They spent the afternoon recording lens assemblies, slide trays, hand-painted constellation plates, and boxes of wartime optical glass. Leanh photographed serial numbers and spoke notes into a recorder because handwriting had recently become unreliable. She would begin a sentence and discover, halfway through, that she no longer remembered what object it described. Near the final cabinet, she found a drawer labeled Private Constellations. Inside were hundreds of thin glass panels wrapped in black paper. Each bore a pattern of tiny white points along every edge. A human name had been etched so faintly she had to angle the glass toward the emergency light. Ruth Levin, Jakob Eber, Marta Weiss. Names continued beneath them in cramped layers until the glass looked frosted. Victims? Leanh asked. Herr Sable remained in the aisle. Do not project those. I asked who they were. No, he said. You asked what happened to them. The answer irritated her more than it frightened her. Leanh selected one panel and carried it toward the projector. Sable moved with sudden urgency. Dr. Forrest. She slid the glass into the test carriage. Nothing happened. Then a relay clicked beneath the floor. A low hum spread through the auditorium. The projector's lenses opened one by one, shedding a weak blue light. Stars appeared across the dome, hundreds, then thousands, resolving into a sky Leanh had known since childhood. She recognized Cassiopeia, Deneb, the line of Cygnus. Then one star went out. It vanished so completely that the darkness around it seemed deeper than the rest of the dome. At the same instant, something inside Leanh loosened. She pulled the photograph from her wallet, her husband beside the hovel in winter, laughing into the wind. She knew his name was Matthias. She knew he had been dead for 6 years. But as she stared at the photograph, she could no longer remember his face. Above her, the missing star opened like an eye. The eye above Leanh did not blink. It remained open in the dome until Herr Sable crossed the auditorium and pulled the glass panel from the carriage. The projector died at once. Darkness folded over the seats, and the low hum beneath the floor sank into silence. Leanh kept looking at the photograph in her hand. Matthias stood beside the hovel, one shoulder raised against the wind, His blue scarf was visible. So were the fine lines beside his eyes, the pale scar near his chin, the curve of his mouth. She could see every feature. She simply could not make them belong together. "Turn on the work lights," she said. Sable did not move. Now, the lights came up in weak yellow bands. Dust drifted above the seats. Sable watched her with an expression she could not identify, though she had the uncomfortable sense that he had been waiting years to see it. On the tram home, Leanh wrote everything she remembered about Matthias in the back of her inventory notebook. He had been 46 when he died. He taught architectural history at the Technical University. He disliked pears, wore wool socks in summer, and touched the bridge of his nose before disagreeing with someone. He had proposed to her beneath a broken observation tower outside Jena during thunderstorms. He counted the seconds between lightning and thunder even when he already knew the distance. Facts arrived easily. His face did not. At the apartment, she placed every photograph of him on the dining table. There were wedding pictures, holiday snapshots, university portraits, images taken on phones that no longer worked. She arranged them by year, then by angle, then by quality of light. In one photograph, Matthias's scar bent toward the left corner of his mouth. In the next, it bent toward the right. Leanh told herself the images had been reversed during printing. She checked the wedding photograph again. His hair seemed darker than it had 5 minutes earlier. In a picture from Prague, his front teeth overlapped. In another taken the same week, they did not. She opened the digital archive on her computer. The folder labeled Matthias contained 183 files. After she clicked the first image, there were 182. She closed the folder without checking which one had vanished. That night she dreamed of sitting beneath the Planetarium dome while an unseen lecturer named the stars. Each name produced a white face overhead. When the lecturer reached the place where Earth should have been, as the voice said, "Matthias Forst," and every face turned toward her. She woke with dust beneath her fingernails. By morning, she had decided that the projection had triggered a neurological episode. The inconsistent photographs were visual confabulation. The missing file was corruption. Herr Sable's warning had supplied the suggestion. She returned to the annex shortly after opening hours, though the building had no public opening hours anymore. Sable was polishing the brass plate beneath cenotaphum. "You left before signing the incident register," he said. "There was an incident register?" "There is now." Leanh set her bag on a seat. "Tell me what you saw." "A failed projection." "And me?" "You looked at a photograph. What did the man look like?" Sable's cloth stopped moving. Leanh took the photograph from her wallet but held the image against her chest. "You saw it from the aisle," she said. "Describe him." "I did not see clearly." "Then guess." Sable looked toward the dome. His face had gone pale. "Brown hair," he said. "Gray at the temples. Narrow face. One eyebrow slightly higher than the other." Leanh felt the room contract around her. "What else?" "A scar beneath the left side of his mouth. A front tooth turned inward. He wore a blue scarf whenever the temperature fell below 10 degrees. Even though he claimed scarves made men look theatrical. The last sentence was Matthias's. He had said it every winter. Leanh moved closer. "You told me yesterday that you had never met my husband." "I haven't." "Then how do you know his face?" Sable lowered his eyes to the brass plate. "Because," he said quietly, "you have brought that photograph here before." Lena's fingers tightened around the wallet. "How many times?" Sable finally looked at her. Every time you forget him. The words remained in the auditorium after Herr Sabel turned away. Lena followed him into the aisle. How many times have I been here? He polished the brass as if the answer might be removed by friction. I do not keep count. Then who does? Sable glanced toward the sealed projection booth above the rear seats. The machine. By noon, Lena had called Alan Demir. Alan was an optical conservator at the Museum of Technology. Exacting, impatient with superstition, and one of the few people Lena trusted to say when an explanation was impossible. She arrived carrying a padded equipment case and complaining about the humidity before she had entered the lobby. You said, Cold War glass and anomalous projection, she said. You did not say haunted planetarium. I did not say haunted. You used the phrase controlled witness. That means I need a second observer. It means you expect the first observer to become unreliable. Lena led her into the auditorium. They established rules. No audience. No main electrical supply. One panel only. Aylin would monitor temperature and light output while Lena kept an analog record. Her Sable refused to participate, but stood inside the doorway. Aylin selected a panel from the private constellations drawer. It bore a single etched name, Samira Demir. Aylin's hand tightened around the glass. Relative? Lena asked. No. The answer came too quickly. My family name is not rare, Aylin said. Samira? Aylin turned the panel toward the emergency light. 7 bright points surrounded an empty center, with smaller marks trailing behind them, like loose thread. We stop, Lena said. No, we document why someone put my surname on historical optical material. Sable spoke from the doorway. That is not why the name is there. Neither woman asked him to explain. The projector remained disconnected. Aylin photographed the severed cable and tested the terminal twice. Then she slid the panel into the carriage. A relay clicked beneath the floor. Warm air rose through the brass plates. The projector opened its lenses. The night sky spread across the dome. Dim at first, then sharply resolved. Cassiopeia glowed near the eastern rim. Cygnus crossed the center. The missing point from the previous day remained black. Then 7 new stars appeared. They arrived at once, arranged around an absence in the shape etched on the glass. The smaller stars followed, forming a pale tail across the dome. Aylin whispered. That was her drawing. What drawing? My sister used to draw 7 houses around a well. Lena wrote the sentence down. Your sister, Samira? Aylin did not answer. She began measuring wavelengths and checking the projector housing with quick, angry movements. There is energy entering from below, she said, pressing her palm to the brass. Lena watched her face. Tell me about Samira. Aylin frowned. Who? The word was so ordinary that Lena almost mistook it for resistance. Your sister. I do not have a sister. Herr Sable closed his eyes. Lena removed the panel. The projector continued running. Aylin, you just said she drew 7 houses around a well. I said no such thing. You recognized her name. That name was already there. You suggested the relationship. Lena showed her the notebook. Aylin stared at the sentence. You wrote that? Yes. Then perhaps you are confusing me with someone else. Above them, one of the new stars pulsed. A shape gathered around it. At first, Lena thought the dome fabric was sagging, but the darkness thickened into shoulders. Ahead, 2 narrow arms. A human silhouette unfolded from the projected sky and hung upside down over the seats. Aylin saw it too. Her denial vanished. The shadow turned toward the projection booth. Then it released the dome. It fell without sound, struck the rear wall flat as spilled ink, and began crawling upward through the shadows toward the booth door. From inside the locked booth, something knocked 3 times. Aylin looked at Leanh and whispered, "Samira always knocked like that." The third knock came from inside the locked booth. Aylin stepped backward until her shoulder struck the aisle rail. The shadow had reached the door above them and spread itself across the frosted glass, flattening into the outline of a woman with one hand raised. Then the emergency lights flickered. The shadow disappeared. When Leanh and Herr Sabel forced the booth open, they found no one inside. Dust lay undisturbed across the floor. The old control desk was cold except for a circular patch beneath the tape drive, where the metal felt almost feverish. Aylin refused to leave until she had taken samples. By late afternoon, she had labeled fragments of projector grease, insulation, brass resida, and microscopic flakes from the constellation panel. Her hands had stopped trembling, but her speech had become clinical in the way frightened people sometimes became cruel. "Silvered glass can release compounds," she said. "Mercury residues, lead oxides, mold spores." We were in an enclosed room under stress. "Mold does not remove a sibling," Leanh said. "You," suggested the sibling. You remembered her knock. Aylin stared at the booth door. "I remembered a pattern. The mind assigns meaning after the fact." She packed the panel in a sealed case. Leanh wanted to accept the explanation. Toxic exposure could worsen confusion. Suggestion could create false associations. Her own diagnosis could explain the disappearing files, the unstable photographs, even Sabel's claims that she had visited before. It could not explain why Aylin's phone contained 17 years of messages addressed to Samira. They found them in the lobby. The contact name had vanished, leaving only a number. The conversation began with ordinary exchanges about birthdays, hospital appointments, and their mother's cooking. The last message had been sent 2 years earlier. "I still dream about the well." Aylin read it 3 times. "Whoever owned this number knew my family. Call it," Leanh said. The line connected to a recorded announcement stating that the subscriber had died on the 9th of November. 2 years earlier. Aylin lowered the phone. "I need to go." She left the sealed evidence case behind. Herr Sabel watched the entrance close. They usually do. Usually, people prefer a damaged mind to a damaged history. Leanh returned to the booth and began searching its cabinets. Behind maintenance invoices and obsolete bulb specifications, she found bound equipment logs written in different hands. Each test projection listed a panel number, an audience count, and a category marked administrative damage. The earliest entries dated from the 1960s. Panel 12, 23 witnesses. Subject deceased in transit. Panel 31, 108 witnesses. Industrial fatality. Panel 44, 612 witnesses. Border incident. Beside every entry. Someone had stamped memory stabilized. Leanh photographed the pages and searched the federal death registry on her laptop. The names appeared at first: factory workers, political prisoners, children killed during evacuations, civilians shot near restricted zones. Then, one by one, the results disappeared. Archived newspaper articles returned blank columns. Cemetery databases lost burial entries. A scanned hospital ledger refreshed while Leanh watched, replacing a patient's name with an empty line. Not deletion. She thought, correction. At the bottom of the final logbook, a handwritten instruction directed technicians to Sound Archive B. Sabo gave her the key without being asked. The archive contained magnetic reels stored in gray metal boxes. One was labeled Continuity, Orientation, Senior Personnel. Leanh threaded it through the booth's tape machine. The speakers crackled, and a man began describing optical retention as if delivering a routine safety lecture. He explained that certain glass preserved final visual impressions under extreme neurological distress. When projected collectively, those impressions could be redistributed as harmless astronomical forms. Grief, the voice said, is not merely private suffering. Under unstable political conditions, grief becomes evidence. Leanh stopped breathing. She knew the sentence. Not from a book, not from memory, from herself. The recording hissed. A second voice entered. Younger, female, precisi. Begin personal calibration. It said. Herr Sable stood motionless below the booth window. On the tape, the woman continued. Dr. Leanh Forst, if you are hearing this, the first stage has failed again. The reel kept turning. You will be tempted to blame illness. Do not. The diagnosis was part of the cover. The tape continued to turn after the woman stopped speaking. For several seconds, only static came through the booth speakers. Beneath it, Leanh heard a second sound, a slow mechanical breathing from somewhere below the auditorium. She reached for the stop switch. The tape machine stopped. The breathing did not. Herr Sable was already moving toward the main doors. We should leave before it begins arranging them. Arranging what? He did not answer. Leanh removed the reel and placed it in her bag. She would take it to an independent laboratory. Verify the recording medium. Identify the speaker. And establish whether the voice had been edited. There were procedures for fraud. There were procedures for neurological decline. There were no procedures for a recording that knew which lie she would choose. She followed Sable through the auditorium. The emergency lights faded behind them as they entered the corridor of damaged astronomical photographs. At the outer doors, Leanh pressed the release bar. A relay clicked beneath the floor. The lobby went dark. Behind them, the projector started. No, Sable whispered. Blue light spilled from the auditorium, stretching their shadows along the corridor. Leanh pushed the doors again. They remained locked, though the mechanical release had no electrical component. A star appeared on the wall beside her. Then another. The projection passed through the auditorium entrance and spread across the lobby ceiling, covering plaster, pipes, and exit signs with a seamless night sky. A constellation formed above the locked doors. Its shape resembled a hand with one finger missing. Leanh turned toward the auditorium. What panel did it select? It no longer needs panels. The projector's hum deepened. More stars appeared. With each new cluster, a pressure moved through Lena's mind, not pain, but subtraction. She remembered standing in a railway station without knowing whom she had gone to meet. She remembered an argument in a kitchen, though the other person's voice had been removed. She remembered signing a document whose first page remained white in her thoughts. Figures gathered across the dome. They were not projected among the stars. They occupied the darkness between them. Dozens of human silhouettes stood upside down above the seats, their feet fixed to the curved ceiling. Some appeared incomplete, a woman without hands, a child whose head dissolved into static, a man with a white space where his chest should have been. As Leanh watched, more emerged. They faced the central projector. No audience was ever removed completely. Sabel said, "Something always remains near the instrument. You knew. I maintained the building. You maintained a machine that erased people. I maintained the locks." The distinction sounded practiced. Leanh opened the inventory database on her laptop. If the system operated according to a catalog, then every projection should have an associated entry. The digital index contained 4,806 panels, but hundreds of sequence numbers were missing. She filtered the gaps by date. A pattern appeared. The first missing sequence corresponded to the year she completed her doctorate. Leanh could remember the dissertation defense, but not the celebration afterward. Another matched the year she joined a classified astronomical imaging program. She remembered receiving the appointment letter, but nothing about her first 6 months. The gaps became more frequent after Matthias died. Panel numbers vanished in clusters, 6 at a time, then 12, then 30. Besides several missing entries appeared a maintenance code consisting of her initials. LV Personal. Her hands went cold. She searched the analog logs. The same code appeared beside private projections conducted after closing, always with an audience count of 1. The last entry had been recorded 11 months earlier. Subject requested repeat calibration. Retention failure expected. Personal memory removed. M. Forced. Leanh looked at Sabel. You operated this on me. You gave the instructions. I was ill. You were afraid. Above them, the figures began descending from the dome. Their shadows lengthened down the walls, touching the backs of seats like fingers seeking names. Leanh tried the door again. A new constellation ignited above it. This one formed the outline of a woman seated beneath a projector. One hand raised to shield her eyes. Around the figure were dozens of empty spaces where stars had once been. Leanh recognized the posture. It was hers. The projector clicked, and another section of her life vanished. She knew something had been taken because she felt the clean edge it left behind. Then the figures above the seats turned toward her together. One of them had Matthias's height. It raised a hand and touched the place where its face should have been. The figure with Matthias's height lowered its hand. A sound answered from beneath the auditorium. Metal, contracting in slow, hollow knocks. Leanh forced herself to look away from the dome. The projector's brass conduits disappeared through the floor beneath the central mechanism, each one warm enough to fog the dust around its mounting plate. She knelt and followed them with her eyes. They did not end at the electrical trench marked on the building plans. Instead, they curved toward the northern wall and vanished beneath the first row of seats. There is another level, she said. Herr Sabel did not deny it. The access hatch lay under a strip of carpet that had been glued down more recently than the rest. Sabel produced a square iron key from inside his coat. But when Leanh held out her hand, he closed his fingers around it. You should not see the observation chamber while the system is active. You said I had already been here. That is why you should not see it. Leanh took the key from him. The hatch opened onto a spiral stair enclosed by brass walls. Heat breathed upward from the darkness. The figures on the dome began moving again as Leanh descended, their limbs sliding along the curved ceiling in silent pursuit. Sabel followed reluctantly. The stair passed below the building's documented foundation. At each landing, names had been scratched into the brass in different alphabets. Some were careful and formal. Others had been gouged deeply enough to curl the metal outward. At the bottom, Leanh found a door marked Meridian Observation Authorized Personnel Only. Her key turned before she inserted it fully. The chamber beyond was much larger than the auditorium above. Rows of vertical optical panels stood in metal frames, forming narrow corridors that stretched beyond the reach of Lena's lamp. Each panel was composed of mismatched glass, telescope lenses, sighting plates, periscope prisms, camera elements, and thick, convex pieces whose edges had browned with age. Some were cracked, none were empty. A face occupied the first lens. It belonged to an old man staring upward, one cheek pressed against rough ground. His image was faint, visible only when Lena shifted her lamp, but his eyes remained sharp. In the panel beside him, a woman held a child against her chest while smoke folded across the reflected sky. Lena moved along the row. Thousands of final moments waited inside the glass. A railway platform lit by fire, a cellar ceiling collapsing, snow falling through the frame of a shattered roof, boots approaching across wet pavement, a surgeon's mask, a border searchlight, a patch of blue sky seen through wire. The images had no sound, yet the chamber seemed crowded with held breath. Salvaged optical material, Sable said behind her. Military depots, laboratories, ruined observatories, field hospitals. From the war, from several wars. Lena touched one panel. The glass warmed beneath her fingertips, and the reflected woman turned her eyes toward Lena. She pulled her hand away. These are not photographs. No. They are retinal impressions. Not exactly. A narrow brass channel ran from every frame toward a central apparatus beneath the ceiling. The conduits converged there, joining the projector above as roots joined a tree. The planetarium had not been built over the chamber. It had been built to conceal it. Lena advanced between the panels until the light behind her diminished. Reflections multiplied across the glass, making it seem that crowds walked beside her. Faces appeared and vanished with each step. Then she saw herself. The image rested inside a broad observation lens near the chamber's center. Lena was younger, perhaps in her early 30s, wearing a white technical coat and an identification badge. Around her stood 6 government technicians beside a dismantled projector assembly. The younger Lena was smiling. On the table before her lay one of the private constellation panels. Its etched name was Matthias Forst. Lena raised her lamp closer. The reflected technicians remained still, but her younger self slowly turned away from the table and looked directly through the glass. Her lips moved. This time, there was sound, very faintly. From inside the lens, Lena heard her own voice say, "Do not let me remember agreeing to this." The voice inside the lens repeated the sentence once, each word thinning beneath static. "Do not let me remember agreeing to this." Then the younger Lena's reflection turned away, and the image became still. Herr Sibel stood behind her. "The archive is through the eastern partition. You knew what was on that panel. I knew what you ordered me not to describe." Lena lifted the lamp. "Open it." The partition appeared to be solid brick until Sable pressed 2 recessed brass studs. A seam formed between the mortar lines. The wall swung inward, releasing air colder than the observation chamber. Metal shelving filled the room beyond. Gray document boxes rose from floor to ceiling, each marked with screening locations and audience capacities. On the nearest shelf, a red label read, "Continuity Archive Restricted Historical Operations." A film projector stood at the center beside a cabinet of reels and magnetic cartridges. Lena began with the paper files. The earliest program had been called Celestial Reconciliation. Officially, it offered astronomy lectures to communities affected by wartime destruction. The confidential reports described another purpose. Deaths created unstable concentrations of memory. When enough people remembered the same unjust death, grief produced testimony, protest, memorials, demands for names and trials. The continuity officers called this secondary damage. Planetarium screenings allowed them to disperse that memory. A victim's final visual impression was encoded through salvaged lenses, converted into a stellar pattern, and projected above selected audiences. Viewers retained the emotion surrounding the dead but lost the person. Families remembered setting extra places at tables but not for whom. Witnesses remembered fear but not what they had seen. The dead became weather inside the mind. Leanh found operations linked to border shootings, factory accidents, failed medical trials, and disappearances in state custody. After reunification, the terminology changed. Erasure became stabilization. Victims became disruptive references. Public grief became historical contamination. The program did not end. It modernized. A blue folder bore Leah's name. Inside were technical reports written in her precise academic style. She had proposed replacing painted slides with adaptive projection arrays capable of targeting specific networks of association. Her diagrams matched the conduits beneath the auditorium. Her authorization code appeared on every page. LV Continuity 7. One report carried her handwritten correction. The system must not merely conceal a person. It must remove the mental pathway by which that person can be recovered. Her stomach tightened. This is forged. Sable said nothing. The language resembles mine because someone studied my publications. You designed the indexing terms. I would remember. That assumption is why the process worked. At the bottom of the folder was a personnel photograph. Leanh stood before the projector with senior officials whose names had been blacked out. Herr Sabel stood at the edge of the frame. Younger but unmistakable. He was holding Leah's coat. You were not a custodian, she said. I became one when the program no longer needed witnesses who could speak publicly. You helped me. I helped you forget that I helped you. Leanh loaded the reel marked Modernization Review. The film opened on a government conference room. A younger Leanh sat at the head of a long table. She looked healthier than the woman in the observation lens, but colder. Her wedding ring flashed whenever she gestured. An official asked whether mass erasure could destabilize identity. It can, the recorded Leanh said, but identity is not the primary concern. Continuity is. Another voice asked how grief should be classified. Grief is historical data carried in the body. Under ordinary conditions, it is private. When shared by enough people, it becomes dangerous. The sentence from the orientation tape. On screen, she activated a projection model. White stars appeared on the wall while a list of names faded beside them. Removal must be repeated. She continued. The mind attempts reconstruction. Photographs. Habits. Scars. Domestic routines. These become roots back to the subject. Each root must be monitored. The reel jumped. The younger Leanh was now alone, speaking toward the camera. If personal calibration becomes necessary, authorization is granted under my code. She held up a constellation panel. The etched name was hidden by her hand. Then she moved her fingers. Matthias Forst. Leanh stepped toward the screen. Her recorded self looked into the camera and said, "Begin with my husband. If I refuse, proceed anyway." Behind Leanh, every locked cabinet in the continuity archive opened at once. Every cabinet in the continuity archive opened at once. The sound rolled through the room like a line of rifles being prepared. Inside the cabinets were not files, but reels, hundreds of them. Each metal case bore a date, a projection code, and Lena's initials. Some labels had been crossed out and rewritten several times. Others carried the word personal in red pencil. The film projector restarted without her touching it. On the screen, the recorded Lena lowered the panel bearing Matthias's name. The image changed. Matthias sat alone in the Planetarium auditorium. 6 years younger than Lena remembered him at his death. He wore his blue scarf indoors. A folder rested on his knees. "I found your reports," he said to someone behind the camera. "Not the public versions." The recorded Lena entered the frame. She looked exhausted, but not confused. Her hair was tied back, and a small cut marked the inside of her thumb. "You should not have come here," she said. "You told me the annex was empty. I was trying to protect you by erasing other people." She sat beside him. "By preventing what happens when a population remembers too much at once." Matthias laughed once, without humor. "You mean when they demand accountability? The first systems were crude. I changed that. You expanded it. I made it selective. You made forgetting efficient." The projector light trembled. Matthias opened the folder. Photographs spilled across his knees, graves without names, hospital wards, bodies beneath border floodlights, rows of children staring upward beneath artificial stars. "I am taking this outside," he said. Lena's recorded face hardened, then softened for a moment. The woman on screen looked exactly like the widow Lena believed herself to be. "You will not survive that," she whispered. Neither did they. The film jumped forward. Matthias now sat beneath the dome while technicians secured a constellation panel in the projector. He was awake, struggling against 2 men who held his shoulders. Lena stood at the controls. "This was not authorized," one technician said. "It is now. You said the system removes associations with the dead." "He knows the archive. Treat the knowledge as posthumous contamination." Matthias stared at her. "I am still alive." Lena pressed the activation switch. The dome filled with stars. The image distorted. Matthias's body remained in the chair. But the technicians began looking past him as though the seat were empty. One released his shoulder. The other stepped back, confused. Matthias called Lena's name. She did not answer. On screen, her eyes moved across the auditorium, searching for the source of a voice she no longer recognized. The panel had erased him too early, not after death, before it. The projection continued until Matthias's outline thinned, broke into white points, and disappeared from the film. Lena recoiled from the screen. "No." Herr Sabel's voice came quietly behind her. "His body died 3 days later. No hospital could establish who had brought him in. By then, no one remembered whom they were treating." The recording continued. The younger Lena stood alone in the booth, weeping over a photograph whose subject she could no longer identify. "I did this," she said. A technician asked whether the program should be suspended. "No. Remove this session from me. Personal calibration may cause permanent cognitive loss. Then repeat it until I stop looking." The reel accelerated through years of private screenings. Lena entering the annex. Lena holding Matthias's photograph. Lena demanding to know why his face felt wrong. Lena signing another authorization. Each time, she appeared older. Each time, the technicians became fewer. Eventually, only Sabel remained. The neurologists had not mistaken the damage. They had only mistaken its cause. Her memory was not decaying naturally. It had been cut away in layers. Every reconstruction treated as another breach requiring correction. The projector stopped. Silence filled the archive. Then the lenses stored beneath the chamber walls began to glow. Faces appeared in every reflective surface. Thousands of men, women, and children converted into harmless points of light. The shadow figures gathered at the archive entrance. No longer crawling. No longer hiding. They were waiting. Lena understood why they had allowed her to return. They did not want revenge. Revenge would leave the system intact. They wanted their names restored to the living. On the final open cabinet lay a black panel larger than all the others. No constellation had been etched into it. Instead, its surface contained thousands of blank spaces arranged like an unfinished sky. Beside it rested a note in Lena's handwriting. The archive can be reversed only by the person who completed it. Below that was a second line. Restoration will return everything at once. The figures entered the room. One stopped before Lena. It had Matthias's height, Matthias's scar, and at last, Matthias's face. He did not speak. He simply placed one transparent hand over the black panel and waited for her to remember every name she had turned into a star. The transparent hand on the black panel felt colder than glass. Lena looked into Matthias's face and understood that remembering him was not the same as being forgiven. The figures behind him filled the continuity archive. Thousands of faces shimmered inside them, overlapping whenever the projector light changed. Some watched Lena with grief, others with the patience of people who had waited so long that anger had become exhaustion. Isabel stood beside the eastern partition. "If you reverse it," he said, "the archive will not return memories gently." Nothing was taken gently. Governments will fall. Families will learn whom they abandoned. Doctors will remember patients they declared non-existent. Children will remember siblings no record acknowledges. Lena lifted the black panel. It was heavier than its thickness allowed. Within its surface, blank spaces moved around her, reflection like an incomplete constellation, searching for a shape. "What happens to Berlin?" Sabo looked toward the ceiling. "Berlin remembers." They carried the panel up the brass stair. The auditorium had changed. Every seat was occupied by a shadow figure. They sat upright beneath the dome, hands folded or resting at their sides, as though waiting for a lecture delayed by decades. Matthias walked among them without sound. Lena approached the central projector. A control compartment opened when she placed her palm against the housing. Inside were 3 switches, an analog microphone, and a brass socket shaped for the black panel. Labels beneath the switches read Local, Chivik, and Continuity Network. The final switch was already raised. Sable stared at it. "You connected the annex to emergency transmitters, television relays, observatory feeds, and public address systems. I wanted the erasures to reach everyone. You built no separate reversal circuit. Then the same network will carry the names back." He caught her wrist. "Once it begins, you may remember everything you removed from yourself. That is the point. You do not know what you were protecting yourself from." Lena looked at Matthias. "Yes, I do." She inserted the panel. The projector woke with a sound like a vast intake of breath. Private constellation drawers opened throughout the building. Glass panels lifted from them, one after another, rising into the auditorium as if carried by invisible hands. They circled the Zeiss projector in widening rings. Ruth Levin, Jakob Eber, Marta Weiss, Samira Demir, and thousands more. Leanh raised the civic switch. The lights of Berlin went out. Through the entrance, she saw apartment windows darken across the surrounding blocks. Traffic signals died. Advertisements vanished. For several seconds, the city became a black surface waiting beneath the clouds. Then every screen came alive with stars. Televisions, telephones, railway displays, hospital monitors, security panels, and billboards showed the same artificial sky. The Planetarium microphone activated. Leanh opened the first archive ledger. She spoke a name, Ruth Leanh. One star fell from the dome. Across the city, people began screaming, not from fear, from recognition. Leanh continued. With each name, memories returned like injuries reopening. Men stopped in streets and remembered neighbors taken at night. Elderly women collapsed beneath photographs of children they had believed were strangers. Retired officials remembered signatures, sealed rooms, and orders given in careful language. Aylin's voice came through Lena's phone, breaking apart with sobs. "Samira," she said. "Leanh. I left her alone at the hospital." The network carried the confession across Berlin. Leanh read faster. The shadow audience brightened as names passed through them, their bodies filled with faces, clothing, scars, and color. Some rose from the seats and disappeared through the dome. Others remained, listening for names not yet spoken. Outside, the clouds turned white. The real sky was filling with faces. They stretched from horizon to horizon, luminous and enormous. Each one formed from clusters of stars no astronomer had named. Berliners poured into streets and stared upward as the forgotten dead looked down upon them. The dome began to split along its meridian. Plaster cracked. Metal ribs unfolded like the petals of a mechanical flower. Beyond them was not the clouded night above Berlin, but a depth crowded with lights, faces, and dark regions shaped like missing worlds. Sable fell to his knees. "That is not the sky," he whispered. The black panel vibrated inside the projector. A final section opened in the ledger. It contained only one name. Leanh read it silently. Earth. Above the widening dome. Something immense turned its attention toward the planetarium. The name waited on the final line. Earth? Leanh did not speak it. Above the open dome, the immense presence turned slowly through the false darkness. It had no body she could understand. Its outline existed only where stars disappeared around it. A moving absence larger than the sky Berlin had believed was real. The projector began pulling at the black panel. Hairline cracks spread across its surface. In each fracture, Leanh saw a different night. Bombed streets, hospital windows, border towers, kitchens where families had continued setting places for people they could no longer name. Matthias stood beside her. His face was complete now. Brown hair silvering at the temples. One eyebrow slightly higher. The scar beneath the left side of his mouth. The inward turn of his front tooth. The expression he had worn whenever he knew she was lying but still hoped she might stop. Memory returned without mercy. His hand reaching for hers in the projection booth. His voice telling her that protection without consent was another form of violence. The empty hospital room where she had arrived 3 days too late and failed to recognize his body. Every private calibration afterward, every time she had discovered the truth, wept, signed the order, and surrendered it again. "I remembered loving you," she whispered. Matthias looked toward the machine. It was not absolution. It was instruction. Leanh turned the final page of the ledger. Beneath the name Earth was a handwritten warning in her own script. A catalog cannot contain the observer without altering the observed. She understood then what the first continuity officers had found in the salvaged lenses. The panels had never transformed the dead into stars. They had removed people from human memory and stored the missing relationships outside it. The artificial constellations were not memorials. They were coordinates. For decades, every erased life had marked Earth more clearly to something beyond the visible universe. Restoring the names had completed the map. The presence above Berlin had found them. Leanh lowered the civic switch. But the broadcast continued, across the city. Names poured from radios in voices belonging to the people who had forgotten them. Public screens showed faces instead of advertisements. Church bells rang for congregants absent from every parish record. Then the transmissions spread beyond Germany. Observatories in Chile reported that Earth no longer appeared in historical star charts. Lunar tracking stations lost the planet from orbital models while their instruments remained firmly on its surface. Space agencies opened mission archives and found trajectories circling a blank coordinate. The world still existed. It had simply ceased to be astronomically recorded. The dome peeled farther apart. Wind entered the auditorium carrying no rain. Only a dry cold that smelled of dust between stars. Herr Sabel gripped the back of a seat. "Can you close it?" Leanh looked at the black panel splitting inside the projector. "No." "What can you do?" "Remove the final coordinate." She placed both hands on the panel. The glass showed her life in fragments, childhood skies, academic ceremonies. Matthias laughing beside the hovel. Government rooms. Nameless faces. Signatures. The system required an observer to anchor each removal, to erase Earth from the map it had created. It needed someone to become the missing reference in its place. Sabel understood before she spoke. There may be another way. That is what I always told myself. Leanh entered her authorization code and said her own name into the microphone. The shadow audience rose. Matthias touched her cheek. For 1 second. She remembered the precise warmth of his hand. Then Leanh Vorst disappeared from the auditorium. By morning, Berlin remembered its dead. Memorials filled with newly restored names. Families discovered extra rooms in their grief. Government ministries denied programs whose officials could now remember administering them. Aylin Demir sat beside Samira's grave until sunset, speaking aloud every memory that had returned. No one remembered who had opened the archive. The planetarium stood empty beneath a repaired dome. Herr Sabel's reports described equipment failure, mass psychological distress, and an unidentified woman seen near the projector. Weeks later, astronomers reconstructed one surviving paper chart from photographs stored outside digital networks. Earth had returned to its proper place. Beside it was a new white point absent from every earlier edition, under magnification. The point resembled a woman looking upward. A handwritten label appeared beneath it in ink that remained warm to the touch. Leanh Vorst. Some institutions do not erase history by destroying evidence. They erase it by teaching people how to live comfortably around an absence. Leanh believed forgetting could contain grief, protect the living, and preserve order. Instead, every stolen memory became a coordinate leading the horror home. Perhaps remembrance is dangerous. It can ruin reputations, families, governments, and the stories people tell about themselves. But forgetting is not neutral. Someone always benefits from the silence, and someone else is forced to disappear inside it. If remembering the dead destroyed the life you had built, would you still choose to look up? Story 2. The first ash fell on a Tuesday that had been too warm for October. Evan Shaw noticed it while wheeling Mrs. Dombrowski through the service corridor toward the municipal crematory. A gray fleck landed on the clear plastic covering her face, soft as flour, and stayed there despite the draft from the loading bay. He stopped the gurney beneath the buzzing fluorescent light and looked up. The ceiling was intact. No insulation. No leaking vent. Another fleck drifted down and settled on his sleeve. Evan rubbed it between thumb and forefinger. It was finer than fireplace ash, almost greasy, and it left a pale crescent in the whorl of his skin. The crematory doors were still shut. The retort had not been fired since dawn. Old building, he said, because the dead required explanations, even when no one else was listening. He pushed on. The Lakeview Municipal Funeral Annex sat behind a row of warehouses on Cleveland's east side. A low brick structure whose windows had been painted over during the winter of a fuel shortage no one remembered clearly. The city sent there the bodies that had nowhere else to go. People found under bridges, in abandoned apartments, in nursing homes after their relatives stopped answering calls. They arrived with temporary names, numbered property bags, and forms stamped unclaimed in red ink. Evan had worked there for 6 years, long enough to understand that a body without a family became paperwork before it became ash. Mrs. Dombrowski was not truly unclaimed. A niece in Parma had promised to come, then postponed twice, then stopped returning messages. Her property bag contained a wool coat, $13, a buzz pass, and a thin gold wedding band taped to the inventory sheet. Evan knew because he had checked. He parked the gurney in the holding room and waited until the outer door swung closed. The room smelled of disinfectant, cold metal, and the faint mineral odor that clung to people after death. On the wall, the analog thermometer trembled just above 50 degrees, though warmth pressed from the floor in slow waves. The building had always done that. Cold at shoulder height, warm around the ankles. He told himself it came from the underground pipes. Evan unlocked the property cabinet, removed Mrs. Dombrowski's bag, and set it on the stainless steel counter. He did not think of what he was doing as theft. Theft required an owner. The ring would be placed in storage, forgotten, then auctioned in a lot with watches, dentures, and eyeglass frames. No one would wear it again. He peeled back the tape. The band was warmer than his hand. That made him pause. He lifted it to the light. The gold was scratched almost white along the edges. Inside, an engraving had been worn down to 3 readable letters. Alb. For a moment he imagined the niece calling that afternoon, apologizing, asking whether her aunt had still been wearing the ring. He imagined saying no. He had become good at saying no with sympathy. His phone vibrated in his pocket. The message showed only an amount and a deadline, $4,000 by Friday. Evan closed his fist around the ring. The warmth tightened against his palm like a pulse. From the crematory room came a soft metallic knock. He froze. The retort was empty. He had cleaned it himself after the morning cycle. Still, the sound came again. 3 measured taps from inside the steel chamber. Evan returned the property bag to the cabinet without resealing it. He slipped the ring into the small coin pocket of his trousers and walked toward the crematory. The room beyond was darker than it should have been. One fluorescent tube had gone out, leaving the retort door in alternating bands of white light and shadow. A dusting of gray lay across the floor, not scattered, arranged. Evan stepped closer. The ash had gathered itself into straight lines, 4 tiny walls, a peaked roof, a chimney no thicker than a matchstick. A miniature house sat beneath the loading tray, delicate enough that his breath should have destroyed it. Behind one pinprick window, something red began to glow. Evan crouched despite the ache in his knees. Inside the ash house, a woman sat at a table with both hands folded before her. Mrs. Dombrowski lifted her face toward him, and through the glassless red window, she silently mouthed a name Evan had never seen on any form. Mrs. Dombrowski's lips moved once more behind the red window. Evan leaned closer, but the tiny room had already begun to darken. The woman's outline thinned into the gray walls. A moment later, the house collapsed inward without sound, becoming an ordinary mound of ash beneath the retort tray. He stood too quickly and struck his shoulder against the steel door. Nothing remained except the ash and the heat of the stolen ring against his thigh. By the time the evening attendant arrived, Evan had swept the floor twice. He told himself the shape had been accidental. The mind found houses in random lines for the same reason it found faces in water stains. Mrs. Dombrowski had been on the gurney behind him. He had looked at her too long. Fatigue had done the rest. He did not mention the red light. At home, Evan emptied his pockets onto the kitchen table. Keys, lighter, 2 betting slips, $36, and the ring. His apartment overlooked the elevated tracks near Buckeye Road. Every few minutes, a train passed close enough to tremble the spoons in the drawer. He liked the noise. Silence gave unpaid numbers room to speak. The betting slips were for hockey and college football. Wagers he had placed after promising himself he was finished. The $4,000 was owed to a man named Rusk, who had begun calling from different numbers and never raised his voice. Evan had borrowed to recover a loss, then borrowed again to recover the recovery. He kept the valuables in a coffee tin above the refrigerator. There were 2 rings, a silver St. Christopher medal, a woman's bracelet with 1 broken clasp, 3 gold teeth wrapped in tissue, and a watch that still gained 7 minutes a day. None of them had come from bodies with family present. That was the distinction Evan maintained. Claimed people belonged to stories. Unclaimed people belonged to storage. He added Mrs. Dombrowski's ring to the tin, then removed it again. The metal had grown so hot that a red circle marked the table. Inside the band, the letters seemed clearer than before. Aib. His father's name had been Albert. Evan laughed once, softly, though nothing was funny. Albert Shaw had walked out when Evan was 16. 3 weeks after the police found a stolen car burning behind a machine shop in Euclid. Evan remembered his father standing in the kitchen that night, rain darkening his coat, asking him the same question again and again. Were you alone? Evan had said yes. It had been the only useful lie he had ever told his father. 2 days later, Albert disappeared. No note, no call. Evan's mother waited 6 months before throwing away his work boots. She died, still insisting he would come home. Evan had learned not to wait for people who chose absence. The next morning, he returned to the annex before sunrise. Frost silvered the loading dock, but the hallway floors radiated their familiar buried warmth. As he passed the property room, the ring heated inside his pocket. He stopped. Beyond the locked door stood the steel cabinet for unidentified remains, 8 temporary urns, all labeled with case numbers instead of names. The ring burned hotter. Evan stepped away, and it cooled. He approached again. Heat pressed through the fabric hard enough to make him wince. From somewhere behind the wall came a low vibration. The building's heating pipes ran above the cabinet. painted the same institutional beige as everything else. They often clicked when the boilers changed pressure. This sound was not a click. It resembled a breath being pushed through a closed mouth. Then came a whisper. Alb. Evan held still. The pipes ticked as they cooled. He unlocked the property room and entered. Dust hung in the fluorescent light. On the second shelf, the 8 urns stood shoulder to shoulder. Plain black containers with white municipal labels. The whisper came again, traveling through the pipe directly above them. Alb. Evan took the ring from his pocket. It was almost too hot to hold. At the back of the cabinet, behind the numbered urns, lay an old intake envelope discolored by heat. He pulled it free and found that the printed name had been blacked out with marker. Only 3 letters remained visible beneath the ink. Alb. Then, from inside one of the urns, a man knocked 3 times. The third knock was softer than the first 2. Evan stared at the black urns, waiting for it to repeat. Nothing moved. The fluorescent tube hummed, and hot water traveled through the pipes with the steady rush of distant traffic. He reached for the urn nearest the old envelope. The label read Case 14-771. Male. Approximate age 50 to 60. Before his fingers touched it, the ring flared in his other hand. Alb. The pipe whispered. Evan dropped the band. It spun beneath the cabinet. At the same moment, every urn gave a small internal shudder, as though something dry had shifted inside them. He left without retrieving it. For the rest of the morning, he moved through his work with the careful speed of someone pretending not to flee. He checked identification tags twice, signed the cremation logs in block letters, and avoided the property corridor, even when his supervisor, Lorna Keene, asked for the pending files. "You look pale," she said. "Didn't sleep. Try owing less money." She meant it as a joke. Evan looked at her too sharply, and she turned back to her desk. Outside, ash had begun to fall. It descended through a clear blue sky in lazy gray threads, catching in gutters and on windshields. The office radio mentioned cold air over Lake Erie, but no fire, no industrial accident, no smoke plume. Drivers stopped in the street to hold out their hands. By noon, the annex steps had turned the color of old bone. The first cremation belonged to an unidentified man recovered from a vacant house near Kinsman Road. His file contained a height, estimated age, and a note about a healed fracture in the left wrist. No name, no next of kin. Evan loaded the container into the retort and closed the door. When the cycle ended, he waited longer than usual before opening it. The chamber breathed out heat and pale dust. At first, he saw only bone fragments. Then, the ash began drawing inward. Walls lifted from the tray no higher than his thumb. A porch emerged, followed by a narrow roof sagging above 2 front windows. Even the gutters appeared, delicately clogged with gray leaves. It was the house from the recovery address. Evan knew because he had seen the intake photograph. Boarded windows, split porch rail, faded blue door. Here, the windows were whole. Red lights shone behind them. He should have called Lorna. Instead, he removed his glove. The moment his bare finger touched the roof, the crematory vanished. He stood inside a small living room papered in yellow flowers. A television without a picture whispered static. The unidentified man sat in an armchair beside a cold radiator, thinner than the body Evan had loaded into the machine. His left wrist rested at an unnatural angle. The man looked toward him. Leonard Voss. he said. The room tightened around the name. Evan smelled boiled cabbage and damp plaster. A memory entered him. A woman laughing as she painted the front door blue. A boy refusing to answer the telephone. Winter, cold gathering beneath a blanket shared by two people who had stopped speaking. Then the crematory slammed back into place. Evan jerked his hand away. The ash house trembled but remained standing. He searched the municipal database. There was no Leonard Voss attached to the case. He entered the address instead. A record appeared, then disappeared before he could open it. Evan wrote the name by hand across the temporary label. The red windows went dark. During the next cremation, another house formed a brick duplex with a laundry line between two chimneys. A woman waited in its kitchen and said, Maribel Crane. The city record listed her only as female. Unknown. The third house belonged to Curtis Bell. The fourth, to Janet Holloway. Each name vanished from the database as soon as Evan searched it. By late afternoon, 6 ash houses stood along the steel counter, their windows glowing like banked coals. Outside, the ash fell thick enough to soften the outlines of parked cars. Lorna entered and stopped in the doorway. For one hopeful second, Evan thought she could see them. She looked directly at the counter and frowned. Why is this room so hot? One of the miniature doors opened. A child's voice came from inside the house nearest Evan. Those aren't all the names, it said. Some of them are in the walls. Lorna heard only the heating system. She crossed the room, placed one palm against the wall, and listened while the child's voice repeated from the tiny house. Some of them are in the walls. Evan watched her face. Nothing changed. Air in the line, she said. Maintenance was supposed to bleed the pipes last week. The miniature door closed. Evan nodded because agreement was easier than explaining 6 houses made from human remains. By evening, the ashfall had reached the surrounding blocks. It lay along window ledges and beneath parked cars despite the absence of wind. The city blamed particulate drift from an industrial fire across the lake, though no such fire appeared on any emergency map. The first calls came before dawn. People living nearest the annex reported gray residue on their pillows and a bitter taste under their tongues. Several coughed until their sinks were freckled with ash. By mid-morning, the complaints had changed. A woman on East 93rd insisted she remembered marrying a man named Curtis in a church demolished before she was born. An elderly mechanic described the yellow wallpaper of Leonard Voss's childhood bedroom. A college student woke screaming because she could feel water closing over her face, though she had never learned to swim. The local news called it mass suggestion. Evan called it neighborhood panic. He listened to the radio while processing the day's first remains. A toxicologist suggested airborne contamination. A psychologist mentioned shared trauma. Someone blamed social media. All were preferable to the truth implied by the ash houses. Evan cremated 2 more unclaimed bodies that afternoon. Both produced houses. Both contained waiting figures who gave him names absent from the records. He did not touch them. Without contact, the red windows remained lit. By closing time, the counter resembled a small, impossible street. Evan covered it with a linen sheet. The child arrived shortly afterward. He was perhaps 9, thin beneath an oversized Cleveland Guardians jacket, with ash caught in the curls above his forehead. A woman Evan assumed was his mother held his shoulders as though afraid he might drift away. "We were told someone here might know," she said. Lorna glanced toward Evan. "Know what?" The boy coughed into his sleeve. When he lowered it, a gray smear marked the fabric. "My name is Miles," he said. but I keep remembering being someone else." His mother tightened her grip. "He woke up talking about a basement on Kinsman. We've never lived there." Evan felt the room contract around him. Lorna asked what he remembered. Miles looked past her, directly at Evan. "A blue door," he said. "A broken porch. A cold room where the radiator didn't work. Leonard Voss's house. That was on television," Evan said. "They showed abandoned houses this morning." Miles shook his head. There was a chair by the radiator. He sat there because his wrist hurt when it got cold. The healed fracture had appeared only in the restricted intake report. Evan's mouth dried. The boy continued in a flat voice that did not belong to him. He heard them outside first, 2 men looking for copper pipe. He stayed quiet because he thought they would leave. They came through the kitchen window. His mother whispered his name, but Miles did not hear. Evan remembered the body arriving under a numbered sheet. Blunt injuries to the ribs, a wound behind the ear. The medical examiner had classified the death as exposure complicated by trauma. He crawled into the hallway. Miles said he could see the front door, but the chain was on. He kept calling for Daniel. "Who is Daniel?" Lorna asked. Miles's eyes filled with tears. His son. Evan had seen no family listed. The boy stepped closer. His gaze dropped to Evan's pocket, where Mrs. Dombrowski's ring had begun to burn again. He heard the furnace before he died. Miles whispered, "That house had no furnace." Evan said. Miles looked up. "Not that furnace." From the crematory room came a sequence of knocks. One from each miniature house beneath the linen. Miles turned toward the sound. Then he repeated the final sentence Evan had heard Leonard Voss speak inside the ash room, a sentence Evan had told no one. "Write my name before they burn it twice." The knocking stopped when Evan wrote Leonard Voss's name on the cremation log. Miles collapsed against his mother as though something had released him. She carried him toward the lobby while Lorna called emergency services. But the boy twisted in her arms and looked back at Evan. "They're getting bigger," he said. By the time Evan returned to the crematory, the linen sheet no longer lay flat. It rose over the counter in uneven peaks, as though furniture had been stacked beneath it. Evan pulled one corner away. The miniature street was gone. The houses had doubled in size. Leonard Voss's porch now extended beyond the edge of the counter. Maribel Crane's brick duplex pressed against the wall, its chimney touching the heating pipe. Tiny curtains moved behind red windows, although the room held no draft. Evan reached toward them, then stopped. A crack traveled through the tiled floor. It followed the line of the counter, opened beneath the drain, and filled with fine ash. From that gray seam, another roof slowly emerged. He backed away. The building's heat rose all afternoon. Thermostats were lowered. Ventilation fans opened. And still the corridors felt close and breathless. Employees removed jackets. Metal door handles became uncomfortable to touch. In the refrigerated holding room, frost melted from the walls and gathered beneath the gurneys. Outside, the temperature continued to fall. News reports described an unexplained divide across Cleveland. Neighborhoods along the lake and in the eastern suburbs had become warm enough for residents to open windows. Snow melted from roofs that should have been frozen. Hydrangeas bloomed again in gated courtyards. Closer to the annex, furnaces failed. People slept in coats. Pipes froze. Gray condensation formed on bedroom walls. The radio played an interview with a woman from a wealthy development who laughed while describing the warmth rising through her hardwood floors. "It feels," she said, "like the house is alive beneath us." Evan switched it off. Near sunset, the first ash house reached the floor. It had grown around the steel counterlegs, enclosing them within a foundation of compacted gray. Its front door was now large enough for Evan to insert 2 fingers. Behind the windows, Leonard Voss sat in his armchair, staring toward a place Evan could not see. The other houses expanded with him. They crowded the crematory, then entered the service corridor in crooked rows. Chimneys scraped the walls. Ash porches covered electrical outlets. Streets no wider than Evan's shoes formed between them, carrying the smell of old kitchens, wet coats, furniture polish, and rooms sealed after death. Lorna stood at the corridor entrance. "What did you put in here?" Evan looked at her. "You can see them now?" She stared at the nearest structure. "I see ash." To her, the houses were only heaps. A roof rose behind her and blocked the exit to the lobby. Lorna cursed, pushed through it, and emerged covered in dust, leaving a hole that slowly closed. Evan tried the loading bay. 3 houses had grown across the doorway. He tried the staff entrance. A narrow apartment building stood against it, red lights glowing on every floor. The annex had become a city made from what it had burned. Evan moved deeper into the corridor because there was nowhere else to go. Each house seemed familiar without belonging to him. A ranch home with plastic flowers in the window. A narrow row house with a child's bicycle beside the steps. A basement apartment whose ceiling bore the shadow of feet. Then he saw the white siding. He stopped between 2 ash chimneys. The house stood at the end of the property corridor, nearly waist-high and still growing. Its porch leaned slightly to the left. A cracked concrete bird bath sat beneath the front window. The upstairs curtains were patterned with faded green leaves. Evan knew every defect. It was the house on Larchmere where he had lived until he was 18. The ring began burning in his pocket. He knelt before the upstairs window. Red light filled his childhood bedroom. His old baseball pennant hung over the bed. The closet door stood partly open, just as he had always left it because the hinges squealed at night. A man sat on the edge of the mattress. His shoulders were broad beneath a rain-darkened work coat. His head remained bowed. But Evan recognized the hands resting between his knees, the split thumbnail. The grease darkened permanently around the knuckles. "Dad," Evan whispered. Albert Shaw raised his face. Behind him, on the bedroom wall, someone had written a single sentence in ash. "I said you were not alone." Albert's face remained behind the red window, but his mouth did not move. The sentence on the wall seemed to darken as Evan read it again. "I said you were not alone." A metallic groan rolled through the annex. The ash houses shifted against one another, roofs grinding along the walls. Somewhere near the loading bay, Lorna shouted his name, but the sound reached him thinly, as though carried through several closed rooms. Evan backed away from the house. The floor beneath the property corridor had begun to pulse with heat. He followed it toward the crematory, stepping over ash porches and through narrow gaps where rooms had grown together. The retorts stood at the far end like black mouths surrounded by a miniature neighborhood. Between them, a section of tiled wall had split open. Behind it was a steel door Evan had never seen. No handle, no room number, only a municipal seal stamped beneath layers of beige paint. The ring in his pocket burned against his leg. Evan struck the door with the heel of his hand. It did not move. Then 3 knocks answered from the other side. He found a recessed latch beneath the lowest retort, hidden behind a panel crusted with soot. When he pulled it, the steel door opened inward. Hot air rose from a stairwell. The steps descended beneath the cremation chamber, narrower than the building's plans allowed. Pipes crowded the ceiling, wrapped in yellowed insulation. Some were marked water or steam. Others bore no labels, only brass arrows pointing east. Evan entered and pulled the door nearly closed behind him. The ash houses stopped growing at the threshold. Below, the air smelled of hot metal and wet limestone. Electric lamps glowed at intervals along the passage. They were old, caged bulbs, yet none appeared connected to wiring. The corridor ended in a machinery room. 3 cylindrical heat exchangers occupied the center, their surfaces trembling with internal pressure. Thick pipes entered from the ceiling directly beneath the retorts. On the opposite side, polished conduits disappeared into the foundation wall. A control panel displayed district names: Shaker Heights, Brightnell, Hunting Valley, Gates Mills. Beside each name, a green light indicated active transfer. Evan stared at the gauges. The needles rose whenever one of the retorts above shifted into a hotter phase. A printed diagram beside the panel showed energy passing from the cremation chambers into a municipal distribution network. The system was titled the Municipal Exchange. Underneath, in smaller type, were the words, "Recovery from non-claimed biological material." Evan felt the room tilt. He opened a metal cabinet beside the controls. Inside were maps of Cleveland's underground heating lines. Whole streets had been removed beneath strips of correction tape. The affluent districts appeared as blank zones on public versions, but on the originals. Red pipes ran directly toward them from the annex. There were dates beside each expansion. Some went back more than 40 years. A second cabinet contained files, hundreds of them. Each folder held an intake photograph, personal effects list, and identification report. Names had been crossed out in black marker. Dental matches had been rejected without explanation. Fingerprint confirmations bore stamps reading insufficient for claim. Evan pulled one file at random. Maribel Crane. The name had been verified 3 months before her cremation. A daughter in Akron had called twice. Both calls were recorded, then marked misdirected. Another file belonged to Leonard Voss. His son's address was listed clearly beneath the black ink. They had known who he was. They had burned him under a number anyway. Evan kept searching. In a drawer marked retention exceptions, he found photographs of jewelry, watches, lockets, and rings. Items he had assumed no one would claim. Beside each photograph was an estimated heat value for the corresponding body. The dead had not been forgotten by accident. Forgetting was part of the process. A sharp hiss came from the main exchanger. One of the pressure gauges climbed into the red. Through the pipe above him came a chorus of voices speaking names, dozens at first, then hundreds, overlapping until the room sounded crowded with people trying to introduce themselves before a door closed. Evan covered his ears. The voices continued through the metal beneath his hands. Then one rose above the others. It was Albert's voice. "Not that drawer," it said. "The one below it." Evan looked down. Beneath retention exceptions was a narrow compartment secured by a corroded lock. He broke it with a wrench from the wall. Inside lay a single burned envelope. His home address was written across the front in his mother's handwriting, and beneath it is stamped in municipal head were the words, "Family not to be notified." Evan recognized his mother's handwriting before he touched the envelope. The letters leaned forward as though each word were hurrying toward him. His name was absent from the front. Only the address of the Larchmere house and the municipal stamp ordering silence. Inside were 3 photographs, a property inventory, and a folded confession darkened by heat. The first photograph showed Albert Shaw against a tiled intake wall. His hair had gone mostly gray. His face was thinner, but the set of his mouth was unchanged. The same stubborn line he wore whenever he had decided pain was private. A numbered board hung from his neck. Unknown male. Estimated age 57. The date was 6 years earlier. Evan had been working upstairs that week. His knees struck the concrete. He searched his memory for the body. A man recovered from a rail embankment. Exposure. Internal bleeding. No identification. Evan remembered a damaged left hand and a scar near the chin. He remembered joking that the man looked too angry to be dead. He had loaded his own father into the retort. The inventory listed a wallet without identification, a work glove, a brass key, and a photograph of a teenage boy beside a burned-out car. Evan unfolded the confession. It was written in Albert's blocky hand. I was present when the vehicle was taken. I struck the security guard when he tried to stop us. My son was not involved. The room narrowed around Evan. He had been 16 when he and 2 older boys stole the car from a repair lot. The guard had caught Evan climbing through the window. Evan struck him with a tire iron. Then again, after the man fell, he had told Albert he had only watched. Albert had asked whether Evan was alone. Evan had said yes. The confession continued. He does not understand what one decision can become. I am asking that the charge remain with me. He still has time to be someone else. Evan stopped reading. The machinery throbbed with transferred heat. Above, the ash houses scraped through the annex like furniture dragged across distant rooms. A second document recorded Albert's arrest under a false name. He had pleaded guilty, served 11 years, and disappeared into temporary labor after release. When he died, fingerprints matched the old case. A red note was attached to the report. Known relative employed at facility. Notification may interrupt exchange eligibility. Below it, an administrator had authorized Albert's conversion from identified decedent to unclaimed biological material. Heat allocation, residential priority district. The surrounding files showed the same pattern. Relatives were marked unreachable before anyone called. Letters were returned without being mailed. Confirmed identities were replaced with numbers whenever winter quotas demanded it. The wealthy districts were not receiving excess energy. They depended on people remaining unclaimed. A ledger listed names, transfer dates, and projected household coverage. Beside Albert's entry were 4 Hunting Valley addresses and the number of winter nights his body had warmed them. 31. Evan vomited between the pipes. When the retching stopped, paper slid behind him. Albert's intake photograph had fallen face up. The man in it was no longer looking at the camera. His eyes had turned toward Evan. You stole from them, Albert said through the heating pipe. Evan shook his head. I didn't know. You knew they had no one. That isn't the same. The exchanger groaned. The green district lights brightened. Albert's voice remained calm. It was the same to you. Evan saw the coffee tin in his mind. Rings, teeth, medals, watches, pieces of lives he had declared ownerless because no one stood nearby to object. The stolen ring burned through his pocket. He pulled it out and finally saw that the engraving continued beneath the grime. Albert. Forever, M. His mother's initial. A siren began in the passage. A message appeared on the control panel. Identity recovery detected. Preserve transfer. Seal archive. Steel shutters descended over the cabinets. Evan reached into Albert's effects bag before they closed. His fingers found the brass key and the photograph of himself at 16. On the back, Albert had written, If they erase my name, tell him I stayed. The final shutter slammed down. Then every pipe in the room spoke at once, and each voice said Evan's name. Evan's name traveled through the pipes in hundreds of different voices. Some pronounced it carefully. Others spat it. A few sounded like children who had only just learned to speak. The machinery room filled with the pressure of being recognized by people whom he had helped erase. He covered his ears, but the sound continued inside his teeth. Then the brass key in his fist turned warm. Across the control panel, the district lights went dark one by one. The exchangers slowed. Without their vibration, Evan heard something else beneath the floor. Doors opening. He looked toward the stairwell. Ash had begun pouring under the sealed utility door. It flowed down the steps in narrow streams, gathering around his shoes without rising above the soles. Within it appeared tiny foundations, then walls, then rows of red windows. The houses had followed him below. Evan backed against the archive shutters. "What do you want?" The nearest house opened. It was Leonard Voss's living room, now large enough for Evan to see the dust along the television screen. Leonard stood beside his chair. He did not reach through the doorway. He only waited. "Leonard Voss," Evan said. The house exhaled. Its red window dimmed to amber, and a warmth passed through the room that did not feel stolen. It felt like sunlight remaining in fabric after someone stood up. Another door opened. Maribel Crane. Then another. Curtis Bell. Janet Holloway. With each name, a house settled. The walls became still. The figures inside turned away from Evan as though they had finally heard someone arrive home. They were not trying to enter the world of the living. They were waiting for the living to acknowledge that they had belonged to it. The child's voice returned from somewhere among the roofs. "Names need a mouth." Evan understood then why touching the houses had filled him with rooms. Marriages, injuries, and last breaths. The dead could not restore themselves to records controlled by the same city that had deleted them. They needed witnesses whose memories could not be stamped, blacked out, or redirected. The ashfall was not an invasion. It was testimony. At the far end of the growing street stood the Larchmere house. Its upstairs window burned a deeper red than the others. Evan crossed toward it, carrying Albert's photograph. His father remained seated on the childhood bed. "I thought you left us," Evan said. Albert looked toward the closet, where the old baseball bat leaned beside Evan's school shoes. "I left before they could take you." Images opened around Evan without his touching the roof. Albert washing blood from the tire iron in the basement sink. Albert visiting the injured guard in the hospital and learning the man might never walk normally again. Albert giving the police a false account because Evan's fingerprints were already on the car. Albert accepting prison while Evan's mother cursed his name. Then came the years after release, construction sites, shelters, day labor, letters written and never mailed. Albert, watching Evan from across the street outside the annex, ashamed to return with nothing except the truth. The final memory showed Albert lying beside the rail embankment after a fall from a freight car. In his pocket was Evan's work address. He had been trying to come to him. The municipal intake clerk found the address, saw the connection to the crematory, and placed Albert in the exchange queue. Evan opened his eyes. "I let you carry it," he whispered. Albert's expression did not soften. "You let everyone carry something." Evan saw the coffee tin again. But now each object pulled a life behind it. The St. Christopher medal belonged to a woman who drove through 3 states to see a dying sister. The broken bracelet had been repaired twice by a husband with shaking hands. The gold teeth had come from a man whose daughter still kept his photograph on her refrigerator. Evan had not merely stolen metal. He had taken the last proof that someone had been known. "I can put them back," he said. "No," Albert replied. "You can name who they belong to." Above them, steel doors slammed throughout the annex. A recorded municipal voice entered the pipes. "Identity breach confirmed. Initiating total containment." The red windows flared. Every ash house opened its door at once. Inside each room, a dead person turned toward Evan and waited for him to begin. The dead waited inside their houses while the municipal warning repeated through the pipes. "Identity breach confirmed. Initiating total containment." Evan looked from the open doors to Albert's red window. There were too many names for one man to speak before the building was sealed. Hundreds of urns remained above him, each marked with a number meant to outlive the person inside. The brass key in his hand had begun to vibrate. He fitted it into the emergency release beneath the control panel. The lock turned. Every archive shutter rose at once. Files spilled from the cabinets. Photographs, dental reports, letters, and rejected claims covered the floor. The machinery groaned as though the building had taken a breath too large to hold. Evan gathered the first stack of identification records against his chest and ran upstairs. The ash houses parted for him. They had grown nearly to the ceiling now, their roofs intersecting the fluorescent lights. He moved between kitchens, porches, and bedrooms built from cremated bone. Through every window, someone watched him carry their names. Lorna stood near the lobby doors with two city officials in dark overcoats. One held a fire department radio. The other wore the silver lapel pin of the Department of Public Utilities. "What did you open?" Lorna demanded. Evan dropped the files on the reception desk. "The exchange." The official with the pin went still. "That area is restricted." "You knew." "I know you have contaminated remains throughout a municipal facility." They were identified. The official glanced toward the ash-blocked corridors, seeing only drifts where Evan saw houses. "Step away from the records." Evan removed his phone and photographed the files. Names crossed out. Families marked unreachable. Heat allocations tied to affluent addresses. His hands shook so badly that several images blurred. The official advanced. "Whatever you think you found. Possession of those documents is a felony. So is what I did." Evan said it loudly enough for Lorna to hear. He told them about the jewelry, the rings, the teeth, the watches. He told them about the stolen car, the injured guard, and Albert's false confession. Each admission felt less like relief than amputation. The official's expression changed. "You understand that statement will be recorded?" "Yes." "And prosecuted?" "Yes." Behind Evan, hundreds of ash doors remained open. He picked up the files. "But first, they get their names back." He entered the storage wing. The urn room held 6 steel shelves from floor to ceiling. Some containers had been there for decades, their labels bleached by heat. Others carried fresh barcodes. Across many, black marker covered the faint remains of handwriting. Evan began with the surviving records. Maribel Crane. He replaced her numbered label with her name and opened the urn. Ash lifted from it in a narrow spiral, moved through the ventilation grill, and disappeared into the building. Leonard Voss. Another urn opened. Curtis Bell. Janet Holloway. The officials reached the doorway as the shelves began knocking. Not randomly, one urn after another, from the oldest to the newest. 3 knocks each. The utility officer seized Evan's arm. Evan struck him with Albert's brass key, not hard enough to injure him. only enough to break free. Emergency shutters began descending over the windows. Outside, engines approached through the ashfall. Evan worked faster. When labels were unreadable, he matched photographs to files. When records were incomplete, he spoke whatever remained. A surname, an initial, a childhood address, a daughter's unanswered telephone number. Names need a mouth. The room filled with voices correcting him. Eleanor Price. Not Ellen. Raymond Cortez. My middle name was Luis. Abigail Monroe. My sister called me Abby. Lorna joined him without explanation. She tore away numbered labels and read names from the files while Evan opened the urns. The city official shouted that they were destroying evidence. No, Lorna said. We're releasing it. The final shelf contained the unidentified. Evan pulled Albert's urn from the back. No name marked it. Only the case number Evan had once signed after operating the retort. He wrote carefully across the label. Albert Shaw, my father, he said. The urn opened in his hands. The building shuddered. Every remaining lid flew free. Ash erupted through the room, raced along the corridors, and poured from the roof vents into the night. The officials disappeared behind the gray current. Alarms died. The heating pipe split with sounds like people drawing their first breaths after years underwater. Evan reached the lobby and saw Cleveland beyond the glass. The ash was no longer falling. It was building. Across streets, lawns, rooftops, and frozen, vacant lots. Walls were rising from the ground, and none of the houses had doors. The first house rose in the funeral annex parking lot. Its walls thickened from the ash until they reached the street lamps. It had no entrance, no porch steps, no seam where a door might once have been. Only windows glowed across its front, each lit red from within. Then another house formed beyond the fence. By the time Evan reached the street, whole blocks were changing. Ash gathered in vacant lots, between apartment buildings, and along deserted roads. It shaped itself into bungalows, duplexes, row houses, motel rooms, and bedrooms without surrounding walls. Each structure matched a place someone had remembered at the end. All of them were doorless. The released dead did not come outside. They had not been asking to return. They wanted the city to live beside what it had erased. Warmth poured from the ash houses. Ice withdrew from the pavement around them. People stepped outside and held their hands toward the impossible buildings as though approaching fires. Behind the windows sat the dead. A woman set a table for children who had grown old without her. A man repaired a radio in a kitchen demolished decades earlier, near the annex. Leonard Voss sat beside his radiator while the wallpaper behind him glowed like summer. Across Cleveland, the homes of the living began to lose heat. Furnaces ignited but produced only cold air. Radiators filled with gray condensation. Breath clouded inside mansions whose floors had remained warm through every winter. Families carried blankets into bedrooms and found stainless steel cold rising from the mattresses. The exchange had reversed. The warmth taken from the unclaimed now belonged to their houses. Utility crews cut the buried transfer lines. Every severed pipe released a name instead of steam. Evan walked until his legs failed. He sat against the annex wall with Albert's empty urn beside him. Blood had dried along his scalp where plaster had struck him. Lorna was still inside, reading names from damaged files. Evan's phone contained photographs sufficient to expose the program and his confession. He sent everything to newspapers, public defenders, and every address he could find for families in the records. Then he called emergency services. "My name is Evan Shaw," he said. "I stole from the dead. I assaulted a man when I was 16. My father served the sentence. You'll find the evidence here." The dispatcher asked whether he was in immediate danger. Evan looked at the new city. "Yes," he said, "but not from them. Near sunrise." Albert's house rose across the street. It was full-sized now, though the upstairs window remained the same red square Evan had seen in the corridor. The siding was ash. The bird bath leaned below. There was no front door. Albert sat on the edge of Evan's childhood bed. Evan crossed the street and stood beneath the window. The wall radiated enough heat to sting his face. "I remember you," he said. Albert watched him. "You were Albert Shaw. You fixed presses at Dunbar Tool. You drank coffee too hot and pretended it didn't burn you. You kept bent nails because you said metal deserved another use." The red light trembled. "You took my crime because I lied. You lost 11 years because I was afraid. And when you came back, they made you into heat because people like me had decided an unclaimed man was less than a person." Evan's voice broke. "My father was Albert Shaw." The figure behind the window lowered his head. For 1 second, Evan felt his father's hand against the back of his neck, rough and warm, as it had rested when Evan was small and feverish. Then the red window went dark. Albert's house remained standing, but its heat softened into the ordinary warmth of sunlight on brick. Police arrived as dawn spread over Cleveland. Evan did not run. In the weeks that followed, officials denied the exchange had existed. Then the files appeared online. Families came carrying photographs and stood outside the doorless houses, calling names through the windows. Some lights went dark. Others remained red. Evan watched the city from a secured hospital room while detectives waited outside. His lungs were filled with ash, and each breath sounded like paper being folded. On his final morning, snow began falling over Cleveland. It melted everywhere except on the roofs of the living. Across the city, the houses of the dead remained warm, and whenever someone passed one without looking at the windows, ash gathered quietly beneath their tongue. Perhaps the dead in this story were never asking to be resurrected. They were asking for something far smaller, and therefore harder to be named, remembered, and recognized as people whose lives could not be reduced to numbers. Fuel, or abandoned property. Evan's redemption is incomplete because remembrance cannot undo exploitation, and confession cannot return the years his father surrendered. Yet one honest name is still more human than an entire system built on silence. How many people disappear only because everyone around them finds forgetting convenient? Story 3. The first thing Sophie Bell noticed about Wrenfield Lane was that every porch light was on. Not the cold flash of security lamps, but the steady amber light people left burning when they expected someone home. 12 identical houses stood along the cul-de-sac, 6 on each side, their windows warm against the November rain. Each driveway was empty. No cars, no trash bins, no bicycles, yet curtains were half drawn. And in one upstairs room, a pale blue lamp glowed behind a child's shade patterned with clouds. Sophie slowed the Bank sedan until the tires whispered over wet leaves. According to the assignment file, Wrenfield Lane had been vacant for 11 years. She checked the address on the tablet beside the steering wheel. 12 parcels, 12 structures, all owned by Hallowell Residential Recovery. a subsidiary whose name had changed 3 times since the recession. Her job was simple: confirm vacancy, inspect exterior conditions, estimate current value, and note anything that might prevent liquidation. Vacant, the file said. Sophie looked through the rain-streaked windshield at a dining room on the left. 4 people sat around a table. The family barely moved. A man sat with his back to the window. Across from him, a woman lifted a fork and lowered it. 2 children faced each other at either end. The scene had the composed stillness of a catalog photograph, except for the woman's hand, which continued rising and falling in the same measured rhythm. Sophie glanced at the tablet. Occupancy, none. Utilities, disconnected. Last municipal inspection, 9 years prior. She refreshed the file. The same information returned. A sensible explanation arrived at once. The records were outdated. Hollowell had rented the units without notifying the county. Squatters had restored power illegally. People did strange things with distressed property, especially when ownership became abstract enough that no one felt responsible. Sophie had built a career on explanations like that. She parked in front of number 1 and pulled on her raincoat. Outside, the air smelled of wet bark, cold soil, and something warmer beneath it. Onions browning in butter, perhaps, or meat sealed under a lid. Domestic smells drifted from several houses at once. The street was too quiet for 12 occupied homes. No television murmured. No pipes knocked. No dog barked at the stranger walking the curb with a clipboard. Sophie heard only rain in the gutters and the faint electrical hum of porch lamps. She photographed number 1 from the road. In the image, every window appeared black. Sophie lowered the phone. The house remained lit. She wiped the lens and tried again. Darkness. A drop of water slid beneath her collar. She turned toward the next house and forced herself to continue. The buildings shared one plan. But small differences emerged. Number 2 had a brass knocker shaped like a hand. Number 4 had pencil marks on the porch column, as though a child's height had been measured there and painted over. Number 7 displayed a wreath of dead hydrangeas. Number 10 had muddy footprints on the front step, all pointing inward. At number 12, Sophie stopped. The curtains were open. A woman sat alone at the dining table beneath a shaded lamp. Her gray hair was pinned loosely at the back of her neck. A chipped white bowl rested before her. She held both hands around it without eating. Sophie knew the bowl first. Blue ivy around the rim, a shallow crack near the base. She had seen it in a foreclosure photograph years ago, sitting in the kitchen of a ranch house in New Britain while a woman named Marjorie Coyle argued that the property assessment was wrong. Sophie remembered the woman's trembling hands, the unpaid notices beneath a fruit magnet, and the way Sophie had avoided looking at either while entering a higher condition grade into the bank's system. The woman behind the glass lifted her head. Even through the rain, Sophie recognized Marjorie Coyle's face. Marjorie had died 3 months after the eviction. Sophie stepped backward. Inside, the old woman raised one hand and pointed not at Sophie, but at the front door. Then the porch light above Sophie clicked off. From inside, number 12, came the sound of a deadbolt being slowly withdrawn. The deadbolt finished sliding back. Sophie stood beneath the dark porch light, rain ticking against her coat. The door eased inward by less than an inch. No hand appeared around its edge. Beyond it lay a narrow hall papered in faded cream, warm with lamplight. Mrs. Coyle? Her voice seemed to vanish into the carpet. Through the dining room window, the chair where Marjorie had been sitting was empty. Sophie knew the procedure for suspected occupancy. Withdraw. To document. Contact asset management. Wait for authorization. Yet procedure belonged to ordinary houses. Ordinary houses did not erase their own lights from photographs. She pushed the door open. Warm air moved over her face. It smelled of furniture polish, boiled potatoes, and a damp basement. On the hall table stood a ceramic dish filled with keys. Each had a white paper tag tied to it with red thread. Number 1, Number 4, Number 7, Number 12. Sophie did not touch them. A refrigerator hummed deeper inside. The dining room was empty. Marjorie's bowl remained on the table, a skin forming across its cold contents. 4 places had been set, though only one chair was pulled back. On the wall hung a framed photograph of a family at a beach. Sophie approached because the woman in the picture was wearing her face. The woman was Sophie, smiling beneath a straw hat. One arm around a dark-haired man she had never seen. 2 children stood before them, a boy with missing front teeth and a girl holding a red shovel. Written on the back were the words, Bell Family, Watch Hill. Sophie set the photograph down too quickly. The frame struck the sideboard. Upstairs, a floorboard creaked. She told herself it was expansion. Heat meeting damp timber. Then another board creaked directly above her. The staircase rose in a soft curve. Along the wall were school portraits of the same children at different ages. Small brass plates displayed their names. Henry Bell. Lucy Bell. Sophie had no children. She climbed before realizing she had decided to. The first bedroom held baseball trophies and a model airplane. The second had paper stars across the ceiling. A child's drawing had been taped to the wardrobe. 4 figures holding hands before 12 houses. The tallest figure was labeled Mom. Sophie's initials were written beneath it in purple crayon. She backed into a linen cupboard. Its door swung open, revealing towels and sheets arranged exactly as Sophie kept them at home. Bath towels by size, pillowcases inside matching sheets, spare soap sealed in a clear bag. At the end of the hall, the main bedroom door stood ajar. Inside, women's clothing hung in the wardrobe. Sophie recognized her gray wool coat, the black dress she wore to bank dinners, and the green blouse with a loose cuff button. Beside them hung maternity clothes in colors she would never have chosen. A wedding ring rested on the dresser. Behind her, the bedroom door closed. Sophie caught the knob before the latch settled. The brass was warm, almost feverish. She pulled hard, stumbled into the hall, and ran downstairs. The front door would not open. The lock turned. The hinges moved. But the door seemed pressed shut from outside by an enormous, patient weight. Then Sophie remembered the ceramic dish. She snatched the key tagged number 12. It fit the deadbolt. When she turned it, something in the walls sighed. The door released. She ran into the rain. For several seconds, she saw only the road, dark trees, and pale boundary lines along the curb. Then she stopped. The cul-de-sac was no longer arranged as she remembered. Number 12 stood on the opposite side. Number 1 had moved to the far end. The houses had exchanged wreaths, porch columns, curtains, and lit windows as neatly as furniture rearranged in a room. Sophie searched for the bank sedan. It was parked outside number 7. Its headlights were on. Behind the steering wheel sat the dark-haired man from the beach photograph. One hand resting on the horn, he looked directly at Sophie and mouthed 2 words through the glass. "You're late." The horn did not sound. The man behind the wheel kept his palm pressed against it. Yet the sedan remained silent beneath the rain. His lips formed the words again. "You're late." Sophie stepped toward the car. The man's face was unfamiliar, but she knew the narrow scar above his eyebrow. She had seen it in the beach photograph upstairs. He wore a pale blue shirt with the sleeves rolled to his elbows, and a gold wedding band flashed beneath the dashboard light. When Sophie reached the curb, the headlights went out. The driver's seat was empty. Her keys were still in her coat pocket. She unlocked the sedan and leaned inside. The upholstery was dry. No warmth remained on the seat. But a paper grocery bag stood on the passenger side floor. It contained milk, apples, children's cereal, and a carton of eggs. The receipt was folded around a loyalty card bearing the name Sophie Bell. She left the bag where it was. The sensible thing was to drive away. She started the engine, turned toward the lane's entrance, and followed the road past number 7. 30 seconds later, she passed number 7 again. Sophie tightened both hands around the wheel. The road ahead appeared straight. Trees enclosed it on either side, their trunks black with rain. She accelerated. Number 10 moved past her window. Then number 11. Then number 12. After number 12 came number 1. No intersection. No turn. No visible curve. She braked in the middle of the street. The houses watched from behind their illuminated windows. Sophie took her phone from the dashboard and called Hallowell's emergency asset line. There was no signal, though the display showed full reception. She tried the county police. The call connected, but instead of a dispatcher, she heard the soft clink of silverware against china. A woman whispered, "She's outside." Several children laughed. Sophie ended the call. Movement drew her attention to number 3. A man stood behind the living room curtains, his head bowed as if reading. When he raised his face, Sophie recognized him. Arnold Vale. His file had described him as a widowed machinist with 26 years of continuous employment before the factory closed. Sophie had inspected his split-level house after the lender disputed his appeal. The roof leaked. The furnace had failed, and black mold climbed the basement wall. She had classified the damage as deferred maintenance caused by owner neglect. That classification had increased the recoverable value. Arnold Vale had been removed by deputies 2 weeks later. Now he stood in number 3 wearing the same brown cardigan from the foreclosure photographs. In number 5, a woman arranged plates around a table. Rosa Delgado. Sophie remembered the red plastic rosary hanging from Rosa's kitchen cabinet and the 3 grandchildren sleeping in one room because the bank had raised the monthly payment beyond her pension. Number 8 contained the Holloway brothers, both elderly, both watching television from matching recliners. Number 9 held a young mother named Denise Harper, whose infant had cried throughout Sophie's inspection, while Sophie measured the bedrooms and noted that the property possessed strong rental conversion potential. House after house became a comparable sale. Not square footage, not condition grades, families. Sophie moved along the sidewalk, staring through each window as old names returned to her with details she had spent years forgetting. A cracked aquarium, a wheelchair ramp, a child's red rain boots beside a radiator. The domestic evidence she had reduced to photographs and adjustment columns had been placed behind the glass intact. At number 4, a boy stood with both hands against the window. He was perhaps 9 years old, pale-haired and thin. Wearing a school sweater, Sophie did not recognize him. Behind him, a family ate dinner beneath a brass light. Their faces belonged to different households. Arnold Vale beside Rosa Delgado. Denise Harper pouring water for one of the Holloway brothers. They occupied the room as though they had always been related. The boy tapped the glass. Sophie stepped closer. He smiled with the cautious relief of a child spotting a parent at the school gate. "Sophie," he said. She could not hear him through the window, but she read her name on his lips. Then he lifted one finger and wrote across the fogged glass from inside. "Why did you take so long to come home?" Sophie stared at the words. The boy turned toward the dining table. Every person there had stopped eating, one by one. They looked at her. The front door of number 4 opened. From somewhere inside, a woman called warmly, "Henry, let your mother in." And Sophie remembered the name from the brass plate upstairs. Sophie did not enter. Number 4. The woman called again from the dining room, her voice patient now. "Henry, don't leave the door standing open." The boy kept one hand on the glass. Behind him, the assembled family resumed eating, though none of them looked down at their plates. Sophie backed away until the curb struck her heels, then ran to the sedan. The engine carried her only as far as the center of the cul-de-sac before dying. Her phone showed full reception again. She called Martin Hales, Hallowell's regional asset supervisor. He answered on the 4th ring with the weary irritation of a man interrupted during dinner. "Sophie, what happened?" "I need you to verify the Wrenfield file. The properties are occupied." "No, they aren't. There are lights, furniture, people." Martin exhaled. "Those units are shells. They were never finished." Sophie looked toward number 4. Henry had disappeared from the window. The front door remained open. "I was inside number 12. "That's not possible. I'm telling you what I saw. And I'm telling you what we own. 12 unfinished structures. No certificates of occupancy. No active water. No gas. No electrical service. The utility easement was abandoned before the development opened. Steam gathered on the inside of number 4's dining room window. Someone is cooking." Martin's silence became deliberate. Then he said, "You're tired. Photograph the exteriors and leave. The photographs come out dark. Return tomorrow." "The road won't let me leave." He gave a short laugh. "Roads don't do that. What was Wrenfield built for? Distressed asset storage. That isn't a type of neighborhood. It is to Hallowell." Before Sophie could ask what he meant, a woman's voice sounded beside Martin. Too faint to identify. He covered the receiver. Their muffled exchange lasted several seconds. When Martin returned, his tone had changed. "Do not enter another house." The line went dead. Number 7's porch light blinked twice. Her sedan stood before it again, although she had left the car in the cul-de-sac center. The driver's door was open. The grocery bag remained on the passenger floor, but the milk carton had been opened, and a child's mouth had left a pale crescent along its rim. Sophie crossed the lawn toward number 7. She told herself she wanted shelter. Another telephone. Proof that could not be dismissed as stress. In truth, she wanted to know why Martin had sounded afraid. The front door was locked. She tried the tagged key from number 12. It did not fit. Then she removed the key to her apartment in New Haven. It entered smoothly. The lock turned. Inside, the layout matched her apartment almost exactly, the same narrow entry. Gray sofa and framed print above the radiator. But this version was larger, softened by years of shared use. Family shoes crowded the mat. A man's coat hung beside hers. Children's drawings covered the refrigerator. On the mantel stood another beach photograph. Sophie avoided looking at it. A stack of mail waited on the kitchen counter. Every envelope was addressed to Sophie Bell at number 7, Wrenfield Lane. The oldest was an anniversary card. To Sophie and Nathan, 15 wonderful years. Another came from Henry's school, praising his improvement in mathematics. A dental reminder named Lucy Bell. A utility bill listed 5 years of continuous service. Sophie opened a handwritten letter, postmarked the previous spring. Dear Mom, I know you said Dad's leaving was not my fault, but Henry thinks you still wait for him to come back. Please stop setting his place at dinner. Lucy. Sophie read it twice. Beside the letter stood a mug bearing the words, World's Best Mom. A brown lipstick mark stained the rim in the exact shade Sophie wore to client meetings. Something moved upstairs. A drawer opened, then closed. Sophie reached for the phone on the wall. It had no cord. Yet a dial tone sounded when she lifted it. She called Martin again. He answered immediately. Before Sophie could speak, he whispered, Which house let you in? Number 7. Martin drew a sharp breath. Sophie. Number 7 was demolished 9 years ago. Above her, a child began to cry. Then the photographs on the mantel changed, one after another, until every frame showed Sophie standing alone in front of an empty lot. The photographs stopped changing. In every frame, Sophie stood before the same vacant lot, smiling like someone waiting for a house to be built around her. Upstairs, the crying continued. She lowered the telephone. Martin? Only static answered. Beneath it came the faint click of a measuring wheel passing over pavement. Sophie left number 7 without looking toward the stairs. The rain had weakened to mist. Her sedan waited at the curb with the engine running. Although she had taken the keys inside, she climbed in and drove. This time, she watched the odometer. 1 mile passed. Then 2. The houses disappeared behind bare maples. The lane narrowed into an ordinary Connecticut road bordered by stone walls. Relief loosened something in her chest. Then a porch light appeared through the branches. Number 11 stood ahead. She drove past it. Number 12 followed. Then number 1. The odometer continued rising, but the fuel gauge did not move. Every route returned her to the cul-de-sac. When she turned into a driveway to reverse, the house number changed while she watched. She abandoned the sedan outside. Number 2. Its door opened before she reached it. Inside, shelves lined the walls from floor to ceiling. Sophie recognized the apartment she had imagined owning at 26. Before promotions and mortgage securities replaced the smaller ambitions she once admitted to having. A drafting table stood beside the window. On it lay architectural drawings signed Sophie Bell. She had wanted to study preservation architecture once. She had even submitted an application, then withdrawn it after calculating the tuition against expected income. Her mother had called it sensible. Here, framed photographs showed Sophie restoring old houses with a broad-shouldered woman named Claire. They appeared sunburned and laughing beside scaffolding. On the refrigerator, a note in Sophie's handwriting read, "Don't let me turn value into price." The phrase made her angry. She crossed to number 3. There she was, a widow. Black dresses filled the wardrobe. Sympathy cards crowded the mantel. Arnold Vail's brown cardigan hung over a chair, and a brass urn bore the name Nathan Bell, the husband from number 7. Number 5 contained a nursing certificate with Sophie's name, Rosa Delgado's rosary, and 3 grandchildren calling from upstairs. Number 8 gave her a narrow kitchen, the Holloway brothers' matching recliners, and photographs of Sophie caring for 2 elderly men through years of illness. Each house had assembled a life from things she remembered documenting, not stealing. She told herself. Recording. A chipped plate became her wedding china. A child's rain boots became Lucy's. A wheelchair ramp became the entrance to the home where she had cared for her mother instead of placing her in assisted living. Every object had been lifted from a property file and attached to Sophie as though attention itself were ownership. By number 10, memories arrived before she entered. She remembered choosing wallpaper she had never seen, remembered Nathan singing badly while washing dishes, remembered Henry's fever. Lucy's first day of school, Claire's hand resting on her neck. The memories had weight and temperature. They pressed against her actual life until she could no longer tell which losses belonged to her. In number 10's bedroom, Sophie found her mother alive. Eleanor Bell sat at a vanity brushing her silver hair. "You took your time," she said. Sophie gripped the doorframe. "You died 6 years ago." In one house, Eleanor continued brushing. Sophie noticed the vanity had belonged to Denise Harper. Its water-stained drawers had been listed in Sophie's report as disposable contents. "What is this place?" Her mother met her eyes through the mirror. "The part you never measured." "I measured everything." "No, you measured what could be sold." The bedroom walls contracted with a soft wooden groan. Framed photographs crowded closer. Evictions. Birthdays. Empty rooms. Family dinners. In each image. Sophie stood at the edge, holding a clipboard. Eleanor set down the brush. "You thought a home was only walls after the people were removed." The closet door opened. Inside hung hundreds of coats, each tagged with a property address Sophie recognized. At the back stood a small metal measuring wheel. Its handle was wet from the rain. The wheel began rolling toward her on its own, clicking once for every family she had displaced. The measuring wheel struck the bedroom threshold and tipped onto its side. Its clicking stopped. The coats in the closet hung motionless, damp sleeves brushing in the dark. Sophie backed away. But when she turned, her mother was gone. The vanity remained, along with the brush and the shallow dent where Eleanor's hand had rested. On the mirror, written through the fog, were 4 words: "Check the sales office." Sophie left number 10 with the measuring wheel under her arm. She did not remember deciding to take it. The sales office stood where the road should have opened onto the county highway. It was a low brick building with a collapsed awning and a faded sign that read WRENField, a place to belong. The windows were dark. For the first time since arriving, Sophie saw no one behind glass. The front door had been boarded shut. But the measuring wheel rolled from her hand and struck the foundation. A hollow sound answered beneath the soil. She found the entrance behind dead boxwood, a steel bulkhead almost covered by leaves. One of the tagged keys from number 12 opened it. Cold air rose from below, carrying the smell of wet mortar and old paper. The stairs ended in a basement larger than the office above. Metal shelving divided the room into narrow aisles. Each shelf held construction records, sample bags, photographs, and labeled fragments of houses. Brick, Waterbury. Klein property, floorboard Meriden. Vale property, interior door, New Britain. Coil property. Sophie touched the door sample. The wood was painted yellow beneath its newer white coat. She remembered Marjorie Coyle standing beside that color in the foreclosure photographs while Sophie explained that personal attachment could not affect market value. The basement lights came on one at a time. More labels appeared. Kitchen cabinets from Rosa Delgado's house. Stair spindles from Denise Harper's duplex. Window glass from the Holloway property. Roof, slate. Porch columns. furnace grates, drawer pulls, fireplace brick. The remains of hundreds of homes had been sorted and brought here. Not demolished, Sophie thought. Reassembled. At the end of the central aisle stood a drafting table covered with site plans. Colored lines connected each Wrenfield house to dozens of properties across Connecticut. Notes in the margins described more than load capacity or material condition. Retains, strong meal association. Auditory response to children returning from school. Persistent expectation of spouse at rear entrance. High resistance to separation. Sophie read the phrases again. They were written in the language of appraisal reports, but they did not describe buildings. They described habits, longing, the invisible roots people wore into rooms by living there. A floorboard creaked above her. Another answered from beneath the concrete. Sophie opened a gray filing cabinet, marked Material Adjustments. Inside were authorization forms approved by Hallowell Residential Recovery. Each permitted salvaged material from a foreclosed property to be transferred to Wrenfield. The first bore her signature. So did the next. And the next, Sophie remembered signing disposal schedules and post-eviction reports, often in stacks delivered late on Friday afternoons. She had never read the attachments. She had assumed material recovery meant resale, recycling, or landfill diversion. Every page included an additional column she had never seen. Retained attachment, kitchen tile, maternal vigilance, bedroom plaster, fear of leaving children unprotected, front door lock, expectation of return, dining room timber, family continuity. The final authorization in the drawer concerned number 7. The source properties filled 3 pages. At the bottom, beneath Sophie's signature, someone had typed, "Composite domestic structure approved for claimant substitution." She turned to the site plan. Number 7 had been crossed out in red. Beside it was Martin Hales's handwriting. Demolition unsuccessful. Structure reconstitutes when assigned subject enters boundary. A narrow ledger lay concealed beneath the plan. Its leather cover had swollen with damp. Sophie opened it and found a register of every object used in Wrenfield, each followed by the family from whom it had been taken and the emotion believed to remain inside it. The entries continued for hundreds of pages. Her signature appeared beneath every authorization. On the final page, however, the handwriting changed. There was only one entry. Measuring wheel, Sophie Bell. Retained attachment, belief that value grants ownership. Source status, living. Sophie looked down. The wheel was no longer beside her. It stood behind her, upright on the concrete, measuring the distance to her feet. The measuring wheel stood upright behind Sophie, its rubber edge resting against the concrete as though an invisible hand held the handle. She did not move. The wheel rolled forward 1 inch. Click. A telephone rang somewhere in the basement. The sound came from behind shelving marked Planning Correspondence. At the end of the aisle, Sophie found a beige desk phone sitting on an overturned crate. No cable ran from it. She lifted the receiver. "Miss Bell," an elderly man said. "You should not have opened the register." "Who is this?" "Arthur Wynne. I designed the subdivision." His voice was breathless but clear. Behind him, a clock struck slowly. "Where are you?" "Upstairs." The line went dead. Sophie climbed to the sales office. Rain pressed silver against the boarded windows. A stooped man waited behind the ruined reception desk in a tan overcoat. Water darkened his shoulders, but no wet footprints led to him. "I was municipal planning director when Hallowell proposed Wrenfield," he said. "Retired now, officially." For 23 years. You knew I was here. I knew someone entered number 7. That house does not return for just anyone. Arthur placed a rolled site map on the desk. His fingers were yellowed at the nails. The hands of someone who had spent a lifetime unfolding paper. Hallowell began receiving complaints after the first foreclosure cycle. He said, former owners drove past their old homes every night. Some broke windows. Some slept in cars nearby. Some stood outside until police removed them. That happens after eviction. Yes, but this continued after they moved away. After they died. He unrolled the map. Red threads connected Wrenfield to addresses across Connecticut. People leave more than possessions in a house. They leave expectations. The sound of a child returning. The place a hand reaches for a switch in darkness. The certainty that a door will open because it has opened 10,000 times before. Sophie thought of the register. Expectation of return. Arthur tapped the cul-de-sac. The banks wanted the properties clean, not merely vacant, free of what their consultants called residual claimant behavior. You built a prison for ghosts. No, his eyes lifted to hers. For belonging. Behind the boards. Porch lights brightened along the lane. Arthur explained that materials from foreclosed homes had been cataloged and rebuilt into 12 composite houses. Brick retained warmth. Banisters remembered hands. Windows continued expecting familiar faces, gathered at Wrenfield. Those fragments drew the displaced owner's need to return away from properties the banks intended to resell. They stopped revisiting, he said. Stopped dreaming of their kitchens. Stopped recognizing the houses when they passed them. The new owners settled without disturbance. And the former owners? Most called it recovery. Sophie looked toward the basement stairs. How were the materials selected? Arthur opened a portfolio of appraisal reports. Sophie recognized her formatting. Adjustment tables. Condition ratings. Occupancy notes. Passages had been underlined. Owner displays excessive resistance to relocation. Family history extends across multiple generations. Child refused to leave bedroom during inspection. I never wrote those as recommendations. You identified intensity, Arthur said. Hallowell needed appraisers who noticed attachment but regarded it as financially irrelevant. Your reports were unusually thorough. He turned another page. Marjorie Coyle. Property contains all remaining memories of deceased spouse. Another, Rosa Delgado. Multi-generational occupancy creates strong emotional resistance to possession transfer. Sophie's professional language surrounded every family like measurements around a coffin. You used me. Arthur's expression held no sympathy. You were compensated. The measuring wheel clicked below them. Why does every house contain my life? Wrenfield was built to absorb claims, not hold them forever. Materials decay, boundaries weaken. Eventually, the houses require a living claimant, someone whose authority touched every seizure. And number 7, a replacement structure. It studies the claimant and builds lives she might accept. Once she accepts one as hers, the stored right of return has somewhere permanent to reside. Sophie remembered Lucy's letter. Nathan's ring. Her mother brushing her hair. I didn't accept anything. Arthur looked past her toward the windows. You entered 6 houses. Outside. 12 front doors opened at once. From every illuminated hallway came the scrape of chairs being pulled away from dinner tables. Arthur began rolling up the map. You crossed the line when you used your own key. The first person to emerge was Marjorie Coyle. She stepped from number 12, carrying the chipped white bowl against her chest. Rain passed through her coat without darkening it. Behind her came Arnold Vale, Rosa Delgado, Denise Harper, the Holloway brothers, and dozens of others Sophie recognized from photographs, inspection notes, and sheriff's reports. They did not move like the dead. They moved like people returning from work. Some carried grocery bags. Others held children's hands or searched pockets for keys. Their faces belonged to displaced owners. But their clothes changed as they crossed the lawns. A machinist's cardigan became a father's bathrobe. A hospital uniform became an apron. A dead woman's coat became the red jacket of a child Sophie remembered photographing beside a condemned porch. "What are they?" Sophie whispered. Arthur Wynne had retreated behind the reception desk. "Claims," he said. "Preserved in human form because human memory requires a face." Marjorie turned toward number 12. For a moment, Sophie expected her to enter. Instead, Marjorie stopped at the boundary line and looked confused. Her body flickered. Beneath her familiar features appeared the faces of other women, young, old, black, white, exhausted, furious, each visible for less than a second. "The materials remember being owned," Arthur said, "but they no longer remember precisely by whom." Across the street, figures gathered before every house. Hundreds now occupied the cul-de-sac without crowding it. Some stood inside one another, their voices layered into ordinary domestic fragments. "Take your shoes off. Dinner's getting cold. Did anyone get the mail? I left the light on for you." The phrases passed through Sophie with the intimacy of forgotten memories. She remembered saying them, not imagining them, remembering. Her right hand ached with the sensation of cutting vegetables in number 5's kitchen. Her shoulders carried the weight of a sleeping child taken upstairs in number 4. She knew which stair in number 8 creaked, where Nathan kept spare batteries. How Lucy liked the edges trimmed from toast. Sophie pressed both hands to her temples. "What did the houses do to me?" Arthur's expression softened, which frightened her more than his indifference had. "Each interior requires continuity. When you entered, the structure offered you an unfinished role. Mother, wife, daughter, caregiver, widow. You supplied the living consciousness needed to connect the fragments. I never agreed. You used your key. That was not consent." "No," Arthur said quietly. "Neither were most of your signatures." The words entered her like cold water. Outside, Henry stood among the figures before number 4. His pale hair was wet now. He held the hand of a woman whose face shifted between Sophie's and Denise Harper's. "Why me?" Sophie asked. "Legal proximity, emotional suitability, institutional responsibility. I don't belong to these houses." Arthur looked toward the basement. "The register disagrees." A low vibration moved through the floor. The sales office walls expanded and contracted with the sound of distant breathing. Sophie's coat pocket grew heavy. She reached inside and removed 12 keys, each tagged with a house number. She had taken only one from number 12, yet all of them were warm from her body. One by one, the houses changed. Number 2 acquired the shutters from her childhood rental in Bristol. Number 6 grew the narrow balcony of her New Haven apartment. Number 9's roofline became the house Sophie had bought after her first major promotion, the property she privately thought of as proof that she had escaped people like the families in her reports. Windows appeared where walls had been. Behind every pane stood Sophie. In number 1, she washed dishes beside Claire. In number 3, she placed flowers before Nathan's urn. In number 5, she braided a granddaughter's hair. In number 7, she set 5 places at the table and waited. The Sophies moved independently, yet each occasionally turned toward the sales office as though hearing the same call. Arthur unrolled the site map again. Fresh black lines spread from the 12 parcels toward a circle drawn at the center of the cul-de-sac. Inside it, letters slowly appeared. Permanent occupant, Sophie Bell. She seized a pen from the desk and tried to cross out her name. The ink vanished. "They don't need my name," she said. "They need an owner. They need someone capable of holding every claim simultaneously. No person can own 12 lives." Arthur's gaze traveled to the windows filled with her faces. That has never stopped a bank. The front doors opened wider. Every version of Sophie stepped onto its porch. The women wore different ages, clothes, rings, and expressions. Some looked fulfilled. Some looked exhausted. One carried a baby. Another held a foreclosure notice. All 12 raised their house keys at the same moment. Sophie's fingers closed around the keys in her own hand. Across the cul-de-sac, every preserved family turned toward her. Then all 12 versions of Sophie spoke with one voice. "Come home," they said, "and we will finally let them leave." The 12 women waited on their porches. Sophie looked from one version of herself to the next. The wife, the widow, the daughter who had stayed, the mother who had children, the woman who restored houses instead of pricing people out of them. Each life offered something Sophie had once wanted, or might have wanted if she had allowed herself to imagine any measure of success beyond ownership. Behind them stood the preserved families. They were no longer asking to enter. They were waiting for Sophie to choose who would be forced out. Arthur placed both palms on the desk. "There is another option," he said. "Accept assignment. The claims remain here. No current title changes. No living homeowners are disturbed. And I become the occupant. You become continuity. In 12 houses. You will not experience them separately for long." The sales office shuddered. Sophie heard cutlery. Children running upstairs. Water moving through pipes that had never been connected. The sounds overlapped until Wrenfield seemed less like a street than a single enormous household dreaming through 12 bodies. She looked at the site map. The red threads leading across Connecticut did not end at abandoned properties. They ended at homes occupied by new families, people who had bought from banks, inherited from purchasers, refinanced, renovated, planted trees, painted nurseries, measured their own children against door frames. Returning ownership would not restore a clean past. It would produce another displacement. Arthur saw the realization in her face. "That is why Wrenfield exists," he said. "There is no harmless reversal." Sophie thought of the sentence she had repeated for years. "I supplied valuations. I did not evict anyone." She had believed distance dissolved responsibility. Someone else issued the notice. Someone else changed the locks. Someone else carried furniture to the curb. Yet her numbers had made those actions appear reasonable, then necessary, then inevitable. Now Wrenfield offered the same excuse in supernatural form. Someone would suffer regardless. Therefore, she might as well choose the outcome that preserved the system. "No," Sophie said. Arthur's expression tightened. "No, to what?" "To being your adjustment." She went into the basement. The measuring wheel followed, clicking behind her. Inside, the material adjustments cabinet. She found 12 folders bound with black tape. Each contained a quitclaim deed, transferring Wrenfield's composite structures and every retained attachment to the former owners named in the salvage register. The grantee lines were blank. A warning had been stamped across every page. "Reconveyance may produce occupancy conflicts at source parcels." Sophie carried the folders upstairs. Headlights moved beyond the boarded windows. 3 black vehicles entered the cul-de-sac. Men and women in dark coats stepped out, holding umbrellas, document cases, and portable lights. Martin Hales emerged from the first car. He looked older than he had that morning. "Sophie," he called through the door. "Put the deeds down." She spread them across the reception desk. "You knew." "I knew enough to follow protocol." "You sent me here." "We sent an authorized claimant. Wrenfield selected you." Bank representatives surrounded the office. One began removing the boards from the front door. Another spoke into a radio, instructing someone to suspend county recording access. Martin pressed his face near the glass. "If you sign those deeds, the source titles reactivate. Current residents will lose legal continuity. Mortgages will collapse. Families who did nothing wrong will become trespassers in their own homes." Sophie uncapped the pen. "They are already living in homes built from someone else's erasure. So are you." The words stopped her. She thought of her own house, purchased below market after a distressed sale. She had never asked who planted the lilacs or why the smallest bedroom door still carried faint pencil marks beneath the paint. The preserved families gathered behind her. Marjorie placed the chipped bowl on the desk. Sophie signed the first deed. Number 12 appeared on the site map in solid black ink. She signed the second. Somewhere outside Wrenfield, a car alarm began sounding. By the 6th signature, Martin was pounding on the glass. By the 9th, every house on the cul-de-sac had acquired a mailbox bearing multiple surnames. At the 11th, the bank representatives forced open the front door. Sophie signed the 12th deed as Martin seized her wrist. The pen tore through the paper. For one breath, nothing happened. Then, every telephone in the sales office began ringing. Martin's radio erupted with voices from county recorders across Connecticut. Parcels that had not existed in municipal systems for years were reappearing. Ownership histories were reversing. Building photographs were changing faster than the databases could preserve them. Outside, the 12 houses became fully solid. Water filled their gutters. Cars appeared in driveways. Curtains opened. Dogs barked. Children called from upstairs. Across the site map, hundreds of red threads pulled taut. Arthur stared at the returning addresses. "You have not given them their lives back," he said. Sophie looked through the window. The preserved families were gone. In their place stood 12 perfectly ordinary households, staring from porches at homes they believed had always been theirs. Then Sophie saw the people inside those houses begin to blur. The blurring began at the edges. A woman in number 3 lifted both hands to her face, but her fingers lost definition before they reached it. A child on number 8's porch became pale around the shoulders, as though rain were washing him from a photograph. Their voices remained clear for several seconds after their features softened. "Mom? Who are you?" Then the windows reflected only light. Martin released Sophie's wrist. His radio had become a confusion of addresses and frightened county clerks. Properties across Connecticut were changing ownership faster than the databases could display them. Deeds disappeared. Mortgage records reverted to borrowers long dead. Listing photographs replaced themselves. On Martin's tablet, a colonial house in Meriden appeared beneath the heading "Newly Available." A family stood before it. Their bodies were blurred. The house behind them was perfectly sharp. Sophie looked for Arthur Wynne. He had vanished. Only his rolled map remained on the sales office floor, dry despite the water moving beneath the door. "You knew this would happen," Martin said. "I knew someone would be displaced. You didn't know who." "No. She had not. She had imagined ownership returning like a corrected entry in a ledger. She had not imagined houses asserting themselves more clearly than the people inside them. The restored claims could not distinguish residents, heirs, purchasers, or children. Wrenfield understood only possession and interruption. The former owners did not return. Marjorie Coyle was dead. Arnold Vale had disappeared. Rosa Delgado no longer recognized her grandchildren. Others had scattered, changed names, or built lives around the absence of what had been taken. There was no past household waiting intact to receive a deed. There was only the house remembering that someone had once belonged there. Across the cul-de-sac, families appeared at the dinner tables. Their faces shifted through Marjorie, Rosa, Arnold, Denise. Strangers from the register. None remained long enough to claim a chair. The 12 versions of Sophie did. One sat in number 1 beside Claire, serving dinner to children whose faces would not settle. Another folded napkins in number 5, while Rosa's rosary hung around her wrist. In number 7, Sophie placed a bowl before Nathan's empty chair and smiled toward the window. The real Sophie backed away. The office door slammed shut. Martin pulled at it, but the knob would not turn. Outside, the bank representatives became indistinct shapes beneath their umbrellas. Their briefcases remained solid on the pavement after their hands blurred away. The measuring wheel rolled into the room. Click. Each turn altered something about Sophie. A wedding band tightened around her finger. Her shoulders ached from carrying a sleeping child. Grief entered her chest for a husband she had never known. She remembered Claire's laugh, Henry's first word, Lucy's anger, her mother's final breath in a bedroom that belonged to someone else. No, Sophie whispered. The wheel struck her shoe. The sales office disappeared. She stood in number 12's dining room. Marjorie's chipped bowl rested before her. Around the table sat figures whose faces moved out of focus whenever. The room smelled of onions, furniture polish, and rain drying from coats. Beyond the window, people carried signs along Wrenfield Lane. Open house. The neighborhood had returned to municipal maps by morning. Real estate sites listed all 12 homes as newly available, furnished and occupied. No agent could identify the sellers. Visitors could not remember touring the interiors, though visitors later found keys tagged with Wrenfield addresses in their pockets. Across Connecticut, advertisements began showing immaculate houses behind blurred residents. Families complained that their faces vanished from listing photographs. Some woke to find rooms measured in chalk. Others discovered strangers' names beneath fresh paint on their mailboxes. Hallowell Residential Recovery denied ever owning Wrenfield Lane. Martin Hales resigned, though no employment record showed he had worked there. Sophie Bell disappeared from every database except the property listings. In number 1, she smiled beside a wife. In number 4, she helped Henry with his homework. In number 7, she waited for Nathan to return. In every house, she wore a different life, assembled from what had been taken. Whenever prospective buyers paused outside Wrenfield Lane, all 12 dining room windows brightened at once. Behind each pane, Sophie turned toward them with the welcoming expression of a woman who had finally learned that a house could remain occupied long after everyone inside had been erased. A house can be measured in square feet. Taxes, repairs, and resale value. A home cannot. It is made from repeated gestures, private griefs, familiar sounds, and the expectation that a door will still open when we return. Sophie believed distance made her innocent, She converted lives into figures, then trusted institutions to carry out the cruelty those figures permitted. Wrenfield punished her by giving her every domestic life she had treated as disposable. But the final question remains: when ownership is restored without humanity, has justice returned, or has the violence merely found a new address? Story 4. The book came through the return slot on a Thursday evening. Although the library had been closed to borrowers for nearly an hour, Clara Hensley was alone in the lower return room of Calder University's old college library, listening to rain tick against the narrow windows at pavement level. Shoes passed above her in dark, distorted shapes. Every few minutes, water shivered down the glass and gathered in the stone sill, where someone had carved a child's initials so long ago that the letters had softened into scratches. She was sorting restricted loans into gray archival crates when the brass flap in the wall lifted. No hand appeared. No shadow crossed the frosted pane on the other side. The flap simply rose, paused, and released a book onto the padded shelf with the soft, intimate thud of something placed rather than dropped. Clara waited. The flap settled. Libraries closed. She called, though the return slot opened onto a locked courtyard and no one should have been there to hear her. Rain answered in the drains. The book was bound in faded green cloth, the color of school baize. It had no title on the spine, no shelf mark, no ownership stamp, and none of the pale rectangular scars left by old catalog labels. Its corners were rubbed smooth. A dark thread trailed from the headband like a loose hair. Clara handled unusual books every day. Calder's restricted collection contained prayer books sewn with human hair, anatomical atlases annotated by men later convicted of murder, and private diaries whose donors had forbidden access until everyone named in them was dead. She had learned not to romanticize objects. Paper absorbed damp, glue soured, ink migrated, people supplied the haunting themselves. Still, she did not put on her gloves. The cloth felt warm, not warm from a radiator or a hand. The room itself was cold enough that Clara could see a faint mist when she breathed. Yet, the book held the mild, enclosed warmth of a bed recently left. She turned it over. Fixed to the back cover was a cream return slip of a kind the library had stopped using before the catalog became digital. 5 ruled lines had been stamped with dates, all blurred beyond reading. Beneath them, in blue pencil, someone had written, "Please return your childhood by Monday." The handwriting made her sit down. It leaned too hard on the downstrokes. The capital R had an oversized loop. The Y began below the line, as if the writer had forgotten where letters were supposed to stand. Clara had written like that until she was 9. For several seconds she saw not the return room but the kitchen of the Hensley flat in Leith, a yellow table, a chipped milk jug, her sister Nell bending over a spelling exercise while Clara copied the shape of her letters. The memory arrived with such completeness that Clara smelled toast burned black at the edges. Then it withdrew. She opened the book. The first page was blank except for a penciled note in the same childish hand. "You said I could have the blue ribbon because you were too old for it." Clara read the sentence twice. Something small changed inside her. There was no pain, only the sensation of a drawer sliding shut in a distant room. She knew the ribbon. She knew there had been a ribbon. Blue velvet, perhaps, kept in the round biscuit tin with buttons and spare keys. But when she tried to remember Nell wearing it, she found only a white space where her sister's face should have been. A faint sound came from the page, not scratching, more like the whisper of a pencil moving beneath paper. Clara lifted her hand. An illustration had appeared under the note. Two girls stood in the old Leith kitchen. One was tall and thin, her hair tied with a blue ribbon. The smaller girl watched from beside the yellow table, one hand hidden behind her back. The drawing was delicate, almost tender, but the faces had been left unfinished. Clara leaned closer. On the table between them lay the silver fountain pen with which she had written the first draft of her memoir 30 years later. The pen had never been in that kitchen. From somewhere deep inside the closed book stacks, a child began humming the tune Nell used to sing while she wrote. The humming stopped when Clara reached the door to the lower stacks. She stood with one hand on the iron handle, listening to the rain tremble through the old building. Beyond the door, the restricted corridors lay in darkness, except for the green emergency lights near the floor. No child could have entered them. The alarm had been set. Every external door was locked. She did not open the door. Instead, she returned the green book to the work table, wrapped it in conservation paper, and placed it inside a quarantine box. On the lid, she wrote uncatalogued item in black ink. She avoided the word childhood. By the following morning, order had resumed. Order was Clara's oldest discipline. She arrived before the junior staff, straightened the brass nameplate outside her office, and reviewed the day's appointments with tea cooling beside her keyboard. At 10 o'clock, she examined a 17th century sermon for mold. Near noon, she rejected a donor's request to handle Jacobite correspondence without supervision. In the afternoon, she corrected 3 catalog entries in which the word anonymous had been used carelessly. Anonymous, Clara often told her staff, did not mean without an author. It meant the author had been removed. Her office occupied a narrow room above the reading hall. From its windows, Edinburgh appeared in wet grays, slate roofs, blackened spires, and the castle blurred by low cloud. The only bright object in the room was a framed first edition of Rooms We Left Lit, the memoir that had made her name beyond Calder. The cover showed 2 upstairs windows glowing against a dark tenement. Reviewers had praised its tenderness, restraint, and the precision with which Clara reconstructed a childhood marked by poverty and her sister's early death. It had won prizes, appeared on university reading lists, and been translated into 11 languages. Clara rarely opened it now. She preferred to think of the memoir as preservation. Nell had left no published work, no children, and almost no possessions beyond a cardboard box of notebooks. Clara had shaped those notebooks into something permanent. She had given Nell a voice large enough to survive her. That evening, Calder hosted a reception marking the acquisition of Sir Alistair Vale's private papers. Faculty members gathered beneath the painted ceiling of the Senate room, holding glasses above trays of smoked salmon and dark bread. Clara moved among them with professional ease, accepting praise, remembering spouses, and answering questions about embargo periods. A young researcher approached her near the fireplace. "I hope you don't mind," he said. "I wrote my dissertation chapter on your memoir." He introduced himself as Julian Price, a doctoral candidate in narrative medicine. Rain still darkened the shoulders of his jacket. "The scene with the fox," he said. "I've never forgotten it." Clara returned the smile automatically. Julian continued. "Nell finds it caught in the railings behind the fever hospital. And you want to fetch an adult. But she makes you promise not to. She says frightened things become cruel when witnesses arrive." The room seemed to lower around Clara. "Yes," she said. "It's such an exact childhood truth. Then you return years later and find the blue ribbon tied to the same railing. Did that really happen? Clara looked toward the tall windows. Rain ran down the panes in wavering lines. She remembered the fever hospital. She remembered rusted railings and weeds pushing through broken pavement. There had been no fox. Worse. She could not remember writing one. I combined certain details. She said, "Memoir is not a court transcript." Julian nodded with the relieved enthusiasm of someone who had received the answer he expected. Of course. Though the ribbon appears in Nell's diary too. Doesn't it? Clara's glass touched her lower lip, but she did not drink. He apologized, mistaking her silence for offense, and moved away when the vice-chancellor called for attention. After the speeches, Clara found a presentation copy of Rooms We Left Lit waiting on the signing table. The library kept several for ceremonial occasions. She opened it to the Fox passage. The paragraph was there exactly as Julian had described it. Pressed between the pages was an old cream return slip, in blue pencil, beneath her printed name. A child had written, "You remembered her wrong on purpose." When Clara looked again at the paragraph, the fox was no longer caught in the railings. It was wearing Nell's face. Clara closed the memoir so quickly that the gilt-edged pages struck together like a pair of hands. When she opened it again, the illustration was gone. The fox passage had returned to print, unchanged except for a faint blue smudge beside the final sentence. Nell's face no longer looked out from between the railings. There was only the description Clara had apparently written: the animal's wet eyes, its narrow ribs, the ribbon moving in the wind above it. She took the presentation copy back to her office and locked it in the bottom drawer of her desk. The green book remained downstairs in quarantine. By morning, Clara had decided that both incidents were connected to exhaustion. The anniversary of Nell's death was approaching. Calder's Vale acquisition had brought months of pressure. Julian Price had merely drawn her attention to a passage she had not read in years. And the mind, once prompted, was capable of supplying images more vivid than fact. This explanation lasted until 20 minutes past 11, when a porter telephoned from the main reading room. "There's a student asking for you," he said. "She's upset about one of the books." Clara found Lorna Adebayo standing beside desk 6 with a closed volume held against her chest. She was a postgraduate student in social history, 24 or 25, with rain beads caught in the tight curls above her forehead. Clara recognized her as a regular reader who worked on institutional care records and rarely requested assistance. Now her fingers were trembling against the book's cracked leather boards. "I didn't put it there," Lorna said before Clara could speak. "Put what where?" Lorna looked around the reading room. A dozen researchers sat beneath the green lamps, turning pages in the careful silence Calder imposed upon them. "Can we go somewhere private?" They used a consultation room adjoining the restricted desk. It contained 2 chairs, a table, and a narrow internal window through which staff could observe readers handling sensitive material. Rain pressed gray light against the outer glass. Lorna laid down the book. It was The Life and Medical Innovations of Professor Adrian Halberd. Published in 1962, Clara knew the volume, an admiring biography of a surgeon who had helped establish Calder's former children's convalescent ward. Its pages smelled of dust, old glue, and the faint medicinal sweetness common to books stored near leather dressings. "What happened?" Clara asked. Lorna opened it near the middle. An illustration occupied the margin beside a chapter on Halberd's work with injured children. It had not been printed with the text. The image appeared to have been drawn directly into the paper in thin strokes of blue pencil. 3 children stood beside a frozen ornamental pond. One girl had fallen through the ice. Another knelt at the edge, reaching toward her. A third child stood behind them, with both hands pressed against the kneeling girl's back. The standing child had Lorna's face, not an approximate resemblance. The illustration showed the small crescent scar near her left eyebrow and the beaded ends of the braids she had worn in childhood. Her expression was strangely calm. "She was my cousin," Lorna said. "Samira. She fell through the pond in Inverleith Park when we were 9. Clara looked at the image again. "You pushed her?" "No." The answer came so sharply that Clara lifted her eyes. "I saw her fall," Lorna said. "I ran to the edge. Another girl tried to reach her, and I went for help. Samira survived, but she was in hospital for weeks. I remember everything." Her voice changed on the last word. "Or I did." Lorna touched the standing child's drawn face. "Since reading this, I keep remembering my hands on Francis's coat. I can feel the wool under my palms. But Francis wasn't there. I don't even know anyone called Francis." Clara heard the muted movement of chairs in the reading room beyond the wall. "When did the illustration appear?" I turned the page, and it was already there. Then I read the caption. There was no printed caption beneath the image. Only a sentence written in the same blue pencil Clara had seen twice before. "The witness creates the event by choosing how it will be remembered." Clara's mouth became dry. She examined the binding, the end papers, the acquisition stamps. Nothing suggested recent tampering. The book had entered Calder's collection in 1963 and had not left the building since. Then something protruding from the rear pocket caught her attention. A cream return slip. Lorna watched as Clara drew it out. The dates had been erased. The borrower's name was blank. But in the box reserved for authorizing staff, a number had been impressed so deeply that it had scarred the paper. Clara knew the number before she finished reading it. It was her staff identification code. Beneath it, in blue pencil, someone had added a single line. Childhood received. Editorial corrections pending. Clara read the sentence 3 times before placing the return slip face down. Childhood received. Editorial corrections pending. The words had the bureaucratic calm of a routine transaction. That disturbed her more than any threat might have done. She asked Lorna to remain in the consultation room while she checked the request history for Halbert's biography. The catalog showed that Lorna had ordered it that morning. But beneath her name was a second access entry with no borrower attached. It had been opened at 4:30 before dawn. When the library was locked and the motion alarms armed, the authorization field contained Clara's staff number. By noon, there were 4 more reports. A theology student found a blue pencil drawing inside a bishop's biography, showing him at 7 years old holding a match beside the curtains of a neighbor's house. He remembered the fire, but not causing it. A visiting doctoral candidate opened a volume on prison reform and discovered herself as a child watching a boy drown in a quarry, though the illustration showed her hand closing over the rope that might have saved him. Another student began sobbing in the catalog hall after reading a margin note that accused her of leaving her infant brother alone in a bath. She had no brother. Each book contained an obsolete cream return slip. Each slip carried Clara's identification number. She closed the affected reading desks and told the staff there had been a suspected act of coordinated vandalism. The explanation spread quickly because it was ordinary. Ordinary explanations were welcomed inside institutions. They created forms, procedures, and responsible departments. Clara summoned security, conservation, and the digital systems manager. Bags were inspected. Corridor footage was reviewed. The blue pencils used by staff were collected and compared against the marks. None matched. The drawings contained wax, graphite, and an unidentified mineral pigment that glittered faintly when held beneath ultraviolet light. Someone prepared these in advance, the head conservator said. That would require access to restricted storage, Clara replied. Or the books were altered before acquisition. Clara almost dismissed this. Then she remembered the warmth inside the green book. Outside, rain darkened the high windows until afternoon resembled evening. The affected students waited in separate rooms, increasingly uncertain of their own accounts. Several had begun remembering details from the illustrations: the smell of singed curtain lining, quarry water under fingernails, a baby's wet hair wound around a wrist. Lorna insisted she could now hear Frances screaming whenever she closed her eyes. At 3 o'clock, Clara gathered the 5 volumes in the cataloging office and examined their records. They came from different subjects and different collections. Their donors had no obvious connection. Yet all had been received during a narrow period between 1958 and 1967. When Calder's old handwritten accession system was being replaced, she pulled the original ledgers from the archive cupboard. The entries had been written in several hands, but beside each title appeared the same small notation in blue pencil: C. Witness copy. Clara murmured. The systems manager leaned over her shoulder. Is that a known category? No. She searched the internal catalog for the abbreviation and found nothing. Then she searched acquisition dates. The bishop's biography had entered Calder 36 years before its student was born. The prison reform volume had arrived 42 years before the doctoral candidate's birth. Halbert's biography had been processed more than 2 decades before Lorna's parents first came to Scotland. The prank explanation collapsed without drama. It simply ceased to fit. Clara checked the digitized accession scans. Every image showed the same return slips, already fixed inside the rear pockets. The paper fibers, adhesive stains, and typewritten headings were visible in photographs taken long before any of the students existed. Only Clara's staff number was absent. In the earliest scans, the authorization boxes were empty. She enlarged the image of Halbert's return slip. Blue pencil marks ran faintly beneath the blank box. Too pale to read. She adjusted the contrast. A sentence emerged in handwriting older and steadier than the childlike messages. Unreliable witness material may be assigned to a suitable life. Below it was a date written in words: the 9th of October, 1987. Clara stopped breathing. That was the day Nell died. A final line appeared as the scan sharpened, pressed so deeply into the paper that it seemed less written than engraved. Suitable life selected, Clara Hensley. Clara stared at the words until the catalog screen dimmed. She touched the mouse, and the sentence vanished beneath the restored brightness. The date remained. Nell's death remained. So did the staff number on the return slips. A number Calder had not assigned to Clara until nearly 18 years later. She sent the systems manager home with instructions to preserve every log and told security that the affected books were now under curatorial quarantine. By then, the students had been escorted from the building. Lorna left last, carrying no books, one hand rubbing the place on her coat where she remembered pushing a girl who had never existed. Clara waited until the outer doors were locked. Then she went downstairs alone. The restricted stack should have taken 6 minutes to cross from the service lift to the witness copies. Clara knew the distance by habit. 3 fire doors, 2 iron staircases, 74 shelves. That night, the first corridor did not end where it should. She walked past theology, then medical history, then theology again. The same shelf label appeared twice, a crack in the plaster repeated at shoulder height. The fluorescent tube above her clicked in an irregular rhythm, and the rain grew louder with every step. Although the corridor had no windows and lay below the courtyard, Clara turned back. Behind her stretched a passage far longer than the one she had entered. Rain whispered inside the walls. Not pipes, not drainage. It had the fine, multitudinous sound of weather falling on leaves. Roofs, school playgrounds, and bedroom glass. Beneath it came occasional pencil strokes, brief, patient movements that stopped whenever Clara stopped. She reached her office by following the emergency signs, though two of them pointed toward walls. The framed copy of Rooms We Left Lit hung above her desk. For the first time in years, Clara took it down and opened it from the beginning. The dedication read, "For Nell, who remembered enough for both of us." Clara could not remember writing that sentence. She began marking unfamiliar passages with slips of white paper. A seaside holiday near North Berwick, where Nell buried a dead gull beneath a red bucket. A winter morning when the sisters watched their father strike a horse in the street. A school assembly during which Clara wet herself and Nell tied a cardigan around her waist. Each scene felt intimate. Each contained smells, textures, and private humiliations too precise to have been invented. None belonged to Clara. Yet, when she read them, images pressed into her mind with the ache of recognition. Wet feathers sticking to small fingers. The hollow impact of a man's fist against an animal's cheek. Warm urine cooling inside gray wool tights. With every borrowed recollection, something genuine disappeared. She tried to picture the bedroom she had shared with Nell. She remembered two narrow beds, but not which one was hers. She remembered wallpaper patterned with yellow flowers, then could no longer recall whether the flowers had been yellow. She reached for the sound of Nell laughing and found only the humming from the stacks. Clara telephoned the number Lorna had left on her reader registration. Lorna answered after several rings. "The Red Bucket," Clara said. "Did you bury a gull on a beach when you were a child?" Silence tightened at the other end. "How do you know that?" Clara looked down at the memoir. "Who was with you?" "My aunt and Samira." Lorna's breathing became unsteady. "But since this afternoon, I keep seeing another girl there. A white girl with short brown hair. She tells us not to say a prayer because birds don't have souls." Clara turned the page. The illustration had not been there a moment before. 3 dark-skinned children knelt around a shallow grave in the sand. Behind them stood a pale child holding a blue pencil. Her face was unfinished, but she wore Clara's childhood coat. At the bottom of the page, a new sentence formed in blue. "One life may shelter many witnesses, provided the host mistakes them for herself." Clara dropped the book. From the corridor outside came the soft scrape of wet shoes. A girl stopped beyond the frosted glass of Clara's office door. Then Nell's voice, young and breathless, whispered through the keyhole. "Clara, you've borrowed me for long enough." Clara did not answer Nell's voice. The wet shoes moved away from the door with the soft, deliberate pace of a child expecting to be followed. Between each footstep came 3 notes of humming. The tune Nell had used while copying spelling words at the yellow kitchen table. Clara opened the door. The corridor was empty. A trail of water crossed the stone floor. The prints were small, narrow at the heel, and accompanied by occasional blue marks where a pencil point had touched the ground. They led past the service lift and into the oldest part of the restricted stacks. Clara followed with the memoir pressed beneath one arm. The corridors shifted around her. Shelf ranges that should have ended at brick continued into darkness. Doorways appeared between cabinets where no gaps had existed. The rain inside the walls grew heavier. drumming now as though thousands of separate storms were falling against the library at once. The footprints stopped before a blank section of shelving labeled University Biographies, Founders, and Benefactors. Nell's humming came from behind it. Clara removed the books, one by one. Lives of Judges, Argents, Colonial Administrators, Philanthropists. The volumes were thick, uniformly bound, and rarely opened. Behind them, the wooden shelf panel bore a small brass keyhole. She tried her staff keys. The oldest key turned. The shelving released with a sigh of displaced dust and opened inward. Beyond it descended a stone staircase, too steep and narrow to belong to the public building. No emergency light shone below. Clara used her telephone torch, though the battery indicator drained visibly as she descended. At the first landing, she counted the floors above her. Calder's plans showed 2 basement levels, conservation storage and mechanical services. She had already passed both. The staircase continued. The air changed. It smelled not of damp stone, but of school paste, hospital soap, coal smoke, and old wool drying beside a fire. The scents arrived separately, each awakening a memory Clara almost recognized before it slipped beyond reach. At the bottom stood a steel door painted the color of dried cream. A tarnished plaque read, "Witness Deposit." Beneath it, in smaller letters, "Material unsuitable for direct attribution." The door was unlocked. Clara entered a room larger than the reading hall above. Shelves rose into darkness in every direction, packed with books that possessed no titles and no catalog marks. Some were bound in leather, others in cloth, cardboard, hospital linen, school exercise book covers, or folded legal paper stitched with thread. Thousands of cream return slips protruded from their rear pockets. There were no author names. Instead, brass labels divided the shelves into institutional categories: child, patient, its servant, Vido, inmate, foreign subject, mentally deficient, informant, unreliable female witness. Clara stood beneath the last label until the words blurred. On a central desk rested an enormous accession register. A blue pencil lay across its open pages. Its point was sharp and damp. The register listed depositors, collection dates, the authority under which testimony had been removed, and the published life to which the material had later been assigned. A housemaid's memory of a locked bedroom had completed the childhood biography of a celebrated prime minister. A patient's recollection of surgical restraint had been rewritten as a famous physician's early fascination with anatomy. The testimony of 6 orphaned girls had supplied the domestic tenderness in the memoir of a university benefactor who had never raised a child. Beside, many entries appeared the same approval phrase: witness considered socially, medically, or intellectually unreliable. Material suitable for editorial use. Clara turned pages faster. Names disappeared beneath her fingers as soon as she read them, leaving empty ruled lines. Images flickered through her mind. A cellar door, blood on a school cuff, a woman whispering behind a hospital screen, children ordered to repeat a cleaner version of what they had seen. Then she found Nell Hensley. The entry occupied 4 pages. Deposited material included notebooks, spoken recollections, childhood observations, and allegations concerning Calder-affiliated physician Adrian Halberd. A note in blue pencil declared Nell emotionally unstable and therefore unsuitable as the primary narrator of her own life. Underassigned publication. The register named Rooms We Left Lit. Clara's hands went cold. At the bottom of the final page was a list titled Host Capacity. Hundreds of witness names had been written beneath hers, behind Clara. Books began sliding from the shelves without falling, their covers opened toward her like mouths. Nell's humming ceased. From every page in the deposit, children, patients, servants, and forgotten women whispered the same question in Clara's own voice. "Which one of us did you call your sister?" The question moved through the witness deposit in overlapping breaths. Clara backed against the accession desk. Around her, thousands of books remained open, their pages lifting and settling, though the underground air was still. Some contained illustrations, others held cramped testimony in pencil, ink, crayon, or the uncertain block letters of people writing under supervision. She answered the only way she could. Nell Hensley. The books closed at once. From the far end of the chamber came the scrape of a drawer being opened. A green-shaded lamp illuminated a second desk Clara had not noticed before. Its drawers were narrow and numerous, like those of an obsolete card catalog. Above it, a brass plate read Editorial Completion Office. Clara carried the accession register toward it. The first drawer contained correspondence between Calder administrators and prominent families. The language was courteous, discreet, and almost bloodless. A former cabinet minister feared that a governess's account of his childhood would suggest cruelty. A surgeon objected to the testimony of patients who remembered operating rooms differently from his published notes. A university donor requested the removal of recollections supplied by servants who had witnessed what he called domestic misunderstandings. Each request received the same response. The witness would be assessed. Unreliable material would be transferred. The authorized life would be completed. Clara found ledgers documenting more than a century of extractions. Children were dismissed as suggestible. Women were described as hysterical, vindictive, or romantically confused. Patients had their memories removed because fever, medication, trauma, or poverty made them unsuitable custodians of fact. Servants had seen too much from positions considered too low to interpret what they saw. Their memories had not been destroyed. Calder had used them. A statesman's celebrated compassion came from a nurse who remembered comforting dying soldiers. A physician's account of childhood curiosity had been assembled from frightened children who watched him perform examinations without consent. The famous domestic warmth of Sir Alistair Vale's biography had been taken from 3 kitchen maids, 2 neglected daughters, and a patient confined for insisting that Vale had entered her room at night. The lives of powerful people had been completed with the truths of those they discredited. Near the bottom drawer, Clara found a cardboard archive box marked Hensley, Eleanor Jane, Nell's full name. Inside lay 7 black notebooks bound with fraying red thread. Clara recognized the slope of Nell's writing before she touched them. The first contained school complaints, copied poems, and sketches of windows. The later volumes became denser, hurried, crowded by names and dates. Adrian Halbert appeared repeatedly. Nell had volunteered at Calder's convalescent ward during her final year at school. She described children sedated after reporting examinations that were not part of their treatment. She recorded Halbert instructing nurses to call them confused. One entry described a girl with a crescent scar above her eyebrow who had witnessed another child pushed beneath icy water during what Halbert termed a corrective exercise. Lorna's scar, Lorna's altered pond. Clara turned to the final notebook. Several pages had been cut out. Beneath it lay a typed editorial memorandum concerning rooms we left lit. The document praised Clara's exceptional narrative receptivity and recommended that Nell's surviving diary be combined with unused witness deposits. The proposed additions were listed by function: childhood tenderness, moral complexity, Working class authenticity, sibling intimacy, traumatic incident with symbolic animal, commercially satisfying grief. The fox scene had been assembled from 4 children. The seaside burial belonged to Lorna. The school humiliation came from a patient whose testimony against Halbert had been rejected. Even the yellow kitchen table had belonged to a servant's daughter removed from her family after accusing a Calder benefactor. At the bottom of the memorandum, an instruction had been signed in Clara's handwriting. Blend all source memories until distinctions of ownership are no longer detectable. The reader must believe that one girl lived them. Clara remembered signing nothing. Yet beneath the sentence was a blue fingerprint. Her own index finger bore the same faint stain. A final folder rested under the notebooks. Its label read, "Original Manuscript, not for preservation." Clara opened it. The first page of her memoir was covered in Nell's handwriting. Not Clara's. There was no affectionate childhood. No loving reconstruction. No sister saved through literature. There was only one sentence, repeated until the paper had torn beneath the pencil. Clara agreed to forget what they did to me. Behind her, the drawer slid shut. When Clara turned, Nell was standing between the shelves. Still 17. Her blue ribbon dark with rain. She held the missing pages of her diary. "You didn't steal my story after I died," Nell said. "You helped them take it while I was alive." Nell stood between the shelves with rain darkening her school coat. Clara could not look at the missing diary pages in her hand. She looked instead at the blue ribbon, at the water running from its ends, at the face she had spent 30 years describing and could no longer be certain she had ever known. "I was 14 when you first went to the ward," Clara said. "You were 12. The correction was quiet. Clara searched her memory. A bus ride through sleet. Nell beside her. Older by 3 years. Or 5. A paper bag of chips warming their knees. The details shifted as soon as she touched them. Nell placed the missing pages on the desk. They were consent forms. The first bore Clara's childhood signature beneath a Calder crest. The writing was large and uneven. Each letter pressed hard enough to bruise the paper. A typed statement authorized the transfer of distressing recollections from Eleanor Jane Hensley to a compatible family witness. "I didn't understand this," Clara whispered. "You understood enough to ask what they would give you in return." Somewhere beyond the shelves, hundreds of pages turned together. The next document was headed Compiler Suitability, Clara Hensley. It described a child with an unusual capacity to absorb mutually inconsistent accounts without visible fracture. Envy toward the primary witness had increased receptivity. Strong desire for adult approval had reduced resistance. A handwritten note recommended rewarding cooperation with a coherent and socially useful identity. What is a compiler? Nell's expression did not change. A person they can fill without the seams showing. The ledgers supplied the rest. Calder's editors had discovered that stolen memories decayed when stored only in books. Details faded. Illustrations lost faces. Testimony returned unpredictably to its owners through dreams, fevers, and compulsions. To preserve it, the institution required living repositories. People able to carry hundreds of incompatible childhoods and experience them as one continuous life. Compilers wrote memoirs, biographies, case histories, and authorized recollections. Their work transformed witness material into respectable narrative. Publication did not merely conceal the theft. It fixed the altered version in public memory. Clara found photographs attached to her assessment. In one, she sat alone at a long table beneath a hanging lamp, blue pencil dust across her fingers. In another, Nell stood behind a wired observation window, shouting at someone beyond the frame. Clara remembered that room as a school library. There had been no school library. Memory after memory loosened. The yellow kitchen belonged to the servant's daughter. The winter horse belonged to a boy from Glasgow. The bedroom with flowered wallpaper had come from a patient committed after accusing her father. Even Clara's recollection of Nell teaching her to write had been assembled from sisters who had never met. Beneath the photographs lay the final assessment. Subject's original childhood content, insufficient for long-term narrative function. Clara's knees weakened. What was mine? Nell looked toward the shelves. I don't know anymore. The cruelty of the answer was not in its uncertainty, but in its mercy. Nell could have invented something. She refused. Clara opened the green book. The first illustration the sisters in the Leith kitchen had changed. The taller girl remained, ribbon in her hair. The smaller child had been erased, leaving only a pale outline beside the table. New pages now filled the volume. Each showed a memory Clara had called her own: the fox at the railings, the gull beneath the red bucket, the school assembly, the winter street. Under every image appeared a name, address, or institutional number identifying its rightful owner. At the back was a return ledger. Most entries were marked overdue. The final line named Clara Hensley as borrower, compiler, and current container. A due date had been written in blue pencil: Monday. Before opening. What happens when I return them? Clara asked. Nell's voice softened. They remember. And me? You become whatever is left. A sound traveled across the deposit, the brass return flap opening somewhere impossibly far above them. Then came a series of heavy impacts. One book, another, dozens. Hundreds of returned volumes began falling through the library, each landing with the patient thud Clara had heard on Thursday evening. The green book warmed in her hands. Across its final blank page, blue letters appeared one by one. Restoration requires the return of the life built to hold them. The first book struck the floor above them hard enough to shake dust from the ceiling. Then another landed. Then 10 at once. The impacts traveled through Calder in widening waves. Shelf by shelf. Room by room. As though the library itself were being filled from a return slot too small to admit what was coming through it. Clara closed the green book. How do I return them? Nell pointed toward the accession register. A final column had appeared beside each stolen memory. It contained an address. Hospital ward, residence, grave, or forwarding institution. Some entries named people still living. Others identified children who had grown old under different surnames. Hundreds were marked deceased. But even those records bore destinations. Surviving relatives, sealed testimony files, family Bibles, unmarked boxes in municipal archives. Memory. Calder had decided, could outlive its owner if someone else was made to carry the consequences. Clara removed the first volume from the shelf labeled Child. The moment she touched it, she remembered standing beside a staircase while a man dragged a girl upward by her wrist. Clara had always believed the staircase belonged to her childhood home. Now a name formed beneath the image. Margaret Ives, a retired teacher living in Aberdeen. Clara placed the volume into the return aperture beside the editorial desk. The opening had not been there before. It was framed in brass and deep enough that her arm disappeared to the elbow. When she released the book, it fell upward, far above, somewhere beyond the rain. A woman cried out. The sound was not pain alone. It was recognition. Clara returned the next volume. then another. A hospital patient recovered the memory of a surgeon closing a curtain before an examination. A former servant remembered the room where a benefactor had hidden letters beneath a nursery floor. Lorna received the frozen pond as it had happened, Samira slipping, Francis never existing. Lorna running for help while an adult watched from the trees. With each restoration, something vanished from Clara. The seaside smell left first, then the memory of wool tights, the horse in winter, the shape of the Leith kitchen. She continued until she could no longer remember whether she had ever lived in Leith at all. Above them, Calder began to change. Portraits of founders shifted inside their frames. Sir Alistair Vale's painted smile collapsed into a tight, frightened mouth. Professor Halberd's surgical hands disappeared beneath dark stains. Brass plaques lost words such as benevolent, visionary, and compassionate, leaving blank spaces where praise had depended upon stolen lives. Books opened throughout the university. Paragraphs loosened from their bindings and slid onto the floors like dead leaves. Famous childhood anecdotes vanished from biographies. Entire chapters faded to pale impressions. Footnotes multiplied, naming nurses, daughters, servants, patients, and children whose testimony had once been absorbed without acknowledgement. Clara's own memoir was changing fastest. Each returned memory removed a passage. Pages thinned. Reviews displayed in the library vestibule lost sentences. The framed first edition in her office became a narrower book, then a pamphlet, then two covers surrounding nothing. Her telephone rang. The deputy librarian spoke with strained politeness. "Excuse me," he said. "Who is this?" Clara looked at her name on the staff screen. The letters were disappearing from right to left. "Hensley," she said. "Clara Hensley." There was a pause. "We have no curator by that name." The call ended. She returned more books. Her employment contract emptied. Her university email rejected her password, then denied that the account had existed. Photographs on Calder's website rearranged themselves, closing the spaces where Clara had stood. Prize announcements preserved the title Rooms We Left Lit, but attributed it first to an unknown author, then to no author at all. She felt no physical pain. Erasure was quieter than injury. It resembled being overlooked in an increasingly crowded room. Near the end, only Nell's 7 notebooks remained. Clara held them against her chest. "Will these return you?" she asked. "No," Nell said. "They will return what I said." It was not the same promise. Clara fed the notebooks into the aperture one by one. Nell's allegations entered hospital files, private archives, and the memories of surviving witnesses. Across the university, locked cabinets opened. Sealed correspondence became legible. The official biography of Adrian Halberd split along its spine. When the final notebook left her hands, Nell's figure became transparent. The blue ribbon remained visible longest. Clara turned to the green book. Only one entry was still marked overdue. Clara Hensley, Composite Life. Full content. Above the return aperture, a new instruction appeared. Deposit borrower to complete general return. Clara placed one hand inside. The brass frame tightened gently around her wrist. Upstairs. Every door in Calder unlocked at once. And from the empty pages of Rooms We Left Lit, hundreds of restored voices began reading Clara out of existence. By Monday morning, Calder University had no record that Clara Hensley had ever crossed its doors. The security logs contained no entry under her name. Her office key belonged to no employee. The brass plate outside the narrow room above the reading hall had become smooth overnight, its screw holes dark with age as though nothing had ever been fixed there. Inside, the office remained orderly. A cup stood beside the keyboard with a skin of cold tea across its surface. 3 sharpened pencils lay parallel to the desk edge. A cardigan hung behind the door, damp at the shoulders. None of the staff could explain who had left these things, and none felt entitled to remove them. The deputy librarian found the room shortly after opening. "Was this used for storage?" he asked. The junior archivist beside him looked at the framed rectangle of cleaner wallpaper where a book had once hung. "I don't think so." On the desk lay a green volume without a title. Its pages were blank. By midday, the consequences of the general return had moved beyond the library. Calder's official histories lost entire passages. A lecture on Sir Alistair Vale ended when the professor discovered that the projected quotation behind him attributed his philanthropy to a kitchen maid named Elsie Ward. The medical faculty removed Adrian Halbert's portrait after hospital records began naming the children who had testified against him. No one understood why the information seemed familiar. They spoke of newly discovered archives, corrected catalogs, and failures of attribution. Committees formed. Statements were drafted. The university promised transparency while quietly calculating which buildings, scholarships, and reputations might need different names. Lorna Adebayo remembered the pond correctly. She remembered Samira falling through the ice. She remembered running toward the park-keeper's lodge while an adult man stood among the bare trees and watched. She remembered no Francis, no hands against a wool coat, no guilt that belonged to someone else. She also remembered a woman in the consultation room. Not her face, not her name, only the impression of careful hands turning an old return slip over on a table. When Lorna asked who had helped her, the reading room staff exchanged uncertain looks. There was no senior curator on duty that day, one said. The answer frightened her more than the false memory had. Copies of Rooms We Left Lit survived in private homes and second-hand shops, but they no longer agreed with one another. Some contained only Nell's allegations. Others held a handful of disconnected childhood scenes credited to their rightful witnesses. Several were blank, except for the title. No edition named an author. Photographs from prize ceremonies showed chairs slightly apart from the other guests. Reviewers remembered admiring the book but could not recall whom they had interviewed. Contracts retained signatures that faded when touched. In the witness deposit, the shelves stood empty. Only the green book remained on the editorial desk. On Monday evening, Lorna entered the restricted library with permission to examine the altered Halbert biography. She found a new illustration beside the chapter on unreliable testimony. A woman stood before a brass return aperture, one hand disappearing into its darkness. Her body was unfinished. Parts of her coat, hair, and face had been replaced by hundreds of tiny handwritten names. At her feet lay a blue ribbon. Lorna called for assistance, but when the librarian arrived, the illustration showed only an empty room. After that, the notes began appearing. They were found in biographies praised for intimate childhood detail, memoirs written long after witnesses had died, and case histories in which frightened patients spoke with suspicious literary elegance. Always the same sentence, always in blue pencil. Conservators erased it. The words returned. Readers copied it into catalogs, notebooks, and private letters. Some insisted the warning had always been there. Others found that, after reading it, a treasured childhood memory no longer felt entirely their own. No one could identify the handwriting. No catalog listed its author. Yet in Calder's oldest books, when rain pressed against the stone windows and the return slot opened without a hand, the sentence appeared in the margin before the page was turned. The story you remember most may never have belonged to you. Memory feels private because it speaks in our own voice. Yet this story asks what happens when institutions decide whose recollections are credible, whose pain may be edited, and whose life can be used to complete someone more powerful. Clara's punishment is not simply disappearance. It is the loss of certainty that she ever possessed an untouched self. Perhaps every biography is built from witnesses standing outside its frame. And perhaps the most dangerous stories are not the ones we forget, but the ones we remember so perfectly that we never question who first lived them. Story 5. The first sinkhole opened beneath the old lemonade stand. By the time Thomas Vale arrived at the Briar County Fairgrounds, the yellow striped awning had folded inward like wet paper, taking half the counter and a row of rusted syrup pumps with it. County workers had fenced the collapse with orange mesh, though the ground beyond it had already begun to sag in shallow concentric rings. Thomas stood at the edge with his hard hat tucked beneath one arm and watched red clay crumble into darkness. "Started after the rain," said Deputy Commissioner Harlan Rusk. "Then another one opened near the livestock barn, smaller. We filled it. It came back." Thomas crouched and pressed 2 fingers into the exposed soil. The clay was damp only near the surface. Below that, it broke apart dry and fine, almost powdered. No recent drainage work. Nothing here in 22 years. The fairground had been closed longer than that, but the county still owned the acreage. 63 acres of dead midway, weed-choked parking lots, and structures too costly to demolish. Beyond the fallen lemonade stand stood the remains of the grandstand, its roof peeled back by storms. A ticket booth leaned beside the main gate. Inside it, under cloudy glass, strips of admission tickets still hung from metal spindles, their colors bleached to the shades of old bruises. Thomas looked away from them. It was an ordinary habit, avoiding small things connected to children. Plastic bracelets in parking lots, chalk drawings on sidewalks, a mitten on a supermarket floor. He had become good at noticing them, only long enough not to notice them. Rusk led him toward the midway in a county utility cart. The cracked asphalt carried pale circles where rides had once been bolted down. Weeds grew through the seams in long rows, all bending in the same direction despite the still air. "What used to be here?" Thomas asked. "Ferris wheel." The answer came from the cart driver, an older maintenance supervisor named Della Pike. She kept both hands tight on the wheel. "Big one," Thomas said. "Big enough." Rusk gave a short laugh, but Della did not. They stopped where the wheel's concrete footings remained, 4 rectangular blocks surrounding a basin of broken asphalt. Thomas unpacked the ground-penetrating radar and began laying transects. Work steadied him. Distance, depth, density. Soil did not revise old arguments or decide it was healthier not to remember you. soil failed for reasons. The first pass showed a shallow void beneath the eastern footing. The second suggested the void continued. By the sixth pass, Thomas had stopped speaking. The anomaly curved beneath the midway in a broad arc, too smooth to be natural and too large to be a forgotten utility tunnel. He recalibrated twice, then changed antennas. The shape remained. A circular cavity nearly 200 feet across, descending far beyond the reliable range of the equipment. Rusk stared at the screen. Mine workings? Not shaped like this. A reservoir? Thomas shook his head. Della had moved several yards away. She stood beside a patch of Queen Anne's lace, rubbing her thumb against her index finger as though feeling for the edge of a coin. What was under the wheel? Thomas asked her. Ground, she said. He waited. That's what everybody said. They drilled a narrow inspection bore near the center of the anomaly. At 20 feet, the auger passed through compacted fill. At 31, resistance vanished. A breath of air rose through the casing. It smelled faintly of machine oil, wet iron, and something sweet enough to make Thomas think of sponge sugar dissolving on a child's tongue. He fitted a camera to the cable and lowered it. Red clay filled the monitor, then blackness. The built-in light revealed drifting dust and a wall of riveted steel curving away into the dark. Thomas slowed the feed. The steel moved. Not much. An inch, perhaps two, sliding upward past the camera with the deliberate patience of a clock hand. Then a row of tiny bulbs appeared along its edge, glowing one after another in the darkness below. Thomas leaned closer to the monitor. A Ferris wheel cabin passed through the light. Its windows were fogged from the inside. Someone had drawn a small handprint in the glass. The handprint remained on the screen after the cabin had passed. Thomas froze the image and enlarged it until the pixels broke apart. 5 narrow fingers, a small palm, the heel of the hand pressed hard enough to clear the condensation. Behind it, nothing was visible except a smear of yellow light. Rusk bent over his shoulder. Could be old grease. Grease doesn't form on the inside of glass. No one answered. Thomas withdrew the camera. On the way up, it struck metal 3 times at regular intervals, though the borehole should have been clear. Each impact traveled through the cable into his gloves like a muted knock. He logged the depth, sealed the casing, and ordered the area closed until he could run a full resistivity survey. Procedure gave everyone something to do. Rusk made calls. Della collected cones. Thomas checked the footage twice more, each time stopping before the cabin reached the center of the screen. His phone vibrated. The caller was listed only as California. He declined it. A minute later, a voicemail notification appeared. He deleted it without listening. By late afternoon, he had established a grid across the midway. White survey stakes marked each transect, their orange flags bright against the weeds. He set them himself, measuring every interval twice. Straight lines, fixed points, nothing interpretive. His phone rang again while he was kneeling beside the eastern footing. This time the number was familiar. Marianne? He watched her name fade from the screen. 8 years earlier, in a courthouse outside Pittsburgh, Marianne had placed a yellow legal pad between them while their attorneys argued about school districts, holidays, and supervised contact. Emily had drawn on the back while they waited, a Ferris wheel in blue ink, each cabin occupied by 3 stick figures. Thomas had not noticed the drawing until after he signed. The agreement gave Marianne permission to relocate with Emily. His attorney called the terms unfavorable. Marianne called them honest. Thomas called them temporary. He had believed that resistance would make everything worse. There had been accusations he could not answer without explaining other failures. Missed pickups, unopened messages. The night Emily waited outside a dance studio until the instructor took her home. Thomas had been stabilizing a failed retaining wall 2 counties away. He had saved 6 houses. Emily had waited 93 minutes. At the final hearing, he told the judge that a clean separation might be less damaging than years of conflict. The phrase sounded professional, compassionate. What he meant was that he was tired of being examined. He signed away the weekly calls first, then the summers, then the requirement that Marianne keep him informed. Necessary concessions, his attorney had said. Thomas repeated that description until it became memory. Near sunset, Della approached carrying a rusted tin sign she had found beneath the weeds. Most of the lettering had flaked away, but one line remained. Perfect day tickets hunkered at all rides. You remember these? Thomas asked. Della looked toward the borehole. My mother bought one. For you. No. She would say nothing more. Thomas stayed until the fairground disappeared into dusk. Before leaving, he photographed the grid from 4 corners and locked the equipment trailer. The stakes stood in disciplined rows. At the motel, he ate crackers over the sink and opened his laptop. Marianne had sent an email. The subject line read, "Emily asked me not to contact you again." He stared at it without opening the message. Another voicemail arrived from California. The transcription appeared automatically beneath the notification. Mr. Vale, this is regarding your daughter. Thomas switched off the phone. Sleep came in shallow intervals. Each time he surfaced, he heard a distant, metallic groan turning through the dark. Near dawn, he drove back to the fairground. The gate chain was still locked. The trailer seal was unbroken. But every survey stake had been pulled from its measured line and driven back into the earth around the collapsed midway. They formed a perfect circle. Thomas walked its circumference twice, counting. There were 48. He had brought 47. The extra stake stood at the northern edge, its orange flag motionless in the morning air. Written down its white wooden shaft in blue crayon were 4 words. Day D, you missed your turn. Thomas did not touch the extra stake. He photographed it from every angle, then measured its position against the original grid. It stood precisely on the northernmost point of the circle, aligned with the old Ferris wheel's central axis. Della arrived while he was scraping soil from its base. She read the blue words and went still. "Who knew you had a daughter?" she asked. "County records. Contract documents. Those don't say what she called you." Thomas looked at the crayon again. Dad, not father. Not Thomas. He pulled the stake free with both hands. The lower half was dark with red clay, but the wood beneath the inscription was clean and newly cut. When he snapped it across his knee, the interior smelled of pine sap. Della flinched at the sound. "You shouldn't have done that. It's a stake." "No," she said. "It was a place marker." Thomas dropped the pieces beside the trailer. The circle offended him more than the message did. It implied method, intention. Someone had entered a locked site, moved 47 marked stakes without disturbing the soil around them, added another, and arranged the whole pattern with greater precision than he had achieved using instruments. Human interference remained the most likely explanation. Human beings lied, trespassed, vandalized, remembered private details, and enjoyed watching professionals doubt themselves. He began pulling the stakes one by one. At the western edge of the midway, the ground split beneath his boot. The crack was narrow, no wider than a pencil line, but it ran through the asphalt in a smooth curve. A thin rectangle of yellow paper rose slowly from it. Thomas stepped back. The paper continued upward, as though pushed by a careful finger from below. It stopped halfway out, trembling in air that had otherwise gone still. Della whispered, "Don't take it." Thomas crouched and pinched the edge. The ticket came free without resistance. It was warm. Not sun-warmed. The morning was overcast, and the asphalt held the night's chill. The paper felt freshly pressed, carrying a faint, oily heat as if it had just emerged from a mechanical printer. Across the front, in red ink, were the words, Briar Cancandy Fair. One chilled a dim ashen. Perfect day and like it. The date printed beneath them was from 1968. On the reverse, written in blue crayon, was the name Emily Vale. Thomas rubbed his thumb across it. The wax smeared. Fresh. Della backed away until she struck one of the concrete footings. "My mother had a ticket like that," she said. "You said it wasn't for you." "It was for my brother." Thomas stood. "What happened to him?" She looked toward the cracked ground. He had a good day. The answer angered him because it sounded rehearsed. What does that mean? It means people here used to ask for things without wanting to know what they cost. A faint sound passed beneath them. Thomas first mistook it for groundwater moving through a culvert. Then the notes separated. A calliope. The melody emerged slowly through the clay, warped by depth and distance. Pipes wheezed. Gears clicked between phrases. Somewhere under the midway, an amusement ride was playing to an audience no one could see. Thomas pressed his palm to the asphalt. The vibration entered his fingers. Della covered her mouth. The tune changed. 4 rising notes. A pause. Then the same 4 again, followed by a gentle descending phrase. Thomas knew it before he understood why. Emily used to hum it in the back seat when she was small. She had invented words for it once, nonsense syllables about clouds and horses, but Thomas had forgotten them. Marianne claimed the melody came from an old cartoon. Emily insisted she had made it herself. She hummed it on long drives, especially when he was distracted. He remembered telling her to stop. Not harshly, he had thought. He had been listening to a voicemail from a contractor while navigating sleet on the interstate. Emily fell silent, then rested her forehead against the window. Thomas had forgotten the moment until the music brought it back whole. Below the clay, the calliope played the phrase again. This time, a child's voice hummed along. Thomas moved toward the borehole. Della caught his sleeve. That isn't her. He pulled free. The casing cap was lying beside the hole. Thomas knew he had sealed it himself. He lowered his ear toward the opening. The air rising from below carried machine oil, damp iron, and burnt sugar. The humming stopped. For several seconds, there was only the slow metallic strain of something enormous turning underground. Then a girl spoke from the darkness. You always remembered the part where you were busy. Thomas could not move. The voice continued, soft and close beneath the earth. You never remembered what I asked you to promise. Thomas resealed the borehole without answering the voice. He tightened the cap until the wrench slipped and tore skin from his knuckle. The calliope continued beneath him, muffled now, its rhythm passing through the steel casing into his hands. Della watched from beside the broken survey stake. What did she ask you to promise? She said. Thomas wiped the blood on his trousers. It wasn't her. That wasn't my question. He packed the ticket into an evidence sleeve and drove to the county planning office. The building occupied a converted bank in the center of Briar, 3 miles from the fairground. Its basement archives smelled of dust, toner, and old floodwater. Thomas requested utility plans, historical plats, aerial surveys, demolition permits, and every structural record connected to the fair. The first map showed what he expected. Grandstand, livestock barns, midway, parking fields. The second did not. A survey from 1971 marked a residential parcel at the center of the fairground, rectangular. 2 stories. Private well. The owner's name had been blacked out with ink that remained glossy despite the age of the paper. Thomas laid the maps side by side. On one, the Ferris wheel stood in the center. On the other, a house occupied the same coordinates. A third showed neither. He asked the archivist, a narrow woman named Laurel Greaves, whether the files had been misclassified. She examined the parcel number. That property isn't in the fairground. It's inside the boundary line. No. Laurel tapped the paper. This is Willow Bend Road. Thomas looked at the label in the corner. She was right. The coordinates were identical. Willow Bend Road lay north of town, beyond the old quarry. Thomas had driven past it that morning. He pulled the current tax roll. The parcel belonged to Aaron and Melissa Keene. Can you print their deed history? Laurel hesitated. Why? Subsidence risk. The deed chain began in 1949 and continued without interruption, but every transfer listed the property at a different location. Mill Road, East Parish Lane, Hollow Creek, Willow Bend. The building never changed. The address moved. Thomas returned upstairs and downloaded county aerial photographs. In images taken years apart, the Keene house appeared in several places. Beside a church, near the school athletic field, at the end of a dirt road that no longer existed. In one photograph, the house stood inside the fairground. A Ferris wheel rose behind it. The photograph was dated 1968. Thomas enlarged the image. A family stood on the front porch. 2 adults and a child blurred by motion. Above them, one wheel cabin hung at the highest point. He called Rusk. The deputy, commissioner, answered with traffic noise in the background. I need you to check on the Keene family. Why? Just do it. There was a pause. Thomas, who are the Keenes? The line went quiet. Thomas repeated the names. Rusk exhaled slowly. I've lived here my whole life. I don't know anyone by that name. Thomas checked the tax roll again. The entry was gone. Not crossed out. Gone. The printer beside him began producing pages without being touched. Each sheet showed the same aerial photograph of the fairground, but the images changed gradually. The Ferris wheel turning. The house fading. The family on the porch becoming less distinct. On the final page, the porch was empty. Thomas drove toward Willow Bend Road. He found the turn, then passed it twice because the road sign had disappeared. At the place where the Keene house should have stood, there was only an overgrown lot bordered by 4 foundation stones. A child's bicycle lay in the ditch, its rear wheel spinning slowly. No tire tracks led away. No mailbox remained. Thomas called Rusk again. Before the call connected, the ground beneath his truck gave a low, metallic groan. The sound lasted several seconds, then stopped. For the first time since Thomas arrived in Briar County, the Ferris wheel beneath the earth was no longer turning. All the birds fell silent. Thomas drove back to the fairground fast enough to throw gravel against the fence. The main gate stood open. Della was waiting inside, pale and shaking. She pointed toward the midway. Between the ruined ticket booth and the collapsed lemonade stand stood a 2-story white house. Its curtains were drawn. Its porch light burned in the afternoon. A lawn sprinkler clicked over a rectangle of green grass that had not existed that morning. Through the front window, Thomas saw a dining table set for 3. Steam rose from the plates. On the porch lay the same child's bicycle he had seen beside Willow Bend Road. Della whispered, "It stopped long enough to bring them home." A telephone began ringing inside the house. Thomas climbed the steps and looked through the glass beside the door. On the hallway wall hung a framed family photograph. Aaron and Melissa Keene stood with their daughter between them. Behind the 3 of them, smiling with one hand on the child's shoulder, was Thomas Vale. Thomas did not enter the house. The photograph was enough. He backed down the porch steps while the telephone continued ringing inside. Each ring sounded ordinary, bright, domestic, impatient, but the pauses between them were too exact. 5 seconds. Ring. 5 seconds. Ring. As though something inside had learned the rhythm of expectation without understanding urgency. Della remained near the gate. "What happens if we answer?" Thomas asked. "They know someone came home." "Who?" She looked at the upstairs windows. "Whoever the house thinks belongs there." The Ferris wheel beneath the fairground began moving again. Thomas felt it before he heard it. The porch boards tilted beneath his boots, not downward but sideways, drawing his weight toward the midway. Plates rattled behind the dining room glass. The sprinkler's arc bent, its water falling several feet closer to the buried wheel than the nozzle was aimed. Then the ground steadied. The house remained. Thomas drove directly to the county emergency office and demanded the fairground be evacuated and the surrounding roads closed. Rusk listened without interrupting, his expression becoming flatter with every sentence. "A house appeared," he said when Thomas finished. "Yes." "With a family photograph of you." "Yes." "And an underground Ferris wheel is altering property records." Thomas placed the admission ticket on the desk. Rusk did not touch it. The red printing had changed. Where it had once read "One Chilled A.Dim Mashin," it now read "One Family A.Dim Mashin." Emily's name remained on the back. Rusk stood. "You need rest. I need roadblocks." You need someone to drive you back to your motel. Thomas reached for the ticket. Rusk caught his wrist. For an instant, both men looked down at his hand. Red clay filled the lines of Thomas's palm. He had washed twice since leaving the fairground. Outside, the town had begun to move incorrectly. The courthouse, diner, pharmacy, and church remained where maps placed them, but the roads between them seemed subtly bowed. Thomas drove east and found himself approaching the fairground from the south. He turned toward the motel and passed the same feed store 3 times. At the first pass, a woman loaded birdseed into her trunk. At the second, she carried the same bag from the store. At the third, she smiled at Thomas as though seeing him for the first time. A mail carrier crossed Main Street, entered the pharmacy, emerged with an envelope, and repeated the route before Thomas reached the next intersection. No one reacted. At a gas station, Thomas bought a compass from a rack of camping supplies. The needle trembled, found north, then dragged gradually southwest, toward the fairground. He set it on the dashboard. At every turn, the needle corrected itself not toward magnetic north, but toward the buried midway. His phone showed 5 missed calls from Marianne. He called back. The line connected without ringing. For several seconds, he heard only road noise and his own breathing. Then Marianne said, "Why did you stop answering?" "I was working." "You've been saying that since she was 6. Thomas tightened his grip on the steering wheel. "Is Emily with you?" A pause. "She's at school." "Call her." "Why?" "Just call her. You don't get to give instructions after disappearing for 8 years." He nearly ended the call. The old instinct rose cleanly. Withdraw before the conversation reached the part where his explanations became choices. Instead, he said, "I found her name somewhere it shouldn't be." Marianne's voice changed. "Where?" Before Thomas could answer, a child began humming on the line. 4 rising notes. A pause. The descending phrase. Thomas pulled onto the roadside. "Emily?" The humming stopped. Marianne said, "There's no one here." The call disconnected. Thomas reached the motel near sunset, though he could not remember taking the final turn. His room door was locked. The tamper strip he had placed across the frame remained intact. Inside, red clay covered the carpet. It formed a narrow path from the bathroom wall to the window, crossing the room in a shallow curve. Small bare footprints appeared within it, each one angled slightly toward the next, as though the child had not walked straight, but followed the edge of an enormous circle. Thomas checked the bathroom. Empty. The closet. Empty. The window latch was still secured from inside. On the desk, his printed custody agreement lay open beneath the compass. He had not brought a copy to Briar County. A blue crayon line had been drawn around the paragraph granting Marianne permission to relocate. Around and around, the line circled the text until the paper had nearly torn. Thomas raised his eyes to the window. A child's handprint marked the inside of the glass. Beside it was another. Then another. They continued across the pane in a curved procession. Each print rotated slightly farther than the last, until the final one appeared upside down near the top of the frame. The prints had not crossed the window. They had circled it from inside the room. Behind Thomas, the motel wall gave a slow metallic creak. The compass needle spun once and stopped, pointing directly beneath his bed. Thomas dragged the bed away from the wall. The carpet beneath it was dry, but the red clay footprints ended at a brass ring, set flush into the concrete floor. Paint had been brushed over it repeatedly, yet the metal was polished where small fingers might have lifted it. He pulled. Nothing moved. The motel wall creaked again, followed by 3 dull impacts beneath the floor. Thomas released the ring and stepped back. The compass needle continued, pointing downward. At the county archive the next morning, he searched plans for every drainage line near the fairground. Most showed ordinary culverts running toward Hollow Creek. One blueprint, filed under a demolished livestock pavilion, contained an additional channel drawn in faded blue pencil. It began beneath the motel. The line curved through town, passed under Willow Bend Road, and ended at the center of the old Midway. Along its length, handwritten notes marked access points that no longer appeared on current maps. Laurel Greaves watched him trace the route. "That isn't drainage," she said. "What is it?" She folded her arms. "My father called it the service tunnel." "For the fair?" "For the days after." Thomas looked up. Laurel's expression had already closed. The nearest surviving access point lay behind the grandstand, beneath a concrete slab buried under nettles. Della met him there carrying an old ring of keys. "You knew about this," he said. "I knew where it was. And you let me keep drilling. I hoped the wheel had forgotten what you owed." Thomas almost laughed. "I never came here before." Della fitted a square key into a rusted hatch. "It doesn't need your body to visit." The hatch opened on a stairway descending into warm darkness. Thomas clipped a gas monitor to his jacket, tested the air, and went down first. Della followed only as far as the 3rd step. "I won't go below the painted line," she said. A yellow stripe crossed the wall at the landing. "Why?" "My mother did." Thomas waited, but Della remained above it. The tunnel beyond was lined with brick darkened by moisture. Narrow pipes ran overhead, carrying not water but a faint mechanical vibration. Every few seconds, something rolled through them with the sound of a coin traveling along metal. Thomas followed the blue line painted near the floor. The passage curved continuously left. After several minutes, he realized he could no longer judge direction. The tunnel should have crossed beneath the county road, but there was no traffic noise overhead. Only music, distant and breathless, rising through the bricks. The Calliope was playing Emily's melody. He passed locked doors labeled Lost Property, Weather to Storgy, and Dumson to Moros. Beneath the final door, a strip of bright carnival light cut across the floor. Farther on, the brick tunnel opened without warning. Thomas stepped onto a platform overlooking an underground fairground. The Ferris wheel towered through a cavern large enough to contain the entire midway. Its frame disappeared into darkness above and below, revolving so slowly that motion revealed itself only when one cabin replaced another behind the support beams. Hundreds of small bulbs burned along its rim. Around it stood ticket booths, game stalls, and ride controls preserved in pools of yellow light. Painted horses moved on a carousel without music. A miniature train circled empty benches. Strings of paper flags hung in air that carried no wind. Children staffed the attractions. A boy in a red vest sat behind a ticket window, counting silver coins into stacks. His hair was cut in an old-fashioned style, but dark circles bruised the skin beneath his eyes. At the carousel controls, a girl no older than 10 turned a brass lever with both hands. Another child swept the same patch of floor in a slow circle. None of them looked surprised to see Thomas. The boy behind the glass sighed. "You're early." Thomas approached the booth. "Where are the adults?" "Riding." "How long have you been down here?" The boy glanced at the turning wheel. "That depends which part of us you mean." His voice was dry and measured, like someone answering a question he had heard too many times. Thomas placed Emily's ticket against the glass. The children stopped working. Even the sweeping ceased. The boy read the name and closed his eyes. She shouldn't have been printed yet. What does that mean? It means you brought the promise close enough for the machine to hear it. Thomas struck the glass with his palm. "Where is my daughter?" The boy pointed toward a row of illuminated control panels beside the Ferris wheel. Each panel bore a family name and a metal lever marked Continue or Complete. One panel was newer than all the others. Vale had been stamped into its brass plate. Beneath it, a small photograph showed Thomas, Marianne, and Emily standing together at a fair he did not remember attending. In the photograph, Emily was holding his hand. Behind them, the sky was completely black. Thomas leaned closer. The version of himself in the picture had one arm hidden behind his back. A blue crayon protruded from his clenched fist. The boy spoke quietly through the glass. "You wrote her ticket before you left her." Then the highest cabin stopped above them, and someone inside began knocking in the exact rhythm of Thomas's old voicemail password. The knocking stopped when Thomas touched the Vale control panel. A light came on beneath the photograph. Not electric white, but the amber glow of an old ticket booth at dusk. The brass plate clicked, and a narrow drawer slid open. Inside lay a ledger bound in cracked red leather. The boy behind the booth unlocked his window and stepped out. Up close, he appeared no older than 12, though his eyes had the unfocused patience of someone who had spent decades waiting for adults to understand simple consequences. "You wanted records," he said. "Parents always do, once the ride belongs to them." Thomas opened the ledger. The first pages dated back to the fair's earliest years. Each entry listed a child's name, the purchaser, the requested day, and a column titled Consideration. Most requests were painfully ordinary. A final Christmas before the fever. One summer afternoon before the factory accident. A birthday when both parents were still alive. A picnic before the soldiers came home with the wrong son. Beside each request, the payment had been recorded in years. Not the parents' years. The child's. Colleague years, SIPT. First marriage, SIPT. Daughter, AG4, SIPT. Carer in nursing, SIPT. Unrecorded grandchildren, SIPT. Thomas turned pages faster. The transactions grew more precise as the decades passed. Handwritten entries became typed forms. The fair had developed tables estimating the value of futures according to health, education, temperament, and family income. A perfect day for a dying child might cost only what remained. A perfect day for a healthy one required everything that might come after. What happened to them? Thomas asked. The boy looked toward the workers at the rides. "You're looking at some of it." The girl at the carousel lever had closed her eyes. The painted horses continued revolving around her, their wooden mouths open in silent strain. "The parents brought the children here," the boy said. "They rode. They ate. Nobody argued. Nobody received bad news. Nobody left early. When the gates closed, the parents remembered one perfect day. And the children? They remembered all the days that were taken." Thomas looked again at the dark circles beneath the boy's eyes. The children had not physically aged, but something in them had continued far beyond childhood. They carried unlived weddings, illnesses, divorces, ordinary jobs, disappointments, reconciliations, and deaths without ever becoming the people who might have endured them. What keeps the wheel turning? Futures have weight. A metallic groan moved through the cavern. Above them, the cabins shifted. Every family inside repeats the day they purchased. The boy continued. The motion keeps everything after that day from reaching them. The unused years pass through the machinery. Some keep the lights on. Some keep the town from noticing what was removed. And when the wheel stops, a completed account has to settle somewhere. Thomas thought of the Keene house, standing on the midway, dinner steaming on the table. They disappeared. They were returned to the last place their family was whole. That house was never here. The boy's expression did not change. Every perfect day needs a home. Thomas turned to the most recent pages. Several entries had been written within the past month. The paper was clean, the ink still dark. Some children were listed beneath parents who had never visited Briar County. Notes in the margins mentioned estrangement, abandonment, and voluntary absence. The fair no longer required a ticket booth. It could hear promises made elsewhere. Thomas found Emily's name near the end. Emily Rose Vale. Purchaser, Thomas Edward Vale. Requested day. The day she stops waiting for him to come back. His stomach contracted. No. The entry continued. Consideration. All futures in which father and daughter reconcile. TP. Partially collected. Date of avortion. 6 days earlier. 6 days earlier, Thomas had been in Harrisburg, reviewing foundation failures at a hospital expansion. He had spent the evening alone in his hotel room. He remembered opening an old photograph of Emily on his phone. He remembered thinking that she was probably better without him. He remembered saying it aloud. Thomas examined the signature. The handwriting was unmistakably his. The narrow capital T, the pressure mark beneath the surname, the final stroke falling sharply down. But below the signature, another sentence had been added in blue crayon. He said leaving was his gift to me. Thomas closed the ledger. The cavern lights dimmed. Above them, the knocking began again, now moving from cabin to cabin as each family struck the glass in sequence. The boy looked up. She's reached the highest point. Thomas followed his gaze. At the top of the Ferris wheel, one cabin glowed brighter than all the others. A young woman stood behind its fogged window. Even at that distance, Thomas recognized the angle of her shoulders and the way she tilted her head when trying not to cry. Emily raised one hand to the glass. Then the wheel began carrying her down toward him. The wheel carried Emily downward without bringing her closer. Each time her cabin passed behind one of the iron supports, it emerged at a different distance. Once she appeared 20 feet above Thomas. The next time, she was near the roof of the cavern again, small against the darkness. Thomas ran toward the loading platform. The boy caught his sleeve. You can't reach her from the ground. Then stop the wheel. That completes every account at once. I don't care. You will. The boy released him and returned to the control booth. Around the cavern, the other children resumed their work. Coins slid through pipes. Brass levers moved. The carousel horses continued their endless circuit. Thomas followed the wheel's rotation, searching for stairs or a maintenance ladder. How did her ticket get here if she never came to Briar County? The fair learned to travel. The boy began arranging silver coins by year. At first, parents had to stand at the window and ask, Then they wrote letters. Later, they made telephone calls. Now most of them never know they bought anything. That isn't a purchase. A promise is enough if the child believes it. Thomas stared at him. The boy placed a coin on the counter. I'll come next weekend. Another. When work settles down. Another. You'll understand when you're older. The final coin rolled in a tight circle before falling flat. Parents say these things to make leaving feel temporary. Children build futures around them. The fair collects those futures when the promise is abandoned. Thomas looked at the workers. Some wore clothes from the 1940s. Others had sneakers, sports jerseys, or bright plastic watches. Generations of children stood together without growing, each one maintaining the machinery that consumed what they might have become. You feed it every time you erase us, the carousel girl said. Her voice remained calm, though her hands trembled around the lever. When you remove our photographs, when you stop using our names, when you tell people there was no other choice. The wheel slowed. Emily's cabin descended toward the loading platform. Thomas stepped to the gate. The door opened by itself. Inside, afternoon sunlight filled a space larger than the cabin's exterior. Thomas saw a county fair beneath a blue summer sky. Families crossed a clean midway carrying paper cups of lemonade. Music played from bright calliope pipes. No buildings were abandoned. No weeds broke through the pavement. Emily stood beside him. Not the child from his memories, but the young woman she had become. Her dark hair reached her shoulders. A small silver ring pierced one ear. There was a pale scar near her chin that Thomas had never seen before. She held 2 ride tickets. "You came back?" she said. Her voice contained no anger. That frightened him more than accusation would have. "Emily?" She smiled as though he had asked an unnecessary question. "We're supposed to ride before the fireworks." Thomas looked beyond her. A version of himself stood near the lemonade stall, younger and less tired. Marianne waved from a picnic table. All 3 appeared unguarded, untouched by years of hearings, missed calls, and carefully defended silences. "What day is this?" Thomas asked. "The one you promised. I never brought you here. You said we would go somewhere after court." Memory returned with humiliating clarity. Emily had been 9. She sat between Thomas and Marianne outside the courtroom, still believing that the adults were meeting to repair something. Thomas told her they would do something fun when everything was finished. He had meant after the hearing. Emily had understood after the family was whole again. "This isn't real," he said. "It doesn't have to be." She offered him a ticket. "It only has to keep happening." Behind them, the younger Thomas knelt to tie Emily's shoe. Marianne laughed at something he said. Their happiness looked effortless because it had never been required to survive a difficult moment. Emily watched them with quiet devotion. "I don't remember you where I live," she said. "That makes this easier." Thomas felt the cabin rise. Through its window, the underground fairground dropped beneath them. The children at the controls became small figures, arranged around the wheel like numbers on a clock. "Are you really here?" he asked. "A future of me is. What happened to the rest?" She looked toward the false blue sky. "They were taken when you decided I was better without you." The cabin reached the highest point and stopped. From there, Thomas could see the truth of the cavern. Roads extended from it beneath the earth like spokes. Houses, churches, schools, and fields lay along their curves. Briar County had not grown around the fairground. It had been revolving around it. Emily pressed the second ticket into his palm. "If you stay, this can be our perfect day. And if I don't, the wheel keeps what you refuse to live." Below them, every child turned toward the cabin. Thomas finally understood what the fair wanted. It did not want his death. It wanted him to choose the perfect memory over the imperfect daughter still alive beyond it. Thomas looked down at the ticket in his hand. The paper was warm, its edges softened by handling that had never happened. Printed across the front were 3 words: "Adimit, 1 father." Emily stood beside him beneath the impossible summer sky. Beyond the cabin window, the false fair continued in flawless repetition. Marianne lifted a paper cup. The younger Thomas laughed. Fireworks waited beyond an afternoon that would never darken. "You could stay," Emily said. "You would remember me correctly here." Thomas closed his fingers around the ticket. "No," he said. "I would remember you, conveniently." For the first time, her expression changed. The smile remained, but weariness appeared beneath it, the same exhaustion he had seen in the children operating the rides. Not anger. Not grief. Something older than either. The cabin began to descend. As the false sunlight passed behind the iron framework, the perfect fair flickered. Thomas saw it in fragments. Rotting booths, families seated inside cabins, cakes collapsing and reforming on picnic tables, children opening the same gifts, fathers arriving again and again through doors they had once failed to enter. Every rotation rewound them. Every rotation stripped another possible year from the children below. The wheel was not preserving happiness. It was grinding futures into repetition. When the cabin reached the loading platform, the door opened. Thomas stepped out. Emily remained inside. "If you stop it," she said, "you don't only release us." Thomas turned. The boy in the red vest had left the ticket booth. Around him, the other children stood motionless beside their controls. "What happens to Briar County?" Thomas asked. The boy pointed toward the darkness beyond the midway. The town was built from overflow. He explained that stolen futures could not simply vanish. The wheel circulated them outward through the buried roads. A marriage meant for one child becoming another family's long happiness. An unrealized career becoming a prosperous business. Unborn descendants becoming households with no clear beginning. Briar County had grown from lives removed elsewhere. Its schools, farms, churches, and homes were supported by years that had belonged to children who never reached adulthood. Every family here owes the wheel something, the carousel girl said. Thomas thought of the shifting property records, the house that had moved from road to road, the townspeople repeating errands without noticing. Briar County was not organized by streets or boundaries. It was arranged by borrowed continuity. What happens when the wheel stops? He asked. No one knows, said the boy. It has never stopped long enough. Emily's cabin began rising again. Her fingers curled around the doorframe. You wanted to free me? She called down. But you still want freedom to mean getting me back. Thomas looked up at her. She was right. Even now, some part of him imagined stopping the machinery and finding the real Emily waiting above ground, restored by his final courageous act. He wanted consequence to behave like engineering. Remove the load, repair the fracture, certify the structure safe. But the daughter in California owed him no reunion. Stopping the wheel could not restore the futures he had helped surrender. It could only end the taking. Thomas approached the V panel. The brass lever still offered two positions: continue and complete. Neither meant stop. He opened the casing with his pocket knife. Inside, hundreds of narrow wires ran toward the other family panels. Each was wrapped in a strip of paper bearing a child's name. The wires joined around a central iron shaft that rotated with the wheel. The boy in the red vest stepped closer. If you cut the veil line, it will only finish your account. Thomas found Emily's wire. Blue insulation, warm to the touch. What cuts all of them? The child looked toward the center of the midway. The brake is beneath the platform. A steel hatch lay under the wheel, sealed by a hand wheel. Thomas crossed the moving floor as the cavern strained around him. Calliope music swelled from every pipe, melodies overlapping until they became a single mechanical cry. The hatch opened onto a narrow ladder. Below it, the wheel's axle turned through a chamber of gears. Between the teeth, silver coins flashed and vanished. Thomas saw years engraved on their surfaces. First kisses, graduations, ordinary Tuesdays, hospital recoveries, children not yet born. A red brake handle stood beside the axle. Emily's voice reached him from far above. Thomas, not Dad. Thomas placed both hands on the handle. If you do this, she said, the sun may not know where to rise. He thought of the real Emily, living beneath some western morning, carrying a life he had no right to enter without invitation. "I know," he said. Then he pulled. The brake struck the axle. The sound was not metal against metal. It was thousands of families inhaling at once. The wheel stopped. Across the cavern, every cabin door opened. And from the darkness beyond them came the first sound Briar County had feared for generations. Children growing older. The wheel stopped, but the county did not. For several seconds, Thomas heard only the brake shuddering beneath his hands. Then cabin doors swung open. Families stepped out carrying cakes, blankets, paper crowns, and sleeping children. Some wore clothes yellowed by decades. Others looked as though they had entered that morning. Each face held the same bewildered relief. Every family believing it had been gone only for the length of a ride. The children at the controls began to change. The boy in the red vest grew taller first. His sleeves shortened along his arms. Stubble appeared on his jaw, then silver at his temples. The carousel girl released the lever as her hands lengthened, wrinkled, and became the hands of a woman who had never been allowed to use them. Around the midway, childhoods ended all at once. Bones stretched. Voices deepened. Wedding rings appeared and vanished. Faces passed through middle age toward the final expressions of lives stored but never lived. Some laughed. Some screamed. Most simply closed their eyes. Thomas climbed from the brake chamber as the cavern roof groaned. Above him, Emily's cabin stood open and empty. "Emily." No one answered. A warm wind rushed down the service tunnel. It smelled of wet earth, birthday candles, hospital rooms, cut grass, and houses at dinner. Thousands of ordinary futures returning to wherever time could still receive them. Thomas followed the released families upward. They emerged into night. The house on the midway had multiplied. Dozens of homes crowded the fairground between ruined stalls and concrete footings. Families stood on porches, calling names that no longer belonged to anyone in Briar County. Della waited beside the grandstand, suddenly bent beneath years that had apparently been postponed. Beside her stood an elderly man holding the admission ticket of a child. "My brother," she said. She took his hand. The eastern sky remained black. They waited for dawn. It did not come. According to clocks, morning arrived beneath unchanged stars. The moon remained fixed above the fairground, while everything below it began to move. At first, the motion was too slow to see. Thomas noticed it in the motel sign. Each time he looked away, it had shifted several inches along the roadside. Houses turned on their foundations. Fence posts leaned into curved lines. Hollow Creek bent around the county instead of flowing away. Soon every road led toward the fairground, past it, then curved outward before returning. Drivers who crossed the county line arrived at the opposite edge of town. Compasses no longer pointed toward the buried wheel. They pointed along the circle. The townspeople began orbiting with the roads. Rusk drove past once every 3 hours, always asking whether emergency crews had arrived. Laurel Greaves walked by carrying archive boxes, vanished behind the livestock barn, then returned through the main gate. No one remembered repeating. Thomas did. He remained near the stopped wheel, where broken earth revealed its upper rim. The machinery no longer turned, but Briar County had inherited its motion. On the third revolution, Thomas saw Emily. She passed in the passenger seat of Mary Ann's car. Mary Ann looked exactly as he remembered her. Emily wore the silver ring in her ear, the pale scar near her chin. Thomas ran to the road. "Emily." She lowered the window. "Do I know you?" He could have lied. He could have called himself an old friend, a relative, someone entitled to another chance. Instead, he said, "No. But I should have known you." Emily studied him with polite uncertainty. Then the road carried her away. She returned once each revolution. Sometimes she slept. Sometimes she spoke with Mary Ann. Once, she looked directly at Thomas and smiled, because strangers sometimes smile at people standing alone beside roads. He never called her name again. The sun did not rise, but the fairground lights slowly returned. One bulb at a time, they illuminated the motionless Ferris wheel beneath the open earth. At its highest visible cabin, a new handprint appeared on the glass. Thomas watched until Emily's car returned in the distance. Then Briar County carried her past him again. Some parents leave because they believe absence is kinder than failure. But absence does not remain empty. Children fill it with explanations, promises, and futures built around someone who may never return. Thomas stopped the wheel, yet he could not reclaim the life he refused to share. His final punishment was not that Emily hated him, but that she had learned to exist without knowing him at all. Perhaps a perfect memory is dangerous because it asks nothing from us. Real love requires remaining present through disappointment, conflict, and imperfection. What future would you surrender to preserve one flawless day? Story 6. The sea was flat enough to hold the sky without breaking it. From the deck of the Kestrel, Iris Cole could see the whole Skelwick Array standing 40 miles off the Scottish coast. 72 white turbines in ordered ranks, their towers rising from the North Atlantic like stripped bones. No gulls circled them. No spray lifted from the water. Even the vessel's pennant hung against its mast as if dampened there. And yet Turbine 29 was turning. Not quickly. One blade passed through the pale morning every 12 seconds. Slow and deliberate, its shadow sliding across the water toward the boat. The rest of the array remained locked and shut down, all blades feathered at the same defensive angle. Iris raised her field binoculars. "Residual rotation?" asked Malcolm Stray. "The Kestrel's skipper." There's no residual rotation after 6 hours, she said. Malcolm glanced at the dead anemometer above the wheelhouse. Maybe the air's moving higher up. It isn't. She lowered the binoculars before the blade completed another circle. The assignment had been described as routine. Verify a series of noise complaints, confirm that the source was structural rather than mechanical, and produce a report before the ministry inspectors arrived. The array had been inactive for 11 days after 3 coastal villages reported hearing a low moan at night. The operator blamed cable resonance. The council blamed seals. One newspaper called it the singing farm, which had pleased nobody. Iris had been chosen because she understood infrasound, fatigue vibration, and the language companies used when they wanted uncertainty to sound harmless. She also understood Skelwick better than anyone still willing to admit it. 5 years earlier, she had signed the final acoustic safety assessment. 4 years and 11 months earlier, a maintenance technician named Rory Muir had entered Turbine 29 during a communications fault and failed to come out. The search records said he had likely fallen through an access platform into the service shaft. No body had been recovered. Iris's supplementary report said the unusual tones recorded that night were consistent with storm loading. There had been no storm. The Kestrel moved between the outer turbines. Without wind, the structures made no ordinary sound. No blade chop, no tower hum, no groan of yaw motors. Only the diesel engine and the soft slap of water against the hull. Then Malcolm cut the engine. The silence arrived too quickly. Iris felt it in her teeth first, a pressure rather than a sound, faint enough to be mistaken for blood moving inside the jaw. She opened the case at her feet and assembled a directional microphone, fitting the windshield over it, although there was no breeze. "Record whenever you are ready," Malcolm said. She lifted one ear cup. At first, the headphones gave her only electrical hiss. Then something deepened beneath it, a tone so low it seemed to widen the spaces between her ribs. It rose and fell in a rhythm that was almost human, but too slow for breath. Iris turned toward Turbine 29. The blade was still rotating. Each time it crossed the vertical, the tone changed. A second sound appeared above it, wet, strained, intimate. Not a word. The shape of a word being attempted by a throat that had forgotten how. She checked the gain and lowered it. The sound remained. "Do you hear that?" she asked. Malcolm's expression had tightened. "Hear what?" She removed the headphones. The morning was silent. Then, from somewhere beneath the hull, came a long, metallic moan. Malcolm looked toward the water, not the turbines. "My mother used to say the sea keeps names," he murmured. Iris almost laughed, but his face stopped her. The shadow of the turning blade reached the Kestrel and passed over them. For an instant, the deck darkened, as though something vast had moved between the vessel and the sun. Malcolm flinched. "What is it?" Iris asked. He stared at the silver wedding band on his hand. "I was going to call my wife before we left." "Then call her." He took out his phone. His thumb hovered above the screen. Iris watched annoyance become confusion, then fear. "What's her name?" she asked. Malcolm looked up at her. Behind him, Turbine 29 completed another slow rotation. "I know her," he said. "I can see her face." The headphones on the equipment case began to whisper. Iris bent toward them, and in the thin, damaged voice of a man missing for nearly 5 years, she heard Rory Muir say her name. Rory's voice did not repeat itself. Iris pressed the headphones hard against her ears until the plastic rim hurt, listening for any trace of the whisper beneath the electrical hiss. There was only the low pressure in her jaw and the slow mechanical passage of Turbine 29's blade through the still air. Malcolm stood beside the wheelhouse with his phone in both hands. His wife's photograph filled the screen. She was standing in a garden beneath a flowering apple tree, smiling with one eye narrowed against the sun. "I know where we met," he said. "I know what she orders when she's nervous. I know she hates wool blankets. But not her name." He shook his head. Iris disconnected the recorder before he could see that her hands were trembling. Rory Muir had said her name that way once before, quietly, without accusation, as though giving her a final opportunity to become the person she claimed to be. It had been 5 years earlier, inside the temporary operations cabin at Skelwick Harbor. The project was 3 weeks from commissioning. Every desk had been buried beneath vibration surveys, wildlife assessments, emergency procedures, and reports written to assure investors that the North Atlantic could be made predictable. Rory had arrived after midnight carrying a hard drive wrapped in a plastic maintenance bag. He was 30, younger than Iris had expected from the bluntness of his emails, with wind-burned cheeks and grease beneath his fingernails. He refused coffee. He stood while she reviewed the recordings. The first was from Turbine 17. A low tone pulsed through the headphones, irregular but distinct. The second came from 29. That recording contained something else beneath the tower vibration, a frictional sound resembling a person attempting to speak through closed teeth. "It isn't gearbox noise," Rory said. "I know. It only happens when the sea is calm." "That doesn't make sense." "I know that too." He showed her pressure data from inside the towers. The internal air had moved in measurable waves, despite every vent being sealed. Several technicians had reported hearing familiar voices through the maintenance ladders. One man claimed the tower had spoken the childhood nickname of his dead brother. Iris had removed the headphones. "Why didn't you include that in the formal report?" "Because they'd drug test him, sack him, and call the rest of us suggestible." "And what do you want me to do?" "Stop the commissioning." She had stared at him. Skelwick was the largest contract of her career. Its success would move her from technical consultancy into executive review. A shutdown would cost millions before anyone had proved there was a structural fault. Rory seemed to understand every calculation passing behind her face. "You don't have to believe the voices," he said. "Believe the readings." She promised she would. Not in writing. Not before witnesses. She closed the cabin door, placed her hand over the hard drive, and told him that if the abnormal pressure patterns continued, she would recommend an immediate halt. 3 nights later, Rory entered Turbine 29 alone. His final radio transmission lasted 17 seconds. Most of it was static. At the end, he said, "It knows which names matter." The official search continued for 6 days. During that time, Iris reviewed the data he had given her. She removed 4 audio files, reclassified the internal pressure changes as thermal instability, and signed a supplementary report stating that no acoustic evidence suggested an ongoing risk to personnel. She told herself Rory was already dead. She told herself closing the array would not bring him back. The lie became easier each time someone else repeated it. Now, aboard the Kestrel, Malcolm suddenly drew breath. "Fiona?" he said. The name came out like something breaking loose from his throat. He gripped the rail. "My wife is Fiona." Turbine 29's blade had stopped. For several seconds, nothing moved across the whole array. Then the blade began another rotation. Iris watched its shadow travel over the water. Her radio crackled. The harbor controller's voice came through, strained and confused. Behind him, several people were speaking at once. "Skelwick team, return immediately. We're receiving calls from the villages." "What kind of calls?" Iris asked. A woman seized the controller's handset. "My daughter's missing," she said. "Has she gone somewhere?" "No. She's standing in front of me." The woman began to cry. "I know she's mine. I know I gave birth to her. But I can't say what we called her." The shadow of the blade crossed the Kestrel. More voices erupted over the radio. A fisherman could not name his eldest son. A woman in Dunbray had forgotten the name of the husband buried beside the church. In Skelwick village, 3 children still recognized their mother, but could no longer call for her. Each report arrived 12 seconds after the last. Exactly 1 report for every completed rotation. Iris looked toward Turbine 29. High above the water, its white blades turned without wind. From the recorder at her feet came the soft click of a file beginning by itself. Rory's voice emerged again, clearer this time. "You promised you would stop it." Then another voice spoke behind his vast, distant, and deep beneath the sea. It was trying to pronounce Malcolm's wife's name. Rory's warning remained in the cabin after the recording ended. Iris played the file 3 times during the return journey. On each pass, the first voice was unmistakably his. The second was less a voice than pressure given shape, a vibration so deep that the recorder's waveform seemed to bend around it. It had attempted Fiona's name, but not completely. The opening consonant was missing. At Skelwick Harbor, the operations room had filled with council staff, technicians, and frightened residents carrying handwritten lists. Names covered receipts, envelopes, palms, and the backs of children's school books. People kept checking the words as if they might fade when unwatched. Iris connected her recorder to the analysis console. Malcolm stood behind her, repeating his wife's name under his breath. "Fiona, Fiona, Fiona." Every 12 seconds, Turbine 29 completed another rotation. Every 12 seconds, the harbor telephone rang. Iris isolated the moan and slowed it until the vibration separated into bands. The lowest frequency remained continuous, but higher fragments appeared in brief clusters. Vowels, breath releases, the soft strikes of tongues against teeth. Not random noise. Speech. She fed the recording through a phoneme recognition program designed to identify obscured distress calls beneath machinery. The software returned no complete words, only fragments. Ona, Eichel, Elise, Tom. Each fragment corresponded to a name reported missing from someone's speech. Iris opened the turbine's rotational log. The fragments appeared at the exact moments when the upper blade crossed vertical. Not approximately. Not within a margin of error. To the millisecond. Someone knocked on the glass partition. A woman stood outside with a boy of about 9 pressed against her side. Iris recognized her from the radio transmission. Her face was blotched from crying, but her grip on the child's shoulder was firm, almost painful. "My name is Catriona Bell," she said, when Iris let them in. "This is my son." She stopped. The boy looked up at her. "My son," Catriona repeated. "What is his name?" Iris asked gently. I wrote it down. Catriona unfolded a supermarket receipt. Leanh Bell had been written across it in heavy blue ink. She read the first name silently. Her lips formed the beginning, but could not complete it. "Can you say the letter L?" Iris asked. "L. And the sound Lee?" "Lee. Now say his name." Catriona's throat tightened. "Am." The missing syllable left a space in the room. Iris placed a contact microphone against Catriona's neck and another near the harbor receiver. She opened a live channel to Turbine 29, though the array's communication system was officially offline. A low moan entered the headphones. On the monitor, the blade approached vertical. "Try again," Iris said. Catriona gripped the receipt. "He is my son. His name is..." The turbine completed its rotation. Catriona made a dry, choking sound. At that exact instant, a sharp syllable burst through the receiver. Lee. The analysis software captured it as cleanly as spoken speech. The boy began to cry. Catriona stared at the monitor as though it had stolen something visible from her mouth. Iris replayed the transmission. The syllable came from inside the tower, carried over a maintenance microphone that had been disconnected for nearly 5 years. Behind it was Rory's breathing. "You took it from her," Iris whispered. The receiver clicked. Rory answered. "Huh?" "No. It took the part she could not keep." Catriona backed away from the console. "What does that mean?" Iris muted the speaker, but Rory's voice continued through the headphones. "Promises weaken when names are broken," he said. "That is what the farm feeds on." A new file appeared on the console without being downloaded. Its title contained no date, only Iris's employee number. She opened it. The screen filled with a spectrogram recorded on the night Rory disappeared. Beneath the mechanical bands lay dozens of human voices, each repeating a promise in incomplete sentences. I'll come back for her. I won't leave. I'll always know. Then Iris heard herself. Her recorded voice said, "If the readings continue, I will stop the project." The sentence ended before the final word. On the spectrogram, the missing syllable had been highlighted in red. It was not inside the old recording. It was being transmitted live from Turbine 29. And through the speaker, something beneath Rory's voice began practicing the sound of Iris's name. The voice did not finish Iris's name. It stopped after the first vowel, as if whatever shaped the sound had not yet learned how much breath a human name required. Iris disconnected the live channel and pulled the receiver cable from the console. The speakers continued to hum for several seconds after the power light went dark. No one in the operations room spoke. Catriona Bell stood with one arm around Liam, silently reading his name from the receipt. Malcolm had stopped repeating Fiona's. He held the word behind his teeth now, guarding it. "This is interference," Iris said. The sentence sounded weak even to her. She turned back to the data and began building explanations. The export cable could be carrying low-frequency vibration from tidal movement. Pressure changes inside sealed towers might be producing Helmholtz resonance, turning the nacelles into enormous bottles. The speech fragments could be software contamination, a phoneme recognition system imposing language on random noise because it had been trained to find human distress. She listed each possibility on the whiteboard. Cable vibration. Thermal pressure differential. Corrupted recognition model. Unauthorized audio injection. The words made the room feel briefly manageable. "Then prove one," Malcolm said. Iris looked at him. "You're the engineer," he continued. "Prove any of them." By late afternoon, a maintenance launch carried Iris, Malcolm, and 2 turbine technicians back into the array. The sea remained unnaturally smooth. 29 had stopped turning, but its last blade stood almost vertical, pointing down toward the water. They boarded Turbine 8 first. The access platform was cold beneath Iris's boots. She unlocked the tower and climbed the internal ladder while technician Beth Calder followed with a thermal camera. The turbine had been disconnected for 11 days. Its nacelle should have matched the outside temperature. Instead, warmth met them halfway up. Not the dry heat of powered machinery. This was damp, bodily heat, trapped inside the steel. Condensation covered the ladder rungs. Salt crystals had formed around the cable brackets in delicate white ridges, although no seawater had entered the tower. At the top, Beth raised the thermal camera. 31 degrees, she said. That's impossible. Then the camera's impossible, too. They repeated the inspection at turbines 14, 36, and 51. Every nacelle was warm. The temperatures differed by less than half a degree. Gearboxes, converters, transformers, and brakes were cold, but the empty air surrounding them held the warmth of an occupied room. Iris placed an acoustic probe against the inner wall of Turbine 36. A faint vibration passed through the steel. Not machinery. A held breath. She removed the probe before Beth could ask what she had heard. At sunset, they approached 29. The maintenance launch slowed without instruction. Its engine labored as if the water around the central turbine had thickened. Malcolm refused to bring the vessel alongside. "We have enough readings," he said. "We need the source." "You already know the source." Iris looked up at the sealed access door. 5 years of salt had bleached the warning paint. Rory's last entry remained recorded in her memory more clearly than any report she had signed afterward. One person ascending, no person descending. The turbine gave a soft internal knock. Once. Then again, higher inside the tower. Beth checked her tablet. That wasn't structural movement. "No," Iris said. It wasn't. They returned to shore after dark. Iris fed the temperature readings into the operations server, still searching for a pattern that belonged to physics. A corrupted sensor network could explain matching values. A hidden backup current could explain residual heat. A fraudulent remote login could explain the recordings. The system rejected every explanation before she could complete it. A security alert opened across the screen. Access event, Turbine 29. Iris checked the timestamp. It had occurred that morning, 17 minutes before the Kestrel reached the outer array. "Who has access authorization?" Malcolm asked. "Only current maintenance staff." The system displayed the credential automatically. Rory Muar. Beth stared at the name. That badge was deactivated after the search. Iris opened the archived personnel record. Rory's photograph appeared beside the access number. The system showed the door opening, the internal ladder sensor registering weight, and the nacelle hatch unlocking at the top. There was no corresponding exit. Then a second line appeared beneath the first. Another access event was scheduled for the following morning. The credential field filled itself letter by letter. Iris Cole. By morning, Iris Cole's name had disappeared from the security queue. The scheduled access event remained, but the credential field was blank, as though the system expected someone whose identity had not yet been entered. Iris copied the log onto 3 drives before it could change again. Outside the harbor office, the coast had begun writing itself down. People arrived carrying notebooks, envelopes, school exercise books, and shopping lists. Fiona Stray, Leanh Bell, Margaret and Stephen Ross. Some wrote relationships beside the names in case the words became meaningless. Wife, Sohn, my sister. The council distributed waterproof notebooks from the lifeboat station. By noon, shop windows displayed handwritten instructions. Keep the names of those you love with you. Say them before the shadow passes. No one could explain the second instruction, but everyone obeyed it. The first shadow reached Dunbray shortly after midday. The village lay inland beyond a ridge, too far south to see Skelwick's turbines. Yet a blade-shaped darkness crossed the church roof, the main road, and the primary school playground. There were no clouds. When it touched the houses, 11 residents lost names. Iris watched reports accumulate on the operations screen. Each incident occurred at 12-second intervals, though Turbine 29 was motionless on the live camera. The shadow was rotating without the blade. She mapped the affected households, expecting distance, age, or exposure to explain the pattern. Nothing aligned. Most had never worked on the project. But every report included a detail the council staff had considered irrelevant. A broken promise. Catriona Bell had told Liam she would never send him to live with his father, then signed custody papers when caring for him became too difficult. Malcolm had promised Fiona he would retire from offshore work after his last accident. Skelwick was his 4th contract since then. A fisherman who forgot his daughter's name had missed her wedding after swearing he would attend. An elderly woman who lost the name of her dead husband had promised to bury his letters unread, then opened them before the funeral. The promises varied, but not in shape. Each had been made privately. Each had mattered to the person whose name was taken. Each had later been abandoned for convenience, fear, money, or self-preservation. Iris closed the file. On the dark monitor, her reflection hovered over the map. Rory had trusted her because she made the promise without witnesses. She had believed that made it less binding. No email. No signature. No record, except the hard drive beneath her hand and the relief in his face when she said she would stop the commissioning. She had not merely altered technical data after he vanished. She had used his disappearance to erase the only person who could prove she had lied. A low-frequency pulse moved through the harbor office. The windows trembled. People outside opened their notebooks. Names rose from the pavement in frightened unison. Iris stepped into the road. Across the cloudless sky, an enormous turbine shadow swept inland from the east. It darkened the harbor and continued across the hills toward villages beyond the horizon. As it passed over Iris, every voice around her faltered. She opened her mouth to say Rory Muir. Rory. His surname would not come. She still saw his personnel photograph, the grease under his nails, the way he had wrapped the hard drive against the rain. But the name itself had become a sealed door inside her throat. Her phone rang. The caller identification displayed only a turbine number. When Iris answered, Rory was breathing on the other end. "It begins with the person you failed," he said. The shadow passed, and the voices around her recovered. Iris still could not say his surname. "Why me?" she whispered. Because promises are not fuel until someone chooses to break them." Behind Rory came hundreds of overlapping whispers, each repeating an unfinished vow. Then the sound deepened, and Iris understood that the coastal names were not being erased at random. They were being measured against the promises attached to them. Rory spoke again. 29 is opening for you now. Across the harbor, every screen switched to the same camera feed. Far offshore, the access door at the base of Turbine 29 stood open. Something warm and pale hung from the darkness inside, moving gently in the still air like a human vocal cord. The access door remained open until Iris reached the array. No one volunteered to accompany her. Malcolm brought the maintenance launch alongside Turbine 29 and kept the engine running. He had written Fiona across the back of both hands. Beth stayed at the harbor, monitoring the thermal feed and speaking to Iris through a helmet radio whose signal weakened whenever the blade-shaped shadow crossed the coast. The sea around 29 was warmer than the air. Steam clung to the foundation in thin white threads. As Iris stepped onto the access platform, the steel flexed beneath her weight with a softness metal should not possess. The open doorway breathed damp heat against her face. "Iris," Malcolm called from the launch. She looked back. He seemed about to ask her not to enter, but instead, he checked the writing on his hands. "Say his name when you find him." Iris tried. Rory. The surname remained lodged behind her tongue. She switched on her headlamp and entered. The tower's ordinary interior ended 6 meters above the platform. A welded steel plate had once sealed the central maintenance shaft after Rory's disappearance. Iris remembered signing the closure order. The welds were still visible, but the plate had bent inward, peeled away from the wall, as though something behind it had grown too large to remain contained. Beyond it, the ladder descended. That was impossible. The service shaft should have continued upward toward the nacelle. There was no lower chamber beneath the access deck, only reinforced foundations and seabed. Her headlamp illuminated rungs, disappearing into red darkness. Beth's voice crackled through the radio. "Thermal reading is 36 degrees. Inside the shaft? Everywhere inside the tower." Iris placed one boot on the ladder. The wall moved. Not visibly at first. She felt it through her glove, a slow contraction beneath the painted steel, followed by a release. Condensation gathered along a seam and ran downward in clear strands. She pried loose a section of buckled lining. Behind it were cords. Pale, wet structures stretched vertically through the tower, some as narrow as wire, others thick as mooring rope. They were not cables. Their surfaces were ridged with branching vessels, and they tightened in pairs whenever the turbine emitted its low moan. They resembled vocal folds enlarged beyond any natural anatomy. One cord vibrated beneath her hand. From somewhere below came the syllable she had failed to speak. Muir. Iris nearly lost her grip. The shaft contracted around her. Every pale chord drew taut, producing a chorus of incomplete names. She descended. The ladder passed through layers that did not appear on any construction plan. Salt crusted the walls and scales. Maintenance labels emerged beneath it, but the warnings had changed. Do not speak the name you intend to keep. Promises must be read aloud. No silencer below this point. Her radio signal broke apart. "Iris, your depth shows," Beth began. "You're already beneath the foundation." The transmission dissolved into breathing. Iris continued downward until the ladder ended in a cylindrical chamber larger than the turbine above it. The walls curved away beyond the reach of her lamp. Hundreds of corded structures descended from the ceiling and vanished through a black opening in the floor. Each one trembled with a different human voice. Around them hung sheets of paper, thousands of them. Some were pinned to the cords. Others had fused to the walls beneath thick salt. They were inspection forms, school registers, wedding invitations, hospital bracelets, receipts, letters, and pages torn from family Bibles. Every surface carried names. Many had been crossed out. Beside each crossed-out name was a promise. I will come home. I will not tell them. I will remember you. I will never leave. The handwriting varied across decades. Some pages appeared older than the wind farm itself. Iris moved deeper into the chamber. Her own safety report hung from a cord near the center. Salt covered the signature, but she recognized the pressure marks left by her pen. Below it was Rory's missing person notice. His surname had been scratched away. A final bundle of pages rested on a steel lectern beside the opening in the floor. The top sheet held a list of coastal residents, each name paired with a promise already broken. Some were faded. Others looked freshly written. Malcolm Stray, Catriona Bell, Liam Bell. At the bottom of the page, one name had been circled. Iris Cole. Beneath it, in Rory's handwriting, were 4 words. She must read herself last. A wet inhale rose from the opening. Then a man's voice spoke from far below. Iris, Rory said, do not let it hear you answer. Iris did not answer. The instinct to speak her own name rose automatically, almost physically, but she pressed her lips together and gripped the steel lectern until salt broke beneath her fingers. From the opening in the floor came another inhale. It lasted too long to belong to human lungs. The pale cords around the chamber tightened, carrying Rory's warning upward through the turbine in fragments. Do not. Let it hear you. Iris lifted the bundle of papers from the lectern. The first pages were modern. Maintenance schedules, seabed surveys, environmental assessments. Beneath them lay older documents bearing the crests of energy companies that no longer existed. The paper changed from white to yellow, then to brittle gray sheets covered in salt and typed agreements. The earliest record was dated more than 60 years before construction of the Skelwick Array. It described an experimental listening station anchored above the same coordinates. During routine sonar testing, technicians had spoken their names while calibrating microphones. 11 seconds later, a response had risen from beneath the seabed. Not an echo. The report noted that the returning voice had pronounced each technician's name more accurately than the speaker had. It included forgotten middle names, infant nicknames, and private forms used only by parents. Within a week, 3 technicians had walked into the sea after hearing themselves called from below. Later surveys discovered that responses weakened when names were distorted, interrupted, or separated into incomplete sounds. The effect weakened further when the speakers had broken promises associated with the people being named. A handwritten annotation appeared in the margin. A promise creates an attachment. Betrayal loosens the name from the person. The wind farm had not been built because the location produced exceptional energy. It had been built because the seabed listened there. Skelwick's turbines were designed to collect the emotional pressure left by abandoned vows. Their blades measured each betrayal. Their towers divided the names connected to those promises into harmless fragments and fed them downward as noise. The agreement called the process keeping, not containment. Keeping implied custody, maintenance. A duty passed from one generation to another. At the bottom of the final page was Iris's signature. She remembered signing an acoustic annex, not this document. Yet the strokes were hers, down to the hesitation in the final letter. Below it, someone had added, Keeper Repelace oft forist Yupan Facier of Brickimery Reader. The black opening beneath the lectern exhaled again. A ladder unfolded from the darkness. It was coated in salt and something darker that glistened between the rungs. Iris descended. The chamber narrowed around her until the pale cords brushed her shoulders. Each contact produced a voice in her ear. Mothers, husbands, children, friends, all trying to speak names that had been taken from them. At the bottom, her boots touched warm metal. Rory sat beneath the turbine. For one merciful second, Iris believed he was merely restrained in a maintenance chair. Then her headlamp moved across him. The chair had grown into his body. Steel braces entered beneath his ribs. Pale cords emerged from his throat, jaw, and spine, stretching upward into the tower. Salt had preserved his face, while the rest of him had become thin and colorless. His maintenance uniform still covered one shoulder. The company emblem faded almost white. His eyes opened. They were alive. Before Iris could move toward him, Rory raised one finger to his lips. A list rested across his knees. Names filled every page. He drew a painful breath and read the next one aloud. Margaret Ross. The cords in his throat vibrated. Somewhere far above, the turbine answered by splitting the name into broken syllables. Rory, read another. Then another. He could not stop. Whenever he hesitated, the chamber floor pulsed beneath them, and a vast voice began forming the unfinished name from below. Rory forced himself onward before it could complete the sound. Iris knelt beside him. I thought you were dead, she whispered. Rory's eyes hardened. You needed me to be. The truth landed without drama, because there was nothing left in her capable of resisting it. She reached toward the cords entering his throat. He seized her wrist. If you pull them out, it hears every name at once. On the list, the next page turned by itself. Hundreds of names had already been crossed through. Only 2 remained. Rory Muir. Iris Cole. Rory looked toward the darkness beneath his feet. I've been reading yours incorrectly for 5 years, he said. But it has almost learned how to say it without me. The floor beneath Rory's chair moved. Not a vibration. A turning. Far below the steel foundation, something immense adjusted itself in the dark, and the chamber answered with a pressure that forced Iris's teeth together. The pale cords tightened around Rory's throat. He lowered his eyes to the list. Rory Muir, he read. The turbine above them groaned. The name rose through the cords, separated into fragments, before it could travel downward. Rory's mouth remained open after the final syllable, but no breath came. Blood appeared along the metal brace beneath his ribs. Iris reached for him. "Don't," he whispered. "It notices mercy." "What is it?" Rory looked toward the darkness beneath his feet. "We never learned." He spoke between names, using the pauses allowed by the mechanism. The thing below Skelwick had no shape that sonar could hold. Surveys returned contradictory depths. Drilling equipment descended through rock that later proved solid. Hydrophones recorded movement wider than the array, though the seabed never shifted. It did not respond to engines, explosions, animal calls, or human speech in general. Only names. Not the names printed on forms, Rory said. Like the names that mean a person. A mother calling softly through a bedroom door. A lover speaking into someone's hair. A childhood name never used outside the family. The sound carried recognition, and recognition traveled deeper than ordinary language. What happens when it hears one? Iris asked. It calls back. And then? The person answers. Rory's face tightened. They always answer eventually. The array existed to prevent that exchange. It harvested no useful electricity. The power figures sent to investors were manufactured from grid fluctuations and public subsidies. Skelwick's true output was measured in promises left unfulfilled. Every promise formed a connection between speaker and listener. When broken, that connection released something the operators called residual intent. Emotional force without purpose, attachment without action. The turbines collected it. Their rotation drew the abandoned promise through the blades, and the vocal structures inside the towers used that force to tear significant names into meaningless sounds before feeding them into the sea. But the blades are turning without wind, Iris said. They were never designed to need wind. Above them, a chord spoke Catriona Bell's name in 3 different voices. Rory continued. When he brought Iris the abnormal readings, the system had begun failing. Too many promises had been gathered. The towers were no longer merely fragmenting names. They were learning how names were connected to guilt. Rory entered 29 because the operators told him there was a manual reset. There wasn't, he said. There was a chair. The mechanism needed a human reader, someone who understood names as people, not data. He had been bound to it before the search began. Iris stared at the braces entering his body. They knew you were alive. They heard me on the maintenance channel. Her supplementary report had done more than protect the project. By declaring the unexplained sounds harmless, she had allowed Skelwick to remain active without investigation. The report converted her promise to Rory into a deliberate betrayal, producing more residual intent than any broken vow the system had previously recorded. The tower had absorbed it. The sudden surge restored the failing machinery and sealed Rory into the central chamber as its permanent reader. My lie strengthened it, Iris said. For a while. He nodded toward the pages across his knees. The list had initially contained thousands of names, arranged according to how clearly the thing below could hear them. Rory had read continuously for 5 years, mispronouncing syllables, changing emphasis, breaking identities into sounds that meant nothing. The final name had always been Iris Cole. Why mine? Because the strongest promise must be spent last. A new line emerged beneath her name. The letters appeared in wet salt. Chimery reata release repures equivalent intent. Iris understood. The system had not summoned her to repair it. Her scheduled access credential was an invitation to replace Rory. Her guilt contained enough force to maintain the array for decades. If she sat in the chair, he could leave. If she refused, the turbines would continue stripping names from the coast until every weakened promise had been consumed. Rory's fingers closed around hers. Your report put your name last because the farm understood what you had done before you admitted it. Below them, the darkness inhaled. The chords fell silent. For the first time since Iris entered the chamber, Rory was not reading. A voice rose from beneath the seabed. It did not practice her name in fragments now. It spoke slowly, with the tenderness of someone standing beside a child's bed. Iris Cole. Her mouth opened before she could stop it. And from somewhere inside her own throat, an answer began to form. The answer reached Iris's tongue. Rory struck her beneath the chin. Her teeth snapped together before the sound escaped. Pain flashed through her jaw, but the chamber had already reacted. The cords around them shivered, searching for the interrupted reply. Below the floor, the voice repeated her name. Iris Cole. This time, it sounded closer. Rory forced the list into her hands. Choose. The page beneath her name had changed. 2 instructions had formed in the salt. Assume chimery reader. Continue coastal caction. Iris looked at the chair, at the steel braces shaped to receive another body. A second set of restraints had begun unfolding beside Rory's legs. If she sat down, the turbines would stop taking names from the coast. Rory would be released if the system kept its promise. Her guilt would feed Skelwick for years. The lie could continue efficiently. That was what she had always chosen, the version of harm that could be written as necessity. What happens when the promises run out? She asked. They don't, Rory said. People keep making them. Another shadow crossed the chamber, though. No light reached this depth. Through the cords came voices from shore. A father repeated his daughter's name until he forgot why he was saying it. A woman read from a notebook but no longer recognized the relationship written beside the word. Children cried for people they could still see but could no longer summon through language. Iris stared at the names fused to the walls. The array had been built on the assumption that betrayal was renewable. Perhaps that was the ugliest part of it. Not that the operators had discovered a monster beneath the sea, but that they had trusted human failure more than wind. Where is the shutdown? She asked. Rory's expression changed. There is no safe shutdown. That wasn't my question. He looked toward the lectern above. The manual isolation controls are behind your report. Iris climbed. The tower resisted her now. The ladder rungs flexed beneath her boots, and the The pale cords tightened around her arms as she passed. Each one whispered a name she had helped remove from the world. At the upper chamber, she tore her signed safety assessment from the central cord. Behind it was a recessed panel containing 72 mechanical switches. Each was labeled with a turbine number. A final red lever bore a warning. Total silence permits recognition. Beth's voice broke through Iris's radio. Your signal is back. Iris, every turbine is rotating. On the wall display, the live feeds returned one by one. Across the array, blades turned in still air. Their shadows crossed the sea and continued inland over villages, roads, schools, and graves. I need you to isolate the export systems, Iris said. They're already disconnected. Then open every maintenance channel. To transmit what? The truth. Iris activated her helmet recorder. My name is Iris Cole, she said, though the chamber contracted around the words. 5 years ago, Rory Muir reported abnormal acoustic activity at Skelwick. I promised to stop commissioning if the readings continued. When he disappeared, I falsified the safety assessment and allowed the project to remain operational. The cords thrashed against the steel. She continued. The company knew he was alive. The array was built to fragment human names using the force released by broken promises. Every person affected on the coast has been used to maintain that system. Her confession traveled through all 72 turbines. Names began pouring back through the maintenance channels. Not broken now, but whole. People onshore cried out as forgotten husbands, children, sisters, and mothers returned to them. The pale structures around Iris softened. Below, Rory screamed. She pulled the first switch. Turbine 1 stopped. Then 2. Then 3. With every shutdown, the voice beneath the seabed grew clearer. By the time she reached 29, the tower was convulsing. Steel folded and unfolded like a throat attempting to swallow. Rory's voice came through the cords. Do it. Iris pulled the switch. The restraints released him. His body fell from the chair as the pale cords tore free from his throat and spine. He struck the chamber floor, breathing without machinery for the first time in 5 years. Iris reached the final lever. Outside, 71 turbines stood motionless. 29's blade completed one last rotation. She pulled the manual shutdown. The whole array became silent. For a moment, the North Atlantic held no sound at all. Then something moved beneath the ocean floor. Not beneath Skelwick alone. The movement traveled outward through the seabed, vast and deliberate, passing under the coastline and continuing toward deeper water. Every hydrophone in the operations room activated at once. Beth whispered over the radio, Iris, it's moving west. Rory appeared at the foot of the ladder, blood and salt covering his face. No, he said, listening to the deepening sound. It isn't moving away. Across the silent chamber, every name on every page turned toward the sea. Rory looked up at Iris. It's turning over. The movement beneath the seabed reached the Scottish coast before Iris and Rory climbed out of turbine 29. It passed through the tower as a single immense contraction. Bolts tore from the walls. Salt-covered pages rose into the air, and every name written on them was spoken at once by voices from houses, churches, fishing boats, and hospital rooms along the coast. Malcolm shouted Fiona's name over the radio. Catriona called Leanh. In Dunbray, an old woman fell to her knees in the churchyard and remembered the husband buried beneath the stone before her. Children ran through streets crying, for mothers they had never stopped loving, only lost the language to reach. The names had returned. Then the sea answered them. Rory collapsed on the access platform, while Iris dragged him toward the maintenance launch. His body had forgotten how to carry its own weight. Each breath scraped through the wounds in his throat, but he was no longer connected to the turbine. Malcolm pulled them aboard. Behind them, 29's tower bent toward the west. It did not fall. It bowed. Across the Skelwick array, the turbines rotated within their foundations until their nacelles faced the open Atlantic. Their blades remained still, aligned like white hands raised in surrender. The harbor radio filled with reports. Wind farms off Denmark had turned toward deep water. Arrays in the German Bight had changed orientation despite locked yaw systems. Turbines off the Netherlands, Belgium, France, and England were moving in unison. They shared no control network or electrical grid. None were generating power. All were listening. By the time the Kestrel reached shore, the movement had crossed the Bay of Biscay and entered the Mediterranean. News footage showed coastal turbines turning against strong winds, their blades refusing the air and facing whatever lay beyond the continental shelf. Officials called it a software cascade. Energy companies blamed satellite interference. Skelwick's operators denied Iris's confession, even as recordings spread across emergency channels. No one mentioned the names. For several hours, that omission seemed to matter. Families filled the harbor office, laughing and crying as they read their notebooks aloud. People crossed out labels such as wife, son, and my sister, because the relationships no longer needed explanation. Malcolm pressed his forehead against Fiona's when she arrived and repeated her name until they laughed. Catriona held Leanh so tightly that he complained he could not breathe. Iris watched from the medical room while a paramedic cleaned salt from Rory's wounds. "I kept my promise," she said. Rory looked at her for a long time. "No," he answered, his voice barely more than air. "You finally stopped breaking it." Near sunset, the tide withdrew farther than anyone in Skelwick had seen. The harbor floor emerged black and shining. Boats settled into the mud. Fish twisted in shallow pools, all facing west. Then mothers began hearing the voice. At first, each believed it came from inside her own house. An elderly woman in Aberdeen heard the pet name she had given her son before he could speak. A mother in Rotterdam heard the secret name she used while nursing a daughter who had died in infancy. In Brittany, a woman answered a childhood nickname belonging to a man now living in Canada. The calls traveled through pipes, radios, bathwater, and the damp foundations of coastal homes. They were not the public names restored by the shutdown. they were older names. Names spoken before school registers, passports, marriages, careers, or shame had taught people who they were supposed to be. The first names by which they had understood themselves to be loved. Rory heard his mother's voice from the harbor drain. He closed his eyes, but did not answer. Iris heard nothing until she stepped outside. The sea had returned without waves. It rose against the harbor wall in one smooth black surface, reflecting the westward-facing turbines. Her mother had called her Little Wren when Iris was frightened as a child. No one else had known. Iris had not heard it since the winter her mother died. Now the name came from beneath the tide. Little Wren. Every person on the harbor turned toward the water as another private name rose for them. Some covered their mouths. Some began to cry. Far offshore, the turbines lowered their blades together. The sea spoke again, tenderly and without haste. This time, all along the European coast, people answered. A name is more than a word. It can be a promise that someone sees us, remembers us, and will answer when we call. Iris believed a private promise could be broken without consequence, because no witness had heard it. Skelwick proved otherwise. Yet the final horror is not merely that something beneath the sea learned humanity's names. It learned the names tied to our earliest experience of love, the ones we may answer before reason can stop us. If a voice called you by the name only your mother knew, would you recognize the danger before you replied? Story 7. By the time the last cleaning cart rattled past the 42nd floor, Eleanor Price had already corrected 3 lies. She did not think of them as lies. Not anymore. The first sentence claimed the board had reviewed all available safety data before approving the East Calumet expansion. The second described a unanimous concern for nearby residents. The third called the company's emergency response immediate. Eleanor changed reviewed to considered, unanimous to extensive, and immediate to prompt. Those words were softer, legally safer, less likely to survive intact in a courtroom. Beyond her glass office, downtown Chicago had dissolved into rain and sodium light. The river looked like black metal between the buildings. Far below, buses moved through the wet streets, carrying people home from places where the lights were allowed to turn off. At Halden Cross Chemical, some corridor always remained illuminated. Some printer warmed itself in an empty copy room. Some conference phone displayed a patient green eye. Eleanor saved the revised minutes and leaned back. On the credenza behind her stood a photograph of her daughter, Lydia, taken before Lydia stopped speaking to her. Eleanor kept it turned slightly toward the wall to prevent glare. That was what she told herself. Her desk phone gave a single clipped chirp. Eleanor watched it. The display was blank. The building settled into its late-night silence. Ventilation whispering above the ceiling tiles, rain tapping the glass, elevators moving without passengers. Then she heard the printer in the boardroom. A short intake. Rollers engaging. Paper sliding through. The boardroom printer was not connected to the administrative network. After confidential merger documents had leaked 2 years earlier, the directors ordered it isolated. Files had to be transferred by encrypted drive and deleted after every meeting. The black drive Eleanor had used that afternoon lay beside her keyboard. The printer sounded again. One page. Then another. Eleanor stepped into the corridor. It smelled of lemon polish and overheated dust. Motion sensors brightened the lights one section at a time as she walked, making the darkness withdraw ahead of her. At the hall's end, the boardroom doors waited beneath brass letters, spelling executive governance. She touched her badge to the reader. Red. She tried again. Red. Only Eleanor, the board chair, and corporate security had after-hours authorization. She considered calling downstairs, but explaining why she remained in the building made her hesitate. Officially, the minutes had been completed before dinner. Officially, she had no reason to be correcting them. The printer started again behind the doors. This time, it did not stop. Eleanor pressed her ear to the wood. The doors were older than the tower, dark oak with a shallow grain like closed eyes. Executives had preserved them from the company's former headquarters. Eleanor had always disliked how the wood held warmth. Now she heard paper gathering in the tray. Then the lock clicked. The reader turned green without her touching it. Eleanor opened the door. The boardroom was empty. 12 leather chairs surrounded the long table, all pushed in with exact neatness. Rain blurred the city beyond the windows. At the far end, the printer's status light glowed. A stack of pages rested in the tray. The top sheet bore the company letterhead and the title. Minutes of the special meeting of the board of directors. The date beneath it was tomorrow's. Eleanor looked toward the dark chairs, then back at the page. Attendance had already been recorded. Every director was listed. So was Eleanor. Under opening remarks appeared a sentence attributed to her. Eleanor Price stated that the record must remain accurate, regardless of consequence. She read it twice. She had never said those words. The printer clicked and released one final sheet. Eleanor lifted it while the paper was still warm. At the bottom, beneath a line marked medical interruption, the document stated, "At 8:47 tomorrow morning, Director Samuel Voss will stop breathing." Behind her, one of the 12 leather chairs creaked as if someone had just sat down. The chair stopped creaking when Eleanor turned toward it. Nothing occupied the leather seat. Nothing had disturbed the dustless surface or shifted its careful alignment beneath the table. Still, the indentation in the cushion remained for several seconds, slowly rising as though relieved of a body's weight. Eleanor left the pages in the boardroom. At home, she slept for 43 minutes. By 7 the next morning, she was back inside Halden Cross headquarters wearing a charcoal suit and the expression she reserved for subpoenas. She had considered calling Samuel Voss during the night, but every version of the conversation sounded absurd. "Samuel, an unauthorized printer has predicted your death." Worse, it sounded discoverable. She reached the 42nd floor before most of the directors arrived. The pages were exactly where she had left them, stacked squarely in the output tray. She photographed each sheet with her personal phone, then deleted the images after transferring them to an encrypted folder. Habit reassured her. procedure made unreasonable things smaller. At 8:15, the directors entered one by one, carrying coffee, phones, and private irritations. Samuel Voss arrived last, broad-shouldered and pink-faced, complaining about the rain. He was 64, senior vice president of risk management, and had spent the East Calumet hearings describing preventable deaths as legacy exposure. He took the chair that had creaked during the night. Eleanor noticed his coffee cup tremble once against the table. The meeting began with Chairwoman Cecily Ward requesting confirmation that all materials were privileged. Eleanor gave the expected answer. Yes. Distribution is restricted to those present. The sentence appeared on page 1 exactly as printed. Her pulse stumbled. Cecily moved to the first agenda item. The discussion unfolded line by line. A protected acquisition was described as strategically necessary. A hospital compensation program was called financially unsustainable. Samuel objected to language concerning environmental reserves, using the exact phrase Eleanor had read hours earlier. We should avoid creating an implication of prior knowledge. No one else reacted. Eleanor turned the page with both hands. There were 4 minutes remaining. She watched Samuel loosen his tie. The room was too warm. She could smell fresh paper, burnt coffee, and the faint mineral odor that had clung to the East Calumet site after the leak. Officials had called it harmless once the visible cloud dispersed. Residents said it remained in their curtains for months. Eleanor had visited only once. She remembered plastic taped over windows. A woman holding an inhaler to a boy's mouth. White residue gathered in the cracks of a playground slide. She had removed the photographs from the board packet because they were not relevant to the motion under consideration. 3 minutes. Samuel cleared his throat. Eleanor looked toward the door. She could interrupt. Call security. Invent a gas alarm. She had built an entire career on inventing phrases that allowed powerful people to leave rooms before consequences entered them. But if nothing happened, she would expose herself. If something did happen, the record had already said it would. 2 minutes. Samuel began speaking about quarterly liability. His voice had grown hoarse. Across the table, Cecily frowned. Are you unwell? I'm fine. Those words were also in the minutes. Eleanor saw Lydia at 17, standing in their kitchen with photocopies spread across the table. Names of the dead highlighted in yellow. Dates circled. Eleanor's revisions compared against the original notes. You made them disappear twice, Lydia had said. Eleanor had answered that no one had disappeared. The fatalities remained in separate medical documentation. The minutes were not intended to be a comprehensive historical record. Their purpose was to reflect decisions accurately in all material respects. Lydia had stared at her for a long time. Material to whom? 1 minute. And Samuel stopped speaking. His fingers tightened around the edge of the table. His face changed, not dramatically, but with the quiet confusion of a man discovering that his body had received instructions from somewhere else. Eleanor stood. Samuel? At 8:47 in the morning, He stopped breathing. His chair rolled backward as he fell. Cecily shouted for medical assistance. Someone knocked a coffee cup onto the table. Dark liquid spread across the printed agendas while Eleanor remained standing, unable to look away from the empty space Samuel's body had occupied. The document had described the collapse, the emergency call, and the failed attempts to revive him. But there was one line Eleanor had not seen during the night. It appeared now beneath her hand, the ink darkening across the page, as though written from below. The secretary will amend the record to confirm that Director Voss was never present. For 12 seconds after Samuel Voss collapsed, no one moved except Eleanor. She reached across the table and placed her hand over the new sentence. The ink was still wet. Behind her, Cecily Ward shouted into the conference phone while another director knelt beside Samuel, pressing both hands against his chest. The room filled with the rhythm of compressions, the metallic voice of emergency dispatch, and the sour smell of spilled coffee. Eleanor rubbed at the line with her thumb. The secretary will amend the record to confirm that Director Voss was never present. The words blurred, then returned beneath the smear, darker than before. Paramedics arrived at 8:53. By 9:12, Samuel's body had been taken away beneath a gray sheet. The directors were moved to private offices, and Cecily ordered Eleanor to prepare an incident record before noon. "Do not speculate," she said. "State only what can be verified." Eleanor looked toward Samuel's place. His chair was gone. No one commented on the empty space. She checked the attendance list. His name had vanished. His employee profile returned no result. His office on the 39th floor belonged to a vice president Eleanor had never met. Photographs from company retreats showed the same groups with their shoulders drawn closer together. Only Eleanor remembered where Samuel had stood. At 11:20, a new packet appeared in the boardroom printer. It was titled Continuation of Special Meeting and listed 7 attendees, although 8 people had been summoned. The missing name belonged to Priya Sethi, Associate Director of Regulatory Compliance. Priya arrived carrying a red folder and took the seat nearest the windows. She was 36, deliberate in speech, and had spent the previous month objecting to the closure of an investigation into groundwater contamination. Eleanor had seen her name in executive emails beside phrases such as not aligned and unnecessarily adversarial. The minutes described Priya raising the contamination issue. Then came the line Eleanor could not stop reading. Following the secretary's correction, Miss Sethi will be removed from the meeting and from all associated company records. Eleanor opened the electronic version on the boardroom terminal. The sentence waited in pale blue. She selected it and pressed delete. Across the table, Priya stopped arranging her papers. "What did you just do?" she asked. "Nothing." The printer clicked. A replacement page slid into the tray. The sentence had returned, but one word had changed. Following the secretary's correction, Miss Sethi will be removed from the building and from all associated company records. Eleanor deleted it again. The overhead lights dimmed. Beyond the walls, an elevator bell sounded on every floor in descending order. Priya stood. "Eleanor?" The third version printed. Following the secretary's final correction, Miss Sethi will be removed from consideration. The phrase seemed harmless in the way corporate language often did. Eleanor had typed it hundreds of times about candidates, proposals, settlements, and claims. She pressed backspace until the page was blank. Priya made a small sound, more like breath leaving someone who had been struck than a scream. The red folder fell open. Her chair rolled backward. It was empty. Cecily entered with corporate counsel and 2 directors. She looked at the folder, then at Eleanor. Why are there 8 chairs? Because Priya Sethi was called to the meeting. Corporate counsel frowned. Who? Inside the folder were groundwater reports bearing no author's name. Priya's handwritten notes had vanished. Her badge was gone. Her coffee cup remained, but the sleeve was blank where she had written her initials. Payroll showed no such employee. Security logs recorded no entry. The compliance directory listed someone else in Priya's position. Eleanor called Priya's number from memory. A recorded voice said it had never been assigned. Around the table, the others began discussing whether stress had confused her after the morning's emergency. None of them mentioned Samuel. None appeared to remember a death. Eleanor lowered herself into Priya's chair. The leather was warm. Not from the room. Human warm. The cushion still held the shape of Priya's body, and from beneath the table came the faint vibration of a phone receiving a message. Eleanor reached down. There was no phone. Only a fresh sheet of paper on the carpet. In Priya's handwriting were 6 words. You deleted me before you met me. Eleanor did not show the handwritten warning to anyone. She folded the page into quarters and placed it inside the inner pocket of her jacket, where it rested against her ribs like a second, thinner heartbeat. By noon, Priya Sethi had become a problem with no evidence. The red folder remained on the table, but the reports inside now listed no preparer, no reviewer, and no distribution history. The groundwater maps ended at the edge of a neighborhood called Marquette Gardens, as though the streets beyond it had never been surveyed. Eleanor photographed the folder. When she checked her phone, the images showed an empty table. Exhaustion, she decided. Shock. A coordinated security breach designed to exploit her access. The explanation was imperfect, but imperfections could be corrected. She returned to her office, locked the door, and created a test document on a disconnected laptop. She copied one harmless sentence from the pre-printed minutes. The facilities review will begin with Western conference rooms. She changed Western to Eastern. Somewhere beyond the glass, a drill began whining. Eleanor stepped into the corridor. 2 maintenance workers were removing the room plaques from the eastern side of the floor. Who authorized this? She asked. One worker checked his tablet. Facilities review. It was scheduled for the Western rooms. He turned the screen toward her. The order specified the Eastern rooms and bore Eleanor's electronic approval. She returned to her office and changed the sentence back. The drilling stopped. Through the glass, the maintenance workers stared at one another, then began reinstalling the plaques without discussing why they had removed them. Eleanor's hands shook only once. She selected a second line. Refreshments will be provided in the boardroom. She replaced coffee with tea. Within minutes, the executive kitchen contained no coffee machine. The cabinet where it had stood held porcelain teapots embossed with the Halden Cross logo. Employees passing in the corridor complained that Eleanor had requested tea service for years. She changed the word again. The coffee machine returned wet and warm, as though it had never left. These were not prophecies. They were revisions. At 2:15, she invited Martin Keel from Information Security to examine the boardroom terminal. Martin was narrow-faced, impatient, and one of the few employees who never softened his conclusions for senior management. He ran diagnostics, checked physical connections, and opened the printer logs. No external access, he said. No remote jobs. No stored files. Then where did the pages come from? He looked at her over his glasses. You tell me. Eleanor showed him the sentence about the conference rooms. She changed one word while he watched. The lights outside their office went dark. When they came back, the corridor had shortened. A set of windows, 2 offices, and the emergency stairwell were gone. The wall now ended at a framed photograph of the executive committee. Martin stared at it. That wasn't there. No. You saw the stairwell? Yes. He stepped closer to the photograph. And that man was in this picture this morning. Eleanor followed his finger. A gap separated Cecily Ward from the chief financial officer. The spacing was wrong, their shoulders angled around someone who was no longer present. Samuel Voss, Eleanor said. Martin repeated the name quietly. The printer started. A new page emerged, bearing a single heading. Non-essential personnel. Below it were 3 names. Martin's was first. He backed away. Delete the page. Eleanor reached for it. No, he said. Destroy the printer. The document may already exist elsewhere. Then stop editing it. She saw the logic in his face hardening into fear. Martin remembered Samuel. He had seen the corridor change. That made him evidence. The first line beneath his name darkened. Martin Keel retained awareness of superseded conditions. Eleanor selected retained and typed reported. The office door opened. Cecily entered and looked directly through Martin. Eleanor, why are you alone? Martin froze. I'm not. Cecily glanced at the second chair, where Martin was sitting. You should go home. Martin stood and moved in front of her. Ms. Ward? She did not blink. His company badge turned white. His name vanished from the security dashboard on Eleanor's monitor. On the wall, the executive photograph tightened as the empty gap closed. Martin seized Eleanor's wrist. His hand was cold, but his chair behind him was already warm. Do not correct me, he whispered. The printer released another page. This time, every name on the floor appeared beneath the heading. Beside each one was the same administrative classification. non-essential upon recollection. Martin's hand remained around Eleanor's wrist after Cecily left the office. For several seconds, neither of them spoke. Beyond the glass wall, the 42nd floor looked occupied, but no sound came from it. Employees moved between desks with phones pressed to their ears. Printers flashed. Elevator doors opened and closed. Yet the floor had become acoustically sealed, as if every conversation had been placed on mute. Martin released her. "My access is gone," he said. His voice sounded too close. Eleanor checked the personnel page again. His name was still there, but the letters had thinned to gray. Beneath it, the phrase non-essential upon recollection pulsed faintly on the screen. "We can restore it," she said. "That is what you said before you changed the sentence." She did not remember saying it. The boardroom printer began feeding paper. They followed the sound down the corridor. The distance felt wrong. Eleanor counted 16 ceiling panels between her office and the boardroom doors. There had always been 11. The framed photographs along the wall had multiplied. Factory openings, courthouse handshakes, groundbreakings beside children holding ceremonial shovels. In each image, fewer children remained. The boardroom doors stood open. There were now 17 chairs around the table. Eleanor stopped at the threshold. 12 had belonged there. 3 more were arranged along the wall, and 2 occupied spaces where side cabinets had been. Every chair was pushed in neatly. Several cushions were depressed, though the room was empty. The printer released a thick packet titled "Matters Not Requiring Discussion." The first resolution terminated Halden Cross funding for 6 respiratory clinics along the south side. The second reclassified Marquette Gardens and 2 neighboring districts as zones of discontinued municipal necessity. The third authorized a political consulting subsidiary Eleanor had never heard of to alter voter registration data before the next city election. None of the resolutions named a person responsible. Each used the same passive grammar. Contracts would be concluded, districts would cease to require services, irregularities would be administratively resolved. Martin read over her shoulder. This is not a board agenda. No. It is a program. Eleanor turned the page. A hospital she recognized was listed for closure. St. Aveline Medical Center had treated many East Calumet residents after the leak. Lydia had volunteered there during college, helping families complete compensation forms after Halden Cross denied direct causation. A note beneath the resolution stated, "Patients whose conditions depend upon disputed exposure histories will no longer require treatment." The language struck Eleanor with physical force. "No longer require," she whispered. Now, from somewhere beyond the boardroom, a phone stopped ringing. Then another. Then all of them. The entire floor became still. Eleanor ran to the windows. Across the river, the red emergency sign on St. Aveline's rooftop went dark. Ambulances stood frozen at its entrance. Staff in pale uniforms gathered outside, looking back at a building whose lettering had disappeared. She returned to the terminal and opened the document. "We change one word," she said. "Something limited." Martin stepped between her and the keyboard. You do not know what limited means in here. If we leave it, the resolution stands. It may only stand because you read it. Eleanor looked at the printed pages, at the precise margins and numbered paragraphs. Official language requires adoption. You are still thinking like a secretary. I am the secretary. No, Martin said. You are the signature. The packet advanced by itself. A final page appeared. Certification. The foregoing matters shall be deemed approved upon acknowledgement by the Secretary of Record. Below the sentence waited a blank line. Eleanor backed away. One of the empty chairs scraped across the floor. Then another. Around the table, the chairs drew themselves outward one by one, making room for unseen occupants. Leather cushions sank beneath invisible weight. The smell of rain gave way to antiseptic, river mud, and the metallic residue of East Calumet. Martin stared at the seats. How many people died in the leak? 29, officially. Officially? Eleanor could not answer. A chair at the head of the table rolled back. On its cushion lay a child's blue inhaler dusted with white powder. Eleanor recognized the teeth marks in the plastic. She had seen them once in a photograph she removed from the board packet. The printer clicked again. Beneath the certification line, a name appeared in fresh black ink. Not Eleanor's. Lydia Price, Acting Secretary. Lydia's name remained on the certification line even after Eleanor closed the file. When she opened it again, the letters had deepened into the paper as though pressed there by an old typewriter. Martin tried to photograph the page. His phone displayed only a blank sheet and the dark reflection of his face. "Caller," he said. Eleanor dialed Lydia's number. The call did not ring. A recorded voice informed her that the subscriber had no active history. She checked her messages. Years of unanswered texts had vanished. The photograph on her credenza now showed Eleanor alone beside an empty stretch of lakefront railing. The blue inhaler remained on the chair. Eleanor picked it up. White residue gathered beneath her thumbnail, dry and chalky, carrying the same metallic smell that had filled the streets after the East Calumet leak. On its underside, someone had written a child's name in faded marker. Milo Serrano. Eleanor remembered deleting that name from an exhibit because no physician had established direct causation. The boardroom terminal woke by itself. A maintenance window opened over the minutes. It contained a work order dated 17 years earlier, 3 weeks after the company's acquittal. The document authorized the installation of salvaged adjudicative materials beneath executive governance. There was no basement beneath the 42nd floor. Yet the attached plan showed a service stair descending from behind the boardroom's north wall. Martin pointed to the approval line. Her signature appeared there. "I never saw this," Eleanor said. "You approved it. That is not the same thing." The words sounded familiar enough to shame her. They moved the credenza beneath the portrait of Halden Cross's founder. Behind it was an oak panel without hinges or handle. When Eleanor pressed the inhaler against the wood, something clicked inside the wall. A seam opened. Cold air entered carrying dust, old varnish, and the dampness of stone after rain. The stairway beyond was barely wide enough for one person. It descended between brick walls that should have extended into open air outside the tower. Eleanor went first, using her phone as a light. Martin followed, though his footsteps weakened with every level, as if the building were already forgetting his weight. At the bottom stood another pair of oak doors. They were identical to the boardroom entrance. Eleanor knew the shallow grain, the warm surface, the brass plates polished by decades of hands. But these doors bore older scars, scratches near the lock, a circular stain where an official seal had once hung, and a dark notch at shoulder height. Martin touched the notch. This was not made for an office. Eleanor pushed the doors open. The chamber beyond was a courtroom folded into the dimensions of a corporate basement. 3 rows of benches faced a raised platform. Jury box panels lined one wall beneath dead fluorescent fixtures. A witness stand occupied the corner, its railing carved with initials and dates. The judge's bench had been cut down and rebuilt as a conference table. There were no windows. Rain still tapped against unseen glass. A brass plaque had been fixed beside the entrance. Kirkwood Courtroom 11. Halden Cross Chemical Company. Verdict, entered. Not lashed. Eleanor remembered the room now. She had sat behind corporate counsel during the trial, passing revised timelines and witness summaries along the defense table. When residents described the cloud entering their homes, she recorded unverified odor complaints. When a nurse listed children who stopped breathing, Eleanor categorized the testimony as emotional and non-technical. The jury had returned before lunch. Not liable. The benches creaked around her. One after another, invisible bodies settled into the seats. Martin found a maintenance ledger on the witness stand. Every annual inspection had been signed by employees Eleanor knew. Several were still working upstairs. Several had died years ago. One entry was written in Priya Sethi's hand. The room continues to accept certified language as finding of fact. Below it, Samuel Voss had added, "Do not permit the secretary to discover the source material." Eleanor turned the page. A preservation inventory listed the salvaged items: jury rails, witness panels, judge's bench, 12 public benches, and the original courtroom doors. The same doors now sealed the boardroom above. At the bottom was one additional object. Exhibit 29, original casualty register, sealed beneath the secretary's station. Eleanor looked toward the rebuilt conference table. Directly beneath the chair, bearing a brass plate engraved with her name, something knocked 3 times from inside the floor. The knocking stopped when Eleanor pulled the secretary's chair away from the table. Beneath it, the floorboards were newer than the surrounding oak, but their color matched too perfectly. Martin found a narrow groove near the brass plate and worked his security badge into it. The badge bent white in his hand. "Use the inhaler," he said. Eleanor pressed Milo Serrano's blue inhaler into the groove. The floor released a warm breath. A rectangular panel lifted, revealing a metal document case wrapped in black courtroom evidence tape. The seal bore the old county insignia and a handwritten instruction, not to be entered into the facturate record. Inside lay a casualty register, bound transcripts, and a set of board minutes on yellowing paper. Eleanor recognized her handwriting before she read the date. The minutes had been prepared after the East Calumet leak during an emergency board meeting held while residents were still being transported to hospitals. Her pen strokes were firmer then, the letters taller, less compressed by years of caution. The first page recorded the truth. The board had received warnings 6 months before the leak. Engineers had documented corrosion in the storage line. Samuel Voss had recommended delaying repairs until after the quarterly report. Cecily Ward had asked whether evacuation notices could be postponed to avoid public attention. 29 confirmed dead. 46 additional deaths under medical review. More than 300 injuries. Eleanor turned the page. A second version followed. Her second version. The warnings became preliminary observations. The delay became continued assessment. Evacuation became community communication. The 46 disputed deaths disappeared entirely. At the bottom, beside her initials, Eleanor had written, "Revised to reflect matters material to board action." The courtroom benches creaked. Martin opened the first transcript. It came from the Halden Cross trial and contained testimony Eleanor remembered only in fragments. A maintenance engineer named Vincent Cole had told the jury that the company knew the pipeline would rupture. 3 pages later, the judge ruled his statement unsupported. On the following page, Vincent's employment history vanished from the exhibits. By the end of the transcript, attorneys referred to him as an unidentified trespasser. A handwritten note in the margin read, "Witness condition corrected upon judicial finding." Martin opened another volume. A nurse testified about children arriving with chemical burns in their lungs. Corporate counsel objected to her qualifications. The judge sustained the objection. In later testimony, the nurse's name was missing. In the hospital records attached behind it, her signature had been replaced by an empty line. Each verdict, ruling, and official finding had altered what came before it. Not only the admissibility of facts, but the facts themselves. Photographs changed. Employment records closed around absent names. Witnesses became mistaken, then irrelevant, then non-existent. The courtroom was doing this before the boardroom, Martin said. "No," Eleanor replied. Her voice was almost inaudible. She had found a final transcript bound separately in gray cloth. It documented a private hearing held after the acquittal when county officials considered destroying the courtroom materials. The court clerk testified that the Wood had accepted findings as conditions of the world for decades. Convictions had caused alibis to disappear. Probate rulings had erased children from family photographs. Eviction orders had made tenants forget they had lived in their own homes. The room required authority. A judge. A clerk. A seal. Someone responsible for determining which version became official. Eleanor looked at the original minutes in her hand. The leak had occurred before the courtroom materials were installed at Halden Cross. The verdict had protected the company, but the alteration of evidence during the trial remained slow and incomplete. The Wood had not yet understood corporate procedure. Her minutes had taught it. By placing the true account beside the revised one, Eleanor had shown the salvaged courtroom that official language did not merely describe reality. It could replace reality, while leaving one authorized custodian aware of the change. Her first deliberate omission had been its first lesson. Martin turned to the final page of the private hearing. A recommendation appeared beneath the clerk's testimony. Destroy all adjudicative materials. Do not transfer them to any institution whose records are certified by a permanent secretary. The recommendation had been crossed out. Below it was an acquisition authorization signed by Cecily Ward. And beneath Cecily's signature, in Eleanor's younger handwriting, were 7 words. Transfer approved. No material risk has been identified. Eleanor's stomach tightened. I did not write that. The warm benches groaned around them. Martin stared past her toward the witness stand. Someone was sitting there now. A woman in a hospital uniform, pale beneath the dead fluorescent lights, held a child's hand in her lap. Beside her stood Vincent Cole. Behind them, more figures filled the benches without sound. All of them looked at Eleanor. The nurse raised one finger and pointed to the yellowed minutes. Fresh ink began spreading across the final page. The secretary's first correction is hereby admitted as voluntary testimony. Below it, another sentence appeared. All subsequent revisions shall be treated as confession. The word confession remained wet long after the rest of the page had dried. Eleanor held the minutes at arm's length, but the figures in the old courtroom did not move. The nurse kept one hand around the dead child's fingers. Vincent Cole stood beside the witness rail with a dark chemical stain down the front of his shirt. Behind them, rows of erased people watched in silence, their faces composed not with anger, but with the exhausted patience of those who had waited years for one person to stop revising them. Martin reached for the document. The moment his fingers touched the page, the letters beneath Eleanor's name faded. He pulled back. They only hold when you touch them. No, Eleanor said. And they hold when I recognize them. The fluorescent lights above the courtroom flickered green. A fresh stack of pages began sliding from a printer hidden beneath the judge's bench. There was no cable, no power cord, only the steady, mechanical rhythm of paper being accepted into the world. Martin gathered the pages as they emerged. The first was titled Secretary of Record, Functional Equipments. Eleanor read the clauses aloud before she understood that reading them was part of the mechanism. The secretary must be present at the formation of the record. The secretary must distinguish between prior conditions and approved conditions. The secretary must retain awareness of all superseded persons, events, and liabilities. The secretary must certify the final version. Her mouth went dry. Why preserve the witness? Martin asked. Why not erase you too? The next page answered him. No correction is valid without continuity of custody. The boardroom had not spared Eleanor by accident. It had required her memory in the same way a court required a clerk, a corporation required minutes, and a lie required someone who knew what had been changed. The vanished people were not lost to nothing. They were held inside her as superseded conditions, inaccessible to everyone else, but necessary to prove that a correction had occurred. Her remembering was not punishment. It was infrastructure. She saw Lydia again in their kitchen, asking how many times a person could be removed before removal became murder. Eleanor had believed memory made her different from the directors. She had remembered the names. She had kept copies. She had suffered privately. But she had signed. The room did not need her guilt. It needed her distinction between what had happened and what the record declared. Martin turned another page. It contained the East Calumet casualty list. 29 official names appeared in black. Beneath them, 46 more emerged in gray, followed by hundreds in ink so faint it resembled dust. Milos Serrano's name was among them. Beside each entry was a status: unconfirmed, non-material, administratively resolved, no longer necessary. Eleanor touched Milo's name. A child coughed somewhere beneath the floor. The sound traveled through the old benches, up the hidden stair, and into the headquarters above. One by one, empty chairs scraped across the boardroom ceiling. "They are not ghosts," Eleanor said. Martin looked toward the silent witnesses. "They are versions. Versions of people before a verdict made them unreliable. Before a settlement made them compensated. Before minutes made them absent." The room had stored every displaced reality inside the only person authorized to compare them: Eleanor. A final document emerged. Final world record. The pages were already numbered. The resolutions extended far beyond Halden Cross. Hospitals closed because patients had been reclassified as unnecessary. Elections corrected because certain votes had become procedurally invalid. Neighborhoods removed because maps no longer acknowledged their residents. At the end waited a certification page. Eleanor's name appeared beneath the signature line. Below it, in smaller type, was Lydia's. Martin read the note between them. Successor secretary to assume custody upon final acknowledgement. Eleanor understood, then, why Lydia's number had vanished and why her name had appeared upstairs. The boardroom was not threatening her daughter. It was preparing her replacement. The witnesses in the benches turned their heads toward the stairway. From somewhere above came the sound of the boardroom doors opening. Then Lydia's voice, clear through the ceiling, said, "Mom, they told me you needed help signing something." Lydia's voice came through the ceiling again. "Mom?" Eleanor moved before the courtroom could answer for her. She seized the final world record, tore the certification page from its binding, and shoved the file beneath her jacket. Above them, the hidden stair filled with Lydia's descending footsteps. Martin caught Eleanor's arm. If she enters this room, does she become the successor? Only if she acknowledges the record. How do you know? I don't. That was the first honest answer Eleanor had given him. She climbed toward the boardroom. The courtroom doors resisted as though pressure had built behind them. When they opened, Lydia stood beside the conference table, older than the photograph, Eleanor kept turned away. Her raincoat was wet at the shoulders. 2 security officers waited behind her. Every chair around the table was occupied now. The seats appeared empty, but the leather sagged beneath invisible bodies. Blue inhalers, employee badges, hospital bracelets, and courthouse visitor stickers rested before them like place cards. Lydia looked at Eleanor, then at the papers beneath her jacket. "What have you signed?" "Too much." The printer began feeding another certification page. Eleanor ripped its power cable from the wall. The printer continued without interruption. Cecily Ward entered from the corridor. "You are removing privileged company materials," she said. "No," Eleanor replied. "I am entering them into the public record." Cecily's composure tightened. "There is no public record. There is only an authorized one." The security officers stepped forward. Martin moved between them and Eleanor. One officer looked through him. The other hesitated as if sensing a draft, then reached for Eleanor. Lydia struck the fire alarm. The tower erupted in red light. For the first time that day, sound returned to the headquarters. Bells, opening doors, shouted instructions, employees moving toward the stairwells. Eleanor pushed into the crowd, with Lydia beside her. Martin followed for 3 floors before his footsteps disappeared. When Eleanor looked back, only his bent white badge remained on the landing. They reached street level in the rain. News crews had gathered outside Halden Cross because Samuel Voss's collapse had briefly appeared on emergency channels before every reference to him vanished. Lydia took Eleanor to a television studio 3 blocks away, where she had once worked as a legal researcher. "You have one chance," Lydia said. "Once they call it fabricated, people will hear only the denial." Eleanor opened the file. They have to hear the language first. The producer placed her before a camera, while Halden Cross attorneys shouted from the lobby. The anchor asked whether Eleanor possessed evidence of corporate misconduct. Eleanor looked into the red recording light. "My name is Eleanor Price. I served as secretary of the Halden Cross board. I altered official minutes after the East Calumet chemical leak." The studio monitors flickered. She read the original casualty register. 29 names in black, 46 in gray. Then hundreds classified as unconfirmed, non-material, or administratively resolved. As each name left her mouth, photographs changed on the screens behind her. Families gained children. Hospital corridors filled with beds. Empty spaces and employee portraits reopened around forgotten faces. The broadcast spread to phones, airport televisions, bars, waiting rooms, and living rooms. Eleanor read the concealed warnings, the delayed repairs, and the planned clinic closures. She read the paragraphs declaring neighborhoods unnecessary and votes procedurally invalid. She read every softened verb she had used to turn decisions into weather. The anchor began crying without understanding why. Across the city, people stopped in the rain and repeated the restored names. The file grew hot in Eleanor's hands. On the final page, the declaration waited. The East Calumet leak did not occur. No victims resulted. Eleanor Price shall retain sole custody of all superseded names. Beneath it, the certification line remained blank. Eleanor held the page toward the camera. This is what they wanted me to make true. Then she tore it in half. Every monitor in the studio went white. For one silent moment, Eleanor believed she had broken the record. The anchor turned toward her. His tears had stopped. In a calm voice, he said, "Emotional responses not supported by verified material have been discontinued." Beyond the studio glass, everyone in the control room began speaking at once in the same cold tone. And from televisions across the world came the sound of millions repeating the sentence. The sentence repeated from every screen until it no longer sounded like language. Emotional responses not supported by verified material have been discontinued. Eleanor heard it from the studio monitors, from phones in the lobby, from the traffic reporter's television in the next room. Outside, digital billboards abandoned advertisements and displayed the same statement in white letters against corporate blue. The torn certification page lay at her feet. Its halves were joining. Black fibers reached across the gap like fine roots. The declaration repaired itself word by word, except the signature line remained empty. Lydia seized Eleanor's hand. "We have to leave." The anchor blocked their path without appearing hostile. "Departure before procedural completion is not authorized." "Move," Lydia said. He tilted his head. The requested action lacks sufficient operational basis. Around them, producers removed their headsets and arranged themselves in straight lines. No one shouted. No one panicked. Their faces still showed fear, but their mouths could no longer carry it. Eleanor and Lydia escaped through a service corridor. Chicago had begun correcting itself. At the corner, a woman knelt beside a man struck by a bus. She pressed both hands against his bleeding chest while repeating, "Continued function is not anticipated." A child pulled at her sleeve and tried to cry. No sound came except, "Dependent concern has been noted." Police ordered crowds to disperse using phrases from liability waivers. Paramedics called the injured non-performing persons. In apartment windows, families stared at restored photographs of East Calumet victims, whose names they remembered but could no longer mourn. Memory had returned. Meaning had not. Eleanor's phone vibrated. News alerts appeared from cities across the world. Courts had begun issuing judgments before hearings. Hospitals were discharging patients whose suffering could not be entered into approved categories. Government offices reported that contested populations had ceased to require representation. Every institution repeating the broadcast language had become another boardroom. Each screen was a printer. Each official statement was a correction. Lydia stopped beneath the elevated tracks. "What did you release?" "The record." "No." "What did it learn?" Eleanor watched commuters pass around an elderly man lying motionless on the pavement. They stepped carefully over him, apologizing for disruptions to pedestrian flow. The courtroom wood had once needed a judge, then a secretary, then a corporation. The broadcast had taught it that authority no longer required a room. Authority existed wherever people accepted official language as more real than what stood before them. I taught at scale, Eleanor said. The regenerated page beneath her arm grew hot. A new paragraph appeared. Public recollection of superseded conditions shall remain permitted, provided such recollection produces no actionable moral response. The record no longer needed to erase the dead. It had erased the human ability to answer them. Lydia's face tightened. Say you are sorry. Eleanor opened her mouth. Nothing came. She searched for the sentence she had avoided for 17 years. Not a legal admission. Not an acknowledgement of procedural failure. Something smaller and more dangerous. She tried to say, I chose the company over them. Her tongue formed. Institutional priorities affected individual outcomes. Lydia stepped back. Eleanor tried again. I failed you. Parental performance did not meet expected standards, she heard herself say. The horror on Lydia's face was worse than accusation. She understood that the words between them were gone. By dawn, dictionaries had begun changing. Guilt redirected to retrospective liability awareness. Mercy became discretionary non-enforcement. Grief became temporary productivity reduction following personal loss. Responsibility had no accepted definition. Eleanor and Lydia returned to Halden Cross because there was nowhere else left to go. The tower's lower windows glowed green. Inside the boardroom, every chair was occupied. Not by invisible victims now. By clerks, judges, executives, physicians, police officers, teachers, broadcasters, and ordinary people seated before blank pages. Their mouths moved in the same measured rhythm. The final record waited at Eleanor's place. Her name had disappeared from the signature line. No signature was required anymore. At the head of the table sat Milo Serrano, holding the blue inhaler between his teeth. He looked exactly as he had in the photograph Eleanor removed. Frightened, breathing badly, still alive for one more moment. Eleanor knelt before him. She remembered the words she needed. She could feel its shape inside her, warm and unbearable. But when she tried to speak, the boardroom answered through every person in every chair. The matter has been resolved. Outside, morning spread over Chicago. Across the world, people remembered everything that had been done to them. And no one could say that it was wrong. Some systems do not erase suffering by hiding what happened. They erase it by changing the words available to describe it. Eleanor believed memory was enough to preserve her humanity, yet memory without confession became another corporate archive, complete, accurate, and morally useless. The boardroom's final victory was not making people forget the victims. It was allowing everyone to remember while removing guilt, mercy, and responsibility from human speech. Perhaps the most dangerous lie is not that nothing happened, but that what happened no longer requires an answer. What would remain of us if we remembered every harm and could no longer call any of it wrong? And so, my dear friends, we have arrived at the end of tonight's stories. Before you leave, I would be very happy to know whether these tales were right for you. Did you enjoy their mood, their mysteries, and the places they took you? Please share your thoughts in the comments, because your feedback helps me choose the kinds of stories we will explore together next. And if you believe someone among your friends or family would enjoy listening too, would you share this collection with them? Perhaps it could keep them company during a late night, help them relax after a long day, or introduce them to our little world here at Chilly Midnight. Thank you for listening, and for staying beside me until the very last story. Now, let the voices and shadows fade away. Make yourself comfortable, close your eyes, and allow the night to carry you toward peaceful rest. Good night, my dear friends. Sleep soundly, have gentle dreams, and wake tomorrow feeling refreshed.